So, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you're watching in the world, and welcome to our conference, The State of Creativity, Policy, Research and Industry. This is the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre's first major conference, and a very warm welcome to everyone in the room here at the BFI, and for those of you joining on our live stream. My name is Caroline Meeby. I am your host for the day. I'm a brown woman with curly hair, glasses, and I'm wearing a leopard print top. I'm delighted to be with you as we look back at the years of policy change in the creative industries and explore where next for the sector. Over the course of the day, we'll be hearing from leading thinkers from across the UK and internationally as they share the latest findings on themes ranging from inclusive growth, skills and education to R&D and Createch. Today also marks the publication of a major report in which the PEC reflects on how far the creative industries have come over the last 5 years. You should have all been given copies of the report. I can see them in the audience now. And that report will give you a lot more detail about all the PEC research, should you want to dive deeper, and I'm sure you will. Today is going to be your one-stop shop for the latest intel on what's happening in the UK's fastest growing sector. So expect your heads to hurt by the end of the day. We are going to be rattling through the different themes at fairly breakneck speed. So the challenge for me and all of our session chairs is going to be to keep to time. Luckily, I have a colleague, Natasha, in the front row, who will be keeping us in check with time cards, but permission for all chairs to be very bossy on that note and keep everyone in check. Before we dive right in, though, I do have some housekeeping to go through. For those of us at the BFI, there aren't any planned fire drills, so if you do hear the alarm, it is not a test. Please follow the direction of the BFI staff. And you should all have these nice pink lanyards. Please, can I ask that you wear them at all times? Okay, my next request is for you all to log into Slido, which is our interactive Q&A tool for the day. We have a private Wi-Fi network, and you should see the details on the slide behind me. Please go to slido.com, the URL's on the slide, and use the code PECconference to log in. If you're watching us online, you can do the same, and you can also join in with the conversation. I do encourage everyone to submit questions during the presentations and panels, so we've got questions ready for our speakers when it's time for the Q&A. We'd also really love for you to share your experiences with us today, and you'll be able to see on the screen the social handles where you can tweet us at CreativePEC, and please use the hashtag #StateOfCreativity. If you'd like to view the agenda for the day, there's a QR code that you'll see around the venue, and there's a copy in your joining instructions, or you can go onto the PEC website where you can also find all of the profiles of today's speakers. And if you're watching the live stream, you should have captions enabled already. If not, you can toggle them on. After today, there will be a fully captioned and edited recording of the whole day available on the PEC's website. That will be as soon as we can after today's events. So, let's kick off. Please may I welcome Professor Christopher Smith first to the stage. Christopher is Executive Chair of the Arts and Humanities Research Council, who fund the PEC, and who very generously made today's event possible. So, welcome, Christopher. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much indeed. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. For those of you who might like to know, I'm a white man, middle-aged, in a blue suit, white shirt and a yellow tie. And blue, white and yellow, celebrating all sorts of joyous colours. This is a fantastic occasion for us. We're absolutely thrilled at AHRC to be supporting this event and indeed the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre. There are lots of anniversaries knocking around here, but if you look in the report at the beginning, you'll see that it's 25 years since Chris Smith wrote his groundbreaking book, Creative Britain. And here we are 25 years on, and here's Christopher Smith standing, introducing the state of creativity. The arc of history, long arc of history reaches towards Smiths. So what do Smiths do? They bring energy, technology and imagination to create amazing things. So that's a pretty good metaphor for what the creative industries does. And I just wanted to think about the 25 years, because Chris Smith, 25 years ago, probably could not have imagined that a prime minister would stand outside number 10 yesterday with representatives of the gaming industry, celebrate the importance of gaming as a critical part of the UK economy, just a few weeks after the Chancellor of the Exchequer had identified the creative industries as one of the 5 critical growth sectors for the UK economy. 25 years ago was also when AHRC was founded. It's also our 25th birthday. And 25 years ago, my predecessor could not have imagined that AHRC would right now be able to celebrate the fact that we have supported 5 years of the creative industries clusters with £55 million in and over 250 million of co-investment leveraged, or that we'll be just days away from announcing about £70 million of investment in infrastructure in virtual production. That's the journey we have gone on together, and part of that journey has been driven by policy and evidence. You don't get good policy without good evidence, and it's the extraordinary contribution of the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre, led so ably by Hassan and Liza and others, that has given us the basis on which we've been able to make the arguments that we have. I'm thrilled that AHRC is able to support another 5 years of the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre with its new hosts, Newcastle University and the Royal Society of Arts. I'm grateful to Nesta, the National Endowment for Science, Technology and Arts, for its generous hosting over the 5 years. And I really look forward to seeing more of how Nesta will bring its arts alongside us in the Arts and Humanities Research Centre and the rest of our community to drive forward the creative industries together. The landscape we're describing is, of course, imperfect. There are a number of areas where we need to do better. We know we need to be a better funder. I am really keen to see a more coherent and long-term and stable investment scenario for the creative industries. I'm therefore very grateful to UKRI for having asked me, UKRI, the parent body of HRC, having asked me to become the creative industries sector champion for all of UKRI and bring all the research councils, Research England and Innovate UK together in a coherent strategy for the creative industries, which will align with the creative industries sector vision we will shortly see. That is part of the investment landscape, but that investment landscape needs to be broader and bigger and more stable. And it needs to drive and be driven by a really solid investment in skills, from schools through lifelong learning, from everyday creativity to the highest levels of technological capacity, nationally and globally, and with a profound commitment to EDI. We must make our skills base diverse and inclusive, and we know as a funder that we need to do more. Skills built on a strategic investment policy driven by a coherent government approach is where we need to get to and where I believe we can. And today we will hear many experts talk about how we drive this state of creativity further and further towards a better place and to a more equitable and a more joined up place. And in that way, we will realise the vision that Chris Smith had 25 years ago of a truly creative Britain. I hope everybody has a wonderful conference, and I look forward so much to being with you for as much of today as I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christopher. We are very grateful for the AHRC's support, and we would also like to thank the BFI for their generosity in hosting us today in this fantastic venue. So huge thanks to Harriet Finney and the team here at the BFI. Now, before I introduce our first speaker, I'm hoping you've all managed to log on to Slido now. We're going to warm up with a very quick poll. We'd love to find out where you've come from today to join us here, or if you're joining via the live stream, where in the world you're watching from. So if you could let us know via your devices, please. Edinburgh, Cambridge, and here are the London people. They've all turned up en masse. Looking out for, so it looks as if we've got all 4 nations of the UK represented. I'm trying to see if we've got anyone internationally joining us yet. Not quite yet, but I can see Tooting and Swindon and Dundee. Super. Brilliant. Thank you. That was just a quick warm-up. Everyone's got the hang of using Slido now. So our second poll is we have a choice of different areas for you, and we want to ask which of these areas do you expect the creative industries to make the most progress on over the next 5 years. So you should be able to see the poll choices. And if you could vote now, what we'll do is we'll come back at the end of the day and we'll see if our answers have changed. So lots of people submitting answers. Do keep voting. Okay, so it looks as if making use of emerging technologies is the first one. New forms of investment in arts and culture. I saw diversifying was top up there. It's gone down a little bit. Increasing investment outside London. Fantastic. We'll come back to that at the end of the day, and we'll see if anything has shifted over the course of the day. Okay, without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first keynote, and it's Peter Bazalgette, or Baz, as many people know him, who has had a very, very distinguished career in the creative industries. He's currently co-chair of the UK's Creative Industries Council, and he's also chair of the council at the Royal College of Art. So he's joining us today to give his reflections on the new sector vision and views on the creative industry story over the past 2 decades. We are very lucky to have him. Looking forward to this immensely. Welcome, Baz.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry? Thank you very much. Now, visual descriptions are the order of the day, so I'm a bit wrinkly. Almost 70, a white male, and rather improbably, the lining of my suit is Mr. Men. Well, fashion is a very important part of the creative industries, and fashion should be done with verve. Yeah. Now, good morning again, and some of you may have heard me say some of what I'm going to say this morning before, but I make no apology for that. I'm going to outline today how the creative industries are a sector now characterized by R&D-led innovation. So, I fell upon this with some pleasure, and I've left it up instead of putting my title slide on. Making use of emerging technologies. That is exactly what I'm going to talk about today, and it seems we have a lot of like-minded people in this room, which I'm delighted about. But I'm also going to argue that I'm also going to argue this morning that this is not properly recognised. It's recognised in this room quite evidently, but not properly recognised outside this room. Deserves more support and investment and offers tremendous possibilities, particularly in terms of economic and social value. I'll also argue this morning that we'll need much more and better data to deliver on this. And if I need any endorsement for the urgency of our enterprise, then who better than Harry Styles, who sings in his #1 hit, As It Was, "Get ahead, light-speed internet." Exactly, Harry, exactly. He's saying, let's get on with it. And again, since visual descriptions are required this morning, Harry looks fantastic in a pink tutu. Harry Styles, by the way, a British artist whose album, Harry's House, was voted Album of the Year at both the Grammys and the Brits. Just one of the reasons why 1 in every 10 tracks streamed worldwide comes from the UK. Right across our creative sector, British ideas are in demand and show us what a great opportunity we have. But we need to change the perception of our sector. Yes, we are about entertainment and cultural enrichment, very important parts on that poll we saw just now, but we're also as much about serious R&D as those well recognized for it, such as life sciences, automotive, and aerospace. And as I like to point out, our sector is easily worth more than those three combined. Now, last week, I shared a stage with 4 creators at the Royal Society of Arts, where I talked about some of these themes. The 4 guests with me on stage were the living embodiment of this creative entrepreneurial R&D-led innovation. 4 enterprises built on our expertise in games, fashion, screen, and what we now call Createch. Createch is the beneficial symbiosis which occurs when creative designers collaborate with technologists, such as engineers, programmers, or data scientists. If we nurture this nexus, we'll create enormous value, both culturally and economically. So I had a couple of designers from the Royal College of Art who've produced a prototype handheld medical device that allows women to check their breasts for lumps at home. We had the creator of some screen sharing software that allows friends and families to share the viewing experience while on different continents. I was also joined by a fashion designer who's pioneering 3D printing for garments, which cuts out waste and transport pollution. And finally, we heard from a designer of hit video games, our subsector, which in effect wrote the playbook for Createch. These are the young people, at least young to me at any rate, who are showing us how big our opportunity is. Well, the Creative Industries Council, which is a joint sector government initiative, as many as you know, is about to publish a sector vision. It's intended as a policy framework for the coming decade to capitalize on this opportunity. And it has its main theme, inclusive growth. So that as we turbocharge the sector, we ensure that the whole country benefits and that we're open to all talents. We can, I believe, become the Heineken sector, reaching the parts that other sectors don't reach. We see 3 of the main engines for this as being clusters, university spin-outs, and a drive to improve skills. So let me say a word about each of those this morning. The creative industries have naturally grouped themselves into local clusters where talent congregates and where alliances with local education and local authorities prosper. We've established there are now more than 50 of these. In fact, I think there are more than 70 of these now. Music in Manchester and Sheffield, games in Dundee and Leamington Spa, TV and film in Cardiff and Bristol, fashion in Leeds and London, and so on. I proposed in 2017 in a report for the government that we put some seed corn funding into creative clusters. As many people here know, there were competitive bids, and 9 clusters specialising in screen, fashion, AI and games won a total of £56 million from UK research and innovation. Now, who here in the room was actually involved in one of the clusters? Hands up, please. Fantastic. And I want the rest of you to give them a round of applause because their performance has been amazing. As you know, your winning bids had to demonstrate strong local partnerships between universities and business. Our sector is made up of many SMEs, and the whole idea of my proposal was to help national government connect with local talent in a practical way. Government has always had a pro-small business rhetoric, but in practice can't really connect with thousands of small enterprises. So, as many of you who've put your hands up know, winning bids came in from Bristol, Cardiff, Edinburgh, Belfast, Dundee, Leeds, York, and London. These clusters are now in their 5th year, and their performance has been nothing short of astonishing. I thought they might achieve a parity of match funding. That's, say, another 56 million. In fact, the number is a stonking 252 million from industry and other sources, and counting. That number is probably already this week slightly higher. Both trade investment and venture capital have been committed to, for instance, immersive video experiences in Doncaster, virtual screen production in Belfast, and e-skins for giving machines a sense of touch in Edinburgh. The creative clusters are connecting the sector with university applied research, working with 2,500 SMEs in the different subsectors, with 700 R&D projects, 227 new startups, and producing 558 new products and services, and as I say, and counting. So the clusters have actually redefined the way industry and university researchers can collaborate. The fruitful ideas that springing from this include game design tech that addresses obesity, robot avatars to help in disaster zones, 16th century art transformed into an immersive experience, virtual reality reducing the pain of childbirth, an app for 3D set designs in theatre and music, high-value yarn from recycled fibres, a leather substitute derived from fungi. I could go on. I think you get the picture. It's greatly to UKI's credit that they back the creative clusters. You'd think it was a no-brainer to go on and fund a second phase to stimulate other regions and subsectors in the same way. For instance, we see great opportunities for music tech, ad tech, publishing tech. They're all part of an emerging career tech story. Well, it's been a bit of an uphill struggle getting the same support for creative clusters too, but I now believe, I hope, my fingers are crossed, that we will have a plan in place by midsummer for clusters too. It's taking a bit of time for some of our institutions to catch up and get with the programme. The 12 new investment zones announced in March's budget made the creative industries, as Christopher just said to us at the beginning, one of the 5 priority sectors for growth. So here's a further opportunity for clusters to grasp if properly supported. I have just lost a page, but I found it. That's good news. A second sector vision engine of growth is university spin-outs. Now, you'll forgive me if I explain what I mean with reference to the Royal College of Art, the RCA, because as you said in the introduction, Caroline, I chair the council there, so I can talk from first-hand experience. The RCA, from its foundation in 1837, always had a rather heady mix of arts and commerce. And that's why it's not only the college of David Hockney and Bridget Riley, but also the place where James Dyson and Thomas Heatherwick graduated from. As you'll have divined from the examples I've already mentioned this morning, career tech depends on interdisciplinarity, and the RCA has been championing this happy symbiosis for some time. We venerate the STEM skills like everyone else, but we like to add the A for arts to make it really dynamic. That spells STEAM, by the way. I do like to point out, as some of you know, that this wouldn't be the first time that STEAM has propelled an industrial revolution. And I'm going to go on cracking that joke till I think everybody in government and education has understood it. A good example is RCA's joint programme with Imperial College, from which many creative spin-out companies now come. In fact, our spin-out programme, Innovation RCA, has now spawned more than 80 funded companies. You may have heard about the mask for cattle that will greatly reduce methane release, or the small device which attaches to tyres to collect particles that are now one of the main sources of urban pollution. But I want to give you more of a flavour of the joint programme with Imperial, because it really does back up and illustrate what I'm saying about career tech. The last time I went around their laboratory, I found small teams for instance, in those teams, ceramicists and commercial designers working with data scientists and engineers. 2 projects stick in my mind. Judging the health of soil normally involves taking a sample to a laboratory. It's expensive and time-consuming. This team were designing an audio prey which listens out for worms and insects and instantly collects data showing how alive or dead the soil is. Just in the next booth were another group who come up with a novel filter for rainwater flowing into street drains. It removes pollutants like minute particles from tyres, and it's novel because it has to work with rapid flows or the result would be flooding. I don't know if these embryonic ideas will be the next generation of spin-out companies, but they're certainly strong candidates. And what I learn when I go around those laboratories is that the next generation of talent, given the chance, can become ingenious problem solvers for some of the biggest challenges facing us, that they excel when they combine their expertise, and in the process, they'll deliver great social as well as economic benefit. That is the prize. Innovation RCA is just raising its latest investment fund to fuel these spin-outs. Now, it must be said, the investment community, and again, Christopher alluded to this when he spoke to us first, the investment community and others have been a bit slow to catch on to the career tech opportunity, but there are some green shoots. Christopher's own AHRC is funding the new career tech project called CoStar, which will imagine the next stage of tech needed for our screen industries to thrive in an era of virtual production and immersive experiences. The Digital Catapult is a constant support, as will be DCMS's new Create Growth programme. Then the creative sector has its own advocacy organisation, as you know, Creative UK. And we're nothing if not innovative. Creative UK is also, uniquely actually for an advocacy organisation, it's also a venture investor in small creative companies. And it's raising a new fund at the moment. The British Business Bank is catching on and beginning to deploy funds to the small number of sector investors. But we've got a lot to do to get the message out. Compared to, say, life sciences, these are still very, very modest commitments. Now, a third catalyst for growth that we're backing in our sector vision is a drive for relevant skills. Any fast-growing sector will have a skills shortage. For instance, our rapidly growing TV and film businesses are currently short of everything from hairstylists to real-time game engineers. I think we have a cat in the room. No? Extraordinary noise. Anyway, the screen industries are very, very short of skills, as I say. And in the new Garden Studios, nestling beside a biscuit factory in northwest London, they're reinventing production for film, TV, and online maker influences. As yet, no one has exactly the skill set needed for virtual production, now and in the future. A combination of real-time game engineering, film production, and live event experience. And talking of live event production, you may have read me asking in the FT, in an op-ed I wrote for the FT last week, whether folk know that Beyoncé is very big in Yorkshire. But that's where she actually stays for a week at what's called the production park near Pontefract, when the rig and digital design for her world tours are being designed, built, and rehearsed with. They're gathering a cluster of high-tech companies around them to service this R&D-led enterprise. And like Garden Studios, they've attached a college to train the next generation. But they're only scratching the surface compared to the demand we're going to see going forward. Delivering this talent base will be critical to future growth. But the biggest challenge of all is that as a sector, we have never properly explained ourselves to parents, teachers, and pupils. Last month, I went along to a top-ranked academy school in West London doing the Speakers for Schools programme. King Solomon's, it's called. I had the breakfast slot with their very bright first-year sixth formers. I talked to them about which games, music, TV, online, fashion, and video they consumed. They answered with great relish. But when I asked them then, what were the jobs which produced all this intoxicating content, they had not a clue. So here's the point. We have a crucial task ahead of us to define the career pathways into our sector and our industries. If we don't, we'll fail to recruit the next generation of talent. There's another big challenge too. Over the past 10 years, the take-up of the GCSE design and technology appears to have fallen by a rather shocking 70%. These are the career technologists of the future. Why the decline? We have to find out and put it right. The output of the creative industries is, in effect, our national conversation. I think we all understand that. The games, the TV, the music, the advertisements, the publications are the means by which we develop and interrogate our values. But our sector is not as representative as it should be. If we claim to be the beating heart of our culture, then we need to draw on all communities. And we simply cannot tackle this without explaining to children what our career pathways are. So it is a critical task. There are lots of opportunities emerging at the moment. The introduction of local skills improvement plans, where companies can work together to define the skills they need from local FE and HE colleges. A lifelong loan entitlement that will bring talented people back into work or allow folk to switch sectors. And the emergence of degree apprenticeships and T-levels should mean we can embed training and education in our companies more dynamically. But if we haven't done the grunt work on career pathways, we'll never be able to capitalize on these opportunities. So, you'll have noticed a recurrent theme tonight, that though we're a young, emerging sector, and not everyone's caught on yet. The creative industries were defined in 1997. We were the first country ever to delineate such a sector, though many have now followed suit. Soon it was being measured by the ONS via the 9 key subsectors. I think you know what they are. But they added, not long after, actually, the publication that first Chris Smith did, a useful definition, and I think you all know it, industries which have their origin in individual creativity, skill, and talent, and which have a potential for wealth and job creation through the generation and exploitation of intellectual property. Now, in the years since, we've moved on rapidly, but nevertheless not enough, because in Britain, we over-inform ourselves on our traditional manufacturing sectors, and we under-inform ourselves about our sunrise sectors. I'm therefore very pleased that our very own Policy and Evidence Centre, PEC, our host today, is now having a new lease of life, funded by AHRC, as Chris outlined, and housed at the RSA and Newcastle University. We're going to need better data to inform fruitful future policies. For example, we think we export roughly 52 billion a year of goods and services. The real figure might be rather better than that. We need much better tracking of digital exports. We'll be looking to the PEC to come up with new, more sophisticated measures to capture the emerging stuff that's difficult to tie down and doesn't conform to the old norms of the last century. A good example is CreaTech, with its blend of skills creating a category that our cobwebbed old definitions don't recognize. Without that move forward, will always be a poor relation in our exploitation of things like R&D tax reliefs and the apprenticeship levy. But perhaps most important of all, there's a piece of work I'd really like to see the PEC champion. I haven't warned them about this, and they haven't said yes, but I'm going to say it anyway. Our sector is now one of 5 priority sectors for growth, according to the government. I've demonstrated this morning, I hope you think, the huge potential of R&D-led innovation that we offer, and that we've only just got started. So here's the key question. How much of the nation's research monies are devoted to the creative industries? How much is being invested in this sector that's growing employment massively faster than the economy in general, but with so much potential to go further? We don't have those numbers, but we should have those numbers. Just one more example of the data we need to make good policy going forward. My suspicion, by the way, is that a sector that's worth 6% of the economy gets less than 2% of the official research cake, and that other much smaller sectors get much more. Well, let's find out, shall we? I should say it's a given that you can't invest in research simply on the size of a sector. The genuine opportunities for investment have to be there, but I think we've established today those opportunities assuredly do exist in the creative industries. One other thing to remember this morning, success for the creative sector also increasingly means success for the rest of the British economy, via the advertising and marketing that burnishes all our brands and drives sales, via the game engines that now enable product design in the car industry, via the VR and AR, which assists civil engineers and architects to create digital twins of cities, via the real-time technology that helps deliver mental health services. This, my friends, is the power of STEAM. S-T-E-A-M. And I'd like to hear you tell me what that spells. STEAM. Come on, wake up. STEAM. Thank you. Let's remember that word, STEAM. I hope I have demonstrated this morning that our sector is one of R&D-led innovation. We'll never grow our sector and seize the great Createch opportunity we have without good data and great analysis. So my closing message is for our hosts of this event, the PEC. And my message is wind in your sails. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful conference today.
Thank you so much, Baz. Thank you very much. And welcome again to everyone in the room, including, I suspect we might have some very young members, future members of the creative workforce here today, and they are very, very welcome, so that's fantastic. Brilliant provocations, observations, insight from Baz to set us off, and now I'm going to bring our first panel up to the stage for our State of Creativity discussion. So please up to the stage, Tom Adeula, technology entrepreneur and co-founder of Extend Ventures, Hassan Bakshi, director at the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre, Leonie Bell, director of the V&A Dundee, Lord Neil Mendoza, Commissioner for Cultural Recovery and Renewal, and Sarah Pepper, co-director of the Creative Economy Unit at Cardiff University. Absolutely amazing panel. Please welcome them up to the stage. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning. So I've got Sarah, Neil, Leonie, Hassan, and Tom on stage with me now. And we're going to have this panel. This panel's going to last about half an hour. If you do have burning questions, please pop them in the Slido during the course of it. And if we have time, we will get to them at the end. It was in the 90s when the term the creative industries was coined. That was the cool Britannia era. Do we remember that? Does anyone remember all those days? A lot has happened since those times. So what next for the creative industries, and what do we need to get there? I think these are questions that Hassan, as director of the PEC, is grappling with daily, and he's put his thoughts together in a very comprehensive essay, which you'll find in the report published today. So I'm just going to ask Hassan to frame this discussion by identifying some of those key themes. And then afterwards, I'll invite the panel. We're going to have a conversation to pick up on what Hassan has identified. So, Hassan, since your manifesto for the creative industries was published in 2013, what would you say are the key policy changes that have taken place?
Thanks, Caroline. And let me sort of say hello and good morning to everyone.
It's so nice to see so many old friends and colleagues. It's been many, many years in many cases, so I'm really delighted to be here and also to be speaking in one of my favourite rooms in the world, so it's very exciting for me. 10 years ago, it was commonplace to state that the creative industries were one of the UK's great unsung economic success stories. Thanks partly to improvements in the official statistics, we can no longer say this is the case. The creative industries, we know, are responsible for 2.3 million jobs, and GVA, gross value added, is growing at double the rate in the rest of the economy. In the areas of research and development and innovation specifically, there is more widespread recognition of R&D in the creative industries, as Baz said, at least in the more tech-intensive sectors. But in the UK, innovation policy is missing a big trick in not recognising the importance of R&D in the arts, humanities and the social sciences, which we know from our research is disproportionately important in the creative industries. Do we really think that the great innovation challenges of our day, the climate emergency, anemic productivity growth, can be addressed without engaging these disciplines? In the area of regional economic development or levelling up, it is striking that culture and heritage is one of the 3 top stated government priorities, alongside investment in transport and high street regeneration. But investment in the commercial creative industries, think advertising, publishing, architecture, design and so on, fits less easily into the narrative of culture-led regeneration and the role of cultural and heritage assets in lifting pride in place. Createch, which Baz talked about earlier, where creativity meets digital technology, is another area where the practice of policy does not always match the rhetoric. The departmental absorption of digital into the DCMS in 2017, and of course many of you all know this was recently reversed, meant surely that the creative industries' needs featured more prominently in debates about platform regulation. But in other ways, government has been on the back foot. And the case in point I give in the essay in today's State of Creativity report is music streaming, where it was left to the DCMS Select Committee, the parliamentary committee, not the government, to raise concerns about the possible negative impact of market power in music streaming on musicians' earnings. Education and skills, perhaps, is the most glaring problem, at least in England. In schools, the arts and design has been deprioritised in the national curriculum. In higher education, creative arts and design qualifications have been characterised as low value added, both for the individual, the student, and the country. However, it's really important that there's a need for policy benchmarking in this area, given that there are very significant variations across the nations, and hopefully we'll pick up on some of this in our discussion. Migration is another area where policy has not fully recognised the needs of the creative industries. Now, migration is a really difficult policy area. In high-skilled industries more generally, when you have skill shortages, the market response is to bid up wages, which induces a higher supply of domestic talent, supplemented by immigration through the skilled worker route. But in sectors like the creative industries, high levels of intrinsic motivation and the reliance of some parts of the workforce on low and declining levels of public investment means that wages can stay low, even for very highly skilled talent. Now, the migration system really needs to work for sectors like these as well, but we must also consider how policy can promote wage growth. Perhaps the 2 most vital challenges facing the creative industries today are diversity inclusion, or the lack of, and the climate emergency. And these are issues which have until recently received the least attention from policymakers. They are the areas where the challenges are most systemic in nature, and they are the areas where our ignorance about the optimal policy response is the greatest. And it was quite depressing actually to see the early results of the slido, where workforce diversity, if you notice, was right down the bottom in terms of confidence that people have will be addressed. The lack of diversity and inclusion, of course, is partly a consequence of the low wage economy that exists in parts of the creative workforce, as I noted earlier. It's no coincidence that diversity and inclusion and the climate emergency are the 2 single biggest cross-cutting priorities that we will tackle in future PEC work. So I've covered a lot of ground in just a couple of minutes, so I wanted to summarise my key takeaways. The creative industries are now widely acknowledged, as Christopher Smith said earlier, as an economic strength in UK industrial policy. This was not the case 10 years ago. Substantial progress has been made in areas like R&D and creative clusters. But the creative industries' needs are largely unmet and their potential contributions unrecognised in other essential policy areas. The standout example for me is education and skills, at least in England. And in the areas of diversity, inclusion and the climate emergency, the policy work is really only just now beginning.
Thank you very much, Hassan. So, rhetoric not matching policy. I think you've given us some very specific examples there. I'd like to invite the panel to respond to some of that with their own observations. And Sarah, I'm going to come to you first, because actually, from Wales, being from Wales, there's a very different approach to policy in this area than there might be in other parts of the UK. So may I invite you to respond first of all?
Yeah, of course. Bore da pawb. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the invite to come and talk, and particularly to give a voice for what's happening in Wales. I'm very grateful to Hassan for his work on, continually recognising what's happening in the nations and that being different. We don't have school strikes in Wales today. I'm not sure what's happening in Scotland and Northern Ireland. Policy has been different there. I mean, the most significant policy relating to all of that around infrastructure has certainly, from my perspective, been the cluster programme. We're very fortunate in Cardiff, as you saw on the map, to be able to launch and deliver cluster. And that was matched then. We were fortunate again to then maximise the policy differential then in Wales to add to that. So we had significant contribution from the Welsh Government. Creative Wales is an agency that Welsh Government set up, an arm's length body that supports the creative industry. So we have Arts Council Wales and Creative Wales. So we were certainly able to maximise that, but also then looking to local and regional differences and opportunities. So we have the Cardiff Capital Region Government, so our own regional government there, that we've also been able to bring in to support infrastructure development as we've developed that work thereafter. So we've been able to look at all layers of government, local government, regional government, national government, and UK-wide government too.
So that has helped. Do you think that has really helped make the progress, the fact that these are all sort of much more joined up conversations, would you say, than they are elsewhere?
I'd say undoubtedly, and I'd say for a couple of reasons. One, just the sheer fundamentals of joining the dots and bringing everyone in and making that happen. So leveraging up those kind of programs and that infrastructure to support the sector, engage with the sector and work with education, and as well as policy, as well as the sector, as well as academia. But I think undoubtedly bringing together that group of stakeholders was fundamental in us being able to bid into the UKRI Strength in Places programme and successfully position a £50 million bid called Media Cymru, which we're just in our first year of operationalising. And I think you can't bid into those sort of sizable schemes and bring on board the kind of trust of the funders without having that kind of infrastructure in place. So that was, I think, fundamental in thinking about our growth trajectory and how everybody could pull together, embracing that quadruple helix model that we all talk about a lot. And I think we've really done that successfully in Cardiff and the region.
Super, thank you. Tom, I'm going to bring you in here from your perspective as an entrepreneur, technology, and also you're very involved in education. So I'm going to bring in you here for your thoughts.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've spent my career sort of working in emerging technologies across the creative sector, so sport, film, music, fashion, gaming. And I think sort of coming to the point that Baz has mentioned around STEAM versus STEM, like, I very much adhere to the Steve Jobs mantra of it's when you bring arts and the sciences together that the magic happens. That's been key, and that's been there all the way through my career. And I think it's something that's really important, going back to the education of the next generation, that we push that through. So I've been mentoring sort of the first cohort of a new GCSE in creative technology, which was being pioneered by St Paul's Girls' School in West London. And I think that's taken a new approach to what was CDT, which has been in massive decline, which is about how do you bring children together to try and solve problem in creative ways. So you have different members of the team. Typical GCSEs are very singular, whereas actually everything that we're doing going forward is about bringing people together and understanding people's different skills and how they fit to solve problem. And all the challenges that we have going forward are multidisciplinary. And I think as we think about that, our creative talent and skill that we have in the UK, it's about how do we bring that to the fore rather than create a sort of fake STEAM versus creative technologies type of situation. So I think during COVID, my young daughters taught me that the art of successful improv is yes and. So how can we create that in how we move forward? And certainly on the R&D side, I think we have to establish and understand what R&D is and broaden the scope of what is included in that, so that we can efficiently basically provide investment into new ideas in areas that typically haven't received the funding that they should get.
And on the observation about the rhetoric, because we have heard the rhetoric about STEAM for a very, very long time, and how important that is. So on that observation of the rhetoric not matching the policy, what would you think about that? And I can see, well, Neil Mendoza, do you want to?
Oh, I see. No, I was just waving at Baz. But no, you must just carry on.
Is he heckling in the front? He said he would, didn't he? Sorry, Tom, over to you, and then perhaps I'll go to you.
Just following that through, I think, I tend to think of like numeracy is a good thing. I think talking about maths as a typical old-fashioned type of subject isn't very useful, and I think you're creating this sort of diversive situation versus one versus another, whereas I think the rhetoric needs to be more about, certainly I specifically think going into this new era of generative AI, I think actually a lot of what we've been trying to push on STEAM devalues, and a lot of what we're talking about on the creative and arts and humanities side actually will grow in value, right? A generative AI is not going to deliver a live theatre performance. Creative arts will, and I think those types of abilities to basically generate products and services that create emotion and create feeling are going to be the key elements of the next generation in how we move forward.
And creating emotion and creating feeling, and how we use our cultural assets to do that using technology is an area that I know you're very you're looking at very closely, aren't you, Neil? So would you like to tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I suppose I'm here from the ministry, so I'm involved in the management of DCMS, and actually I'm on the culture side, which in a way speaks to something that Hassan was talking about, which is that DCMS divides its response to the cultural and creative sectors in silos. So we have a cultural bit, which includes museums, heritage, performing arts, and so on, and then the creative industries are a completely separate part. And although we talk to each other, it is a bit odd that those two things are divided up. But in contrast to Hassan's sort of slightly gloomy introduction, what I wanted to do is perhaps echo Baz's enthusiasm and say that actually we are in a better place at the moment as a sector than we would have been from a government point of view. And this isn't a party political broadcast, but what it is that over the last 7 years that I've been involved in DCMS, what I've noticed is a massive change in the attention that government and government agencies are paying to the culture and creative industry sector. It's massive. So, for example, just in the last manifesto, everyone was very excited when we announced a £250 million culture investment fund, which has done great work. But that's been dwarfed by all the experiences since. So, for example, the government response during COVID, when the Chancellor, now Prime Minister, and again, I'm really emphasising this isn't saying the Conservatives are great. It's nothing to do with that. But what it is that during COVID, the only sectors to achieve major interventions specifically for those sectors, over and above furlough and all the other things, was culture, with the Cultural Recovery Fund of nearly £2 billion of government money, and the film and television sector with a £500 million film and television restart backing to ensure the sector against COVID so that it could carry on. And since then, I could add so many more things. And one, like, for example, the creative tax reliefs that have just been reaffirmed at significant levels. If you look at the Levelling Up Fund, you mentioned that the Levelling Up Fund has 3 things to it, and that's not a DCMS thing, it's a Department of Levelling Up. It's a £5 billion fund. It can only go into regeneration, transport, and culture. We've never been in that position where other government departments are investing in culture. And I could list the Community Ownership Fund, the Towns Fund, the Borderlands Fund. There are so many different things. And what I want for people to take from that is there is an enthusiasm culminating in this idea of investment zones and the culture, creative industries being a priority sector, that somehow government, and government isn't any one thing, it's an amorphous mass that collects, has got the point that this is a really, really important sector. And so what I'm urging people to do is to move with, I'm not saying we're there, I'm not saying we have all the answers yet, but we're in a much better place than we were even a few years ago.
But even if,
I was just going to ask a question as somebody who's sat through this with the change of DSIT coming out of DCMS. Do you see that as an opportunity, or do you see that as a potential risk to the...
No, it's turning out to be a fantastic opportunity, because the departments are still close. They're actually in the same building, same people. But what it means is that the Secretary of State can now really focus on the culture, creative industries, and also sport, of course. And so it's actually allowing a greater focus on our areas. And it's a good thing that a single Secretary of State isn't being diverted into all the other incredibly important areas that the new science department will cover.
I was just going to pick up on the point that Hassan made about the fact that even though we can all say the industries are valued, the creative industries are valued more than ever, but actually going down to it in terms of wages in the sector, in terms of job insecurity in the sector, in terms of people being able to make a credible living, it's still quite far behind, and it's not as attractive, and it speaks to some of the points on diversity and inclusion. It's still the case that people from certain backgrounds find it much easier to cope with jobs in the creative industries because they're not so well paid. Do you have any comments on how we can shift the dial on that?
Well, it goes back to what Baz was talking about, with making sure that we have the skills pathways and making sure that we get to school children at a young age. And I know that my colleague, Robert Spector-McGreen, who's the director of the creative industries at DCMS, will be talking later, and will be covering skills in more detail.
So we're going to be hearing that. Leonie, we haven't come to you yet. I wondered if you wanted to pick up on any of the points that Hassan said, and anything that's particularly relevant to the Scottish experience.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I suppose I feel I can't totally represent an entire country, but I can represent it from the experience I've had. And actually, maybe rather than the word gloom, I actually had a bit of a moment when I was on the train coming down from Dundee yesterday, reading your report, Hassan, and reflecting, and felt a bit heartsore actually, but then I came to thinking that sense of being heartsore around this is a good feeling, because actually I really welcome the fact that you didn't come out with enormous bravado and positioning, that actually it was a really gentle exploration of the kind of the weeds that we find ourselves in, and weeds are good things. I think, they're the most resilient things within our gardens. So I graduated in 1997, and I'd just kind of forgotten about that, as you do, and I'd never really acknowledged to myself that I graduated the year that I suppose the UK gave birth to the creative industries. One of my first jobs was in design retail. I then worked on an enormous, huge lottery-supported event when Glasgow was UK City of Architecture and Design, ran an architecture and design gallery, worked on things like the Olympics, and then went into Creative Scotland, Scottish Government policy, and worked in local government before finding myself back in what I describe as my natural habitat as running Scotland's Design Museum, V&A Dundee. So on those reflections, though, I guess, when I was feeling a little heartsore and a little sad reading it all, was I have been in so many rooms over those 26 years, as all of us have, telling each other how good we are, how what we do really, really matters. The challenge is still, how do we get out of these rooms? How do we create networked communities of interest that are interdisciplinary beyond our own rooms and our own kind of comfortable communities? And I still feel 25 years on, we have yet to crack that, and the answer may be in R&D, it may be in data. I think probably we need to really think about data visualization, how you do bring emotion into the stories that we tell. We have more data than we've ever had, yet it isn't really making a difference. There is really, really good kind of ring-fence support, I think, across all of our governments, UK and devolved, but I guess to move out of the kind of the sad, heartsore, gloomy state of mind, is I'm still an eternal optimist that our imagination is the greatest resource that humankind has, that society has. And as a bit of a natural producer, I suppose, after reading the report and thinking about it last night, I came to this view that I still refer to Jenny Lee's white paper of the 60s as one of the most transformative arts policies that this country has ever reacted to through action. And really it was the mobilisation of lots of different sectors celebrating the value of art, culture, design, architecture, and societal values. We haven't really done that in the decades since, and to me it seems like the greatest opportunity we've got is that we mobilise a huge kind of production network around what society we want. So all those ring-fence funds are really, really important, but what do we want? What do we want society to look like, and what is our role within that? And I guess the really, really hardcore action is we have talked about our value through my entire career, yet I am working with less budgets now than I was in 1999 when lottery first came out. So that does mean that it's a less diverse sector. I am resolutely middle class in my background. I see my workforce in my own organisation around me more middle class than it was when I first started working probably 25 years ago. So what do we do with all of that? I think we've got to hold ourselves to account too, and there is so much opportunity. But I guess it is this kind of, I just wish we could find a way to mobilise out with ourselves. That's a great Scottish word to maybe close on. How do we mobilise out with ourselves and think about what can we do in terms of producing something that learns from the last 25 years, but also actually really moves us on. And at scale, I think it's time for scale.
Thank you very much. And actually, I'm just keeping an eye here on the questions that are coming in. And there's one which I think speaks to some of what you've just said there, Leonie, about that shared vision, that really dynamic shared vision. So we have a question here from Adam Buss, who said, when we've got global challenges like climate change, like the climate emergency, how do we best create bridges between the sector to create effective cross-sectoral working to face these global challenges? So I'm just going to throw that open to anyone anyone on the panel who wants to pick up on that question. Yes,
shall I pitch in?
Yes.
Well, one of the ways is working across and joining up with different kinds of agencies. So, for example, I have another job at the University of Oxford, which has unbelievable leading climate science research. And of course, we don't really work between the cultural sector necessarily and environmental scientists. There's an enormous amount going on. I was with a climate scientist yesterday who he had his report, which said that in 20 years we'll be using half as much energy as we do now, and being able to live in exactly the same way because of technological development. So there's lots of interesting stuff going on, and it would be good to see us team up with climate scientists as well.
I think those networks are absolutely key. I mean, through Cluster, we've been funding into environmental-related projects for the past 4 years. So we've been doing a lot of what we call greening the screen work, and through Media Cymru we've put in a significant green fund to encourage our creative community to work with others on not just projects and R&D activity that will solve the kind of environmental related challenges for the creative sector, but look at bigger picture storytelling and so on. I mean, it's jumping from storytelling of one thing to another. I think the point that Leonie was making there in terms of us telling our story. There is something quite ironic, isn't there, that, we are the storytellers, we would probably say, and we haven't quite managed to nail this. And actually, sometimes I feel that, I love Baz's point, and I was making the very same one yesterday about, how much, the creative sector contributes to the UK economy as much as this sector, that sector, and another. And when I was preparing for this session with the Cardiff Capital Region yesterday, I thought, well, if we're bigger than life sciences, aerospace, and whatever sectors we want to choose, how big are those sectors? So life sciences is one that we always say, and life sciences. Life sciences have got their messages out there. Well, obviously I quite like data, so working at a university. So life sciences returns 27 billion to the economy. I think creative sector is 84.1. So that scale is really interesting, and I don't want to, then it gets divisive in itself, doesn't it? Because then we're suddenly against another sector. We don't want to be against another sector, we want to work with. So, I suppose the green and the ED&I is important, because those are, without wanting to use the sort of cross-cutting themes, those are opportunities where we can work with others. So rather than say we're bigger, less, more than another, it's like, what are they good at? What have they done really well? What opportunities do they have? What can we bring to add value to that, to solve these significant issues together?
So co-opetition, really, with other sectors.
Yeah, yes. I like that. Yeah.
Leonie, you wanted to
just
come in?
back to the question, because I think we're all probably struggling with it, and we all, I've got kids that have got climate anxiety. You do worry, how do you make a difference? How are we responsible now for the planet that so generously hosted us? And actually, I kind of think the ideas are in seed form, and what a lot of the, Baz has said, Chris has said, and the panellists today have said, is that I think we actually need a revolution in education. That actually teaching within the restrictive subjects isn't working anymore. We need to look at places like Baltimore who've created completely new ways of kind of teaching kids from really diverse, challenging backgrounds, where actually you work towards a production point, an outcome of understanding what multidisciplinary learning can do for climate change within your local community, poverty, all of those things. I had my eldest kid is now studying computing science, but she wasn't allowed to choose 2 hires in columns, 1 computing science and 1 art. And it was like, come on, that is insane. That's the 2 subjects she needs to be doing. to work as a computing scientist. So how have we got to that point where the organisation of columns in timetabling is more important than the people that we are training up to develop society? So sorry, it's a personal story, but it's kind of stayed with me. So I kind of feel we have to start. And in Dundee, because we are a cluster, because we are small, and Anita from the art school is here, we talk often, what if we can put our arms around the 8 high schools in Dundee? What if we try that? What if you try it in one of the clusters that was on Baz's maps and actually look at clusters that are around early years, primary and secondary, and see where we get? I think it's okay to experiment a little bit as long as your intentions are all right.
Agrees. Vaguely agrees.
Yes, our young member in the audience completely agrees with that. Hassan.
I just thought in this conversation of a fantastic report that Pauline Tambling produced. I don't know if Pauline's in the audience, but she produced for, I think it was the Gulbenkian a few weeks ago, where she made the point that what's missing in education debates in England at the moment is we've lost sense of what the purpose of education actually is. If the arts and the creative industries can lead that conversation somehow and take advantage of this political opportunity that Neil has pointed out, the government, it's undoubtedly the case that that there has been significant progress in terms of making the case in government more widely. I mean, on a number of different levels, you see that. If we could take advantage of that and actually lead that conversation about what the purpose of education is, that's the sort of fundamental shift that's needed if we're going to obviously maximise our contribution to the climate emergency.
And just to follow up on the piece about how we come together, I think the UK, we're great at the creating, we're not very good at the showcasing, and we're the humble Brits, right? So we don't do the thing which Americans are much better at doing, which is the hype and marketing piece of like, this is what we're doing, this is what's coming out. So out of the university, we talked about university spin-outs earlier, this sense of like what is happening in all of these institutions, showcasing that to other people, creating like great spaces for people from other industries to come and see in a safe way and in an inclusive way. That can create some of the sort of like serendipitous magic again to happen. So when I created my company, it was from the process of going to a university, meeting professors, seeing research that had been done, and then creating a company around a piece of research. So that element of like bringing different skills and thoughts to things that are already happening, I think doesn't happen as much as it could do. And that's something that we should work on.
Sounds like you might be arguing for a reboot of Cool Britannia for this generation.
Well, I think there were calls for that post the Brexit, and that sort of like fizzled into this unboxed type thing, which didn't really do what could have been a good opportunity, actually.
I've got quite a few questions here. A few minutes left. I'm just going to pick. This came in a little while ago, but I'm going to pick this one. Is the creative sector's economic rhetoric becoming a hostage to fortune as digital is transferred out of DCMS? Do you want to take that one, Neil?
No, I don't. Well, I think we sort of already slightly covered that question in the sense that there are incredibly close relationships between DCMS and the Science Department, and with the new amazing Chief Scientific Officer, Angela McLean, who's been specifically tasked, I think, by the Chancellor to come up with a review of the digital and creative sector. So I think it's going to be okay.
But do you, the terming of the hostage to fortune, anyone worried about that? Hassan, you look.
I'm not sure I understand in what sense.
I think it's talking about the digital. Are they talking about the digital creative industries being transferred out of DCMS, which might be a misunderstanding? Because I don't believe that's. I mean,
I am very obviously Neil is very well placed to comment on the extent to which the departmental shifts are going to be good or bad news for the creative industries. It's not a concern I have is that when I look back at the last few years, I definitely think the creative industries have benefited from digital being within the DCMS. When I think about the ongoing debates about platform regulation, very specific issues around, let's say, loot boxes in the gaming industry, I think the co-location of digital and creativity within the same department has been very helpful for the creative industries. Think about all the work that the Creative Industries Council has done with the internet platforms in terms of having, trying to get some voluntary agreements to sort of try and step down on antisocial behaviours online. I think that has benefited the creative industry. So I do worry. But I do find some reassurance in what you're saying, Neil, that early days are positive.
Okay, thank you. We've got time for a couple more questions, so I'm just going to read this one out. Again, going back to some of the things we talked about in terms of challenges of working in the sector. How can policy support individual artists and cultural workers navigating the inequalities of the sector, especially low pay and uncertainty? Throwing that open to the panel, any ideas, or any ideas perhaps that have been done in some of the developed nations?
I think this is an interesting one. Like, whilst I was working on a startup funding review for the Labour Party, something that came up quite a few times was the old enterprise allowance scheme, which I know that Eliza mentioned on the Reasons to Be Cheerful podcast as well recently. And I think Ireland have been pushing this notion again of giving out allowances to singular artists and freelancers and creatives. And I think off the back of the enterprise allowance scheme back in the 80s and 90s, we've had, you know, Tracy Emmons, the Julian Dunkertons of Superdry. There were things that came out of that by helping that initial early stage. And certainly I've seen, in looking at underrepresented communities, that lack of having some form of like backstop is like really sort of debilitating and stops things happening which other parts of society and certainly middle classes take for granted. You know, my wife started working film. She worked for a year for nothing. In fact, minus £2 a week in terms of what she got for travel allowance and what it actually cost. You can only do that if you're from one particular class of people. And when I started my startup, I started on the premise that we'd always give London living wage for interns, like no doubt, so that anybody could come from anywhere and work for us. And you have to start on that basis, and there's no excuse for things like unpaid internships and giving that first bite of the cherry. And I think there's been some interesting work done by, is it Jowood One-to-One Fund, which is looking at basically giving lottery-style grants to anybody to try and basically increase the diversity of what comes through. And that's been done in Europe on science grants. So this idea of like, how can we, you know, give that spark and not be as controlling on who we think are going to be the good people, but actually let more people try.
Do they still exist, those unpaid internships? I thought we'd got rid of them in the sector, hadn't we? Do they still exist? Yes? Really?
Yeah, I'm on one.
Wow. Wow. I honestly thought we had eradicated that particular trend, but how naive was I? I am going to have to draw this to a close because we do have a packed agenda, so I'm very sorry if I haven't got to your questions. But I hope our panellists, most of them will be able to stick around, so if you're here in the room with us at BFI, you might be able to collar them over a coffee a little bit later on. But just a very, very quick one before we wrap up. I'm going to ask you, each of you, and I'm going to start on the end with you, Tom. If you were Prime Minister, what one policy change would you make tomorrow to support the UK's creative industries?
I think with all things, it always starts with education, and I'm bemused at how little that features in the public debate, whereas I think, you know, roll back 10, 20 years ago, there was a lot of thinking about this, and I think we really need a revolution in how we educate our children, as has been already discussed.
There we go. Well, you get their vote with that. Hassan.
I can't really add to Tom. I mean, I think we need to have a symbolic and substantive promotion of arts and culture on the national curriculum in England, at least.
Sorry, I'm having a fight in my mind about whether I want to be Prime Minister or First Minister. I think probably I'd redesign Cabinet. And like, I'm not sitting here with any real political nous, but I'd redesign Cabinet around the themes and theories that we're talking, and not departments that feel like they're from a different age. So actually you are working towards a different sort of future in that interdisciplinary way. So that probably is an impossible thing, but I think it's time to redesign Cabinet around climate, creativity, community, all of that sort of stuff.
You get their vote as well. Neil Lord Mendoza, are you allowed to answer this question?
Yeah, no, I'll try a slightly different one. Eliza Easton and I, Eliza of PEC, we have a thing, and the thing is about soft power. And that's an area where I think culture can really help, both the dissemination of the UK's soft power internally, within the country, and externally. We know that China and Russia are brilliant at soft power in parts of the world like Africa, and we're not. And I think our culture sectors could be, you know, pulled together and do so much more. And the reason they do that, I would also reorganise Cabinet, and I'd have a soft power Secretary of State, because I think that would be really brilliant to bring together culture education and sport and all the various other elements that make up UK soft power to really help our sectors get the stories across and also help the planet.
I have to say, as a former employee, power to the British Council for doing that.
I know.
And I think we will have one of my colleagues later on this afternoon who's talking about the British Council's role in that. So thank you for saying that. Thank you very much. And finally to you, Sarah.
I would have said education because I think it is fundamental. I mean, I think Hassan alluded to this, but you know, in Wales we had a curriculum change last year, brand new curriculum, and one of those 6 pillars is expressive arts. So I guess we've got to wait 5 or 10 years to see whether that has any impact. But I think that was a brilliant policy intervention for Wales, certainly. I think I'd put in place some schemes that meant that creatives were out there in all sectors, in all places, as much as possible. So having creatives in residence in every public sector organisation in all of the 4 nations. And then look at some of our spaces. I think, you know, infrastructure and space and visibility is important as well. We've all got tons of empty shops on every single high street of every town and every city that we're living in. So I would make those available to creatives as well. So they'd be going into organisations and they'd have visibility in the public realm as well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's all we have time for, unfortunately, but please give a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, panel. And while our fantastic first panellists leave the stage, we're going to ask our next panellists to come forward, because we have a next panel which is really beautifully feeding off some of what we talked about there, which is on talent and skills in the creative industries, and how we might optimize the impact on the creative workforce can make to the creative economy. So I'm going to hand over to a new chair for this next session, who is Leslie Giles, Director of Work Advance, who's been involved with much of the PEC's work in this area. So I'd like to welcome Leslie to the stage, and also the panel, Professor Ruth McElroy, who is Head of the School of Arts, Culture and Languages at the University of Bangor, Robert Spectorman-Green, who's Director of Media and Creative Industries at DCMS, Tolu Stedford, co-founder of Story Compound, and Katia Travkina, who is the Coordinator of Culture, Creative Industries and Local Development at the OECD. So Leslie and panel, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, we seamlessly switch places, and my head is already buzzing with the excitement of all the discussion and the new ideas we've had, so I hope we can keep the level of interest and excitement going in this session. And already heard a lot from speakers about the importance of this panel discussion, which is on skills and talent, and so we really need to kind of embrace that education agenda. As you've heard, I'm Leslie Giles, I'm chairing this session. We've also recognised this morning the importance of diversity, so it's important that I also say something visually in terms of a description about myself. I'm white, I'm female. In terms of where I come from Nottingham, so I've lived in the UK my whole life, although I'd really like to have lived somewhere else, but at some point in my time, but it's not too late. I'm wearing a green dress and black jacket, but I feel sort of looking at that lovely picture we had earlier of Harry Styles in a tutu, I feel a bit inadequate. And the other thing I wanted to say in terms of my description around diversity is to say that I am in my 50s. Which I don't know where the time has gone, but one of the things I think is really important to draw attention to in the context of a education and skills debate is having some kind of institutional memory, because circles and going round them endlessly and reinventing wheels, I mean, in the context of the importance of this investment piece, we do need to have some degree of continuity and stability over time. So that's something, you know, I'm starting off chair, so I'm going to kind of hog the floor in terms of making some important points. And the whole purpose of this, and perhaps this is where the interest is going to come from, people can disagree with me. That is allowed. You can't hear me? Okay, I need to jiggle this a bit. Is that better? So you haven't heard anything I've said. It was absolutely fascinating. So I've got an endless pile of things on my lap. I'm not quite sure why, so I'm going to get rid of those. So what I wanted to do was to start off, and I do promise that I will allow other people to speak, but I did actually want to start off with some introductory remarks, which was just to really say something about the format for this session. We've all been in discussion already about it, so hopefully in that sense it won't be a surprise for anybody. And then really I was going to set out some sort of thoughts really in terms of principles to set that we can kind of debate about in this session in terms of skills. And I think the first thing, I mean, not really that complex in terms of format, but we are going to be doing this, going through this process of building on the approach that's already started within the conference, is that we kind of look back and try to assess the performance of the different parts of the creative industries over time. And we'll try not be too gloomy about some of these issues, but really get to the heart of what we think's been behind that success. And obviously this is about really focusing on skills and talent contribution, and try to use insights to look forward, to think about, you know, really picking up, I guess, the challenge which was set down as well in the earlier session about what does success look like? What do we want the future to look like in terms of the creative workforce, the effectiveness of that creative workforce, the contribution it can make, and how we can help support that creative workforce to make that contribution. And we've talked about already lots of features that are associated with the success of the creative industries in various ways. We've talked about research and development, we've talked about innovation, we've talked about early adopters of emerging technologies, shaping technologies, digitally enabled sectors. We've talked about globalization. But what are the features that are really important about the creative workforce? Can we unpack some of those? For a start, if we look at some of the analysis from the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre, we see it's a highly skilled workforce. That's really important to underline. Highly qualified workforce. 3/4 nearly of the workforce have a degree or higher. And in some of the recent debates I've been at, the proportions, we think we're going to shift the dial even further in the future in terms of the proportions of people with higher degrees and higher qualifications. They're highly skilled workers. 95% of people that are working in the creative workforce, work in creative occupations that are regarded as highly skilled. If we're talking about data and we look at standard occupation classification, everybody will switch off them because we hate that. But in that sense, the good story in using standard occupation classification in a creative context is that 95% of people are highly skilled. We have a very heterogeneous workforce. We have a high level of entrepreneurial activity. We have a high degree of freelance workers, double the rate of freelance workers to the economy as a whole, high proportions of small businesses, and a lot of thinking that that is a key aspect in terms of driving creativity and driving the innovation. And we're seeing that although we've had a period of subdued growth during the COVID pandemic, that we've had prior to COVID great growth in terms of employment, and future trajectories expect us to return to those periods of growth. So that's the opportunity here that we need to unlock. The challenge is that we're already starting, as Peter was saying, you start to unlock economic activity, you start to drive skill shortages and skill deficiencies. You see where there are gaps in that kind of, in terms of latent skills gaps. And we're starting to see creative occupations featuring on the list of the government's Migration Advisory Committee, increasing numbers, designers, digital experts, arts officers and producers, architects, and I can go on. We know what the list is probably. And also we're thinking about the shortages in terms of, you know, an aspect of the education agenda is the shortages more generally across the economy in terms of creative skills as a transversal skill, and recognising the importance of that if people are going to work effectively in a modern workplace and enable those technologies. So these are some of the opportunities and challenges. What can we do about it? And the good news, and I hope the panel are going to give us further insights and thoughts about, is that we are starting to take action. Each national government, each skills system in each national government, so that's England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, are reforming their education systems and trying to move towards lifelong learning approach, which supports development of young people. Yes, that's really, really important. We've heard a lot in the earlier session about schools and early education, but we actually need to drive lifelong learning of adults too, and to inspire people to continually reskill and upskill and learn so that they can optimise their contribution. The positive news is that systems are trying to move in that direction. What do we think about how far we're getting, how far we still need to go? A second principle that I would identify from the education reforms is the need for data and LMI, to use that data to understand developments in a dynamic labour market so the system can respond appropriately to those developments and adjust the curriculum and the content of training and skills programmes. That points to responsiveness in terms of the system. So the system then has to respond once it knows how, has started to anticipate some of those skills and knows how the system is changing. And it's thinking about modern ways of delivery, modular learning, flexible learning, portable learning. What do we think about some of those different developments? And the final thing I will say, by way of introduction, is the importance of partnership in driving the skills system. And we've already talked about the multiple levels of delivery. It's not just about central government pushing things forward. It's about allowing enough flexibility at a local level so that local players can actually customise that provision so that it's appropriate and fit for purpose. And in particular, what's really key here is the whole notion of industry engagement, end-to-end in the process in terms of shaping all of those things. So those are some of the things that I would draw attention to in terms of some of the potential, I think, in trying to move forward positively on the agenda. And those would be some of the opening remarks that I would make. But I'm now going to give the panel the opportunity to give their insights. And of course, I don't know if I can get that iPad to work, if somebody can help me in the boundaries. But I do want to give you the opportunity to ask questions as well, so that I can bring you into the discussion. So without further ado, I'm going to turn to Ruth.
Hi.
And to ask you, for your perspectives, if we can kind of start off, I mean, I suppose what we're trying to do here is kind of ebb and flow between part of that picture of success is having a view on what the workforce looks like and where the workforce is going and where are some of those priority employment and skill needs. And if we can start to sort of think about that first and then think, how do we need to respond to sort of meet those demands?
Let me just, visual description, as someone who comes from a visually impaired family and is the daughter of a blind man, I'm not going to tell you I'm a woman because I know that you can work that out from what I'm saying and the tone of my voice, but I'm a white woman who's wearing an orange top because I'm somebody who does feel positive about life and actually thinks that one of the most important things that we've got to stop doing is just not being prepared to talk about pleasure, about joy, about feeling, because as somebody who's, last Saturday, I was doing an open day with prospective students and their mums and dads, right? And they are going around. They could be going into my colleagues next door who are doing computing. They could go into law. They could go into finance. And the thing that I say is, all those other people can do really great things, but when did you see a lawyer bring joy? Right? When did an accountant lift your heart? The most important thing is we can make people imagine and feel things that they have never dreamt of, and that is a heck of a privilege. But in order to sustain the people who do that, we have got to stop exploiting people. It really isn't so complicated. We need to stop thinking that investing purely in entry level is in and of itself going to stop the problem. I think of this as a bit like the water industry, right? And the criticism of water. And coming from Wales, water is such a political area. You might, if you're ever in Wales, you'll see signs, Cofiwch Tryweryn. Remember Tryweryn. Remember that a village was drowned for the sake of the resource, right? And in the heat of last summer, we started to see a whole village resurface. So water is a powerful comparison. I don't think it's ethical in a climate change emergency for water companies to think about turning the tap on ever more forcefully if what they're not doing is plugging all the leaks down the pipeline. But it's not ethically right that that's what we're doing. So yes, I want to have opportunities for new entrants. And I think that absolutely, Leslie, you're right, that relationship between education and industry and policymakers, that's the foundation. You've absolutely got to have that. And when it works, it is absolutely a joy. That's the other thing. You know, there are those moments where it can happen. And so often it happens because people have got some shared values. I think that's really key. But if we don't plug the gap, if we don't just stop hemorrhaging mid-career talent, and we know why people are leaving for the most part, it isn't that complicated. It's no childcare. It's how do you buy a house when you've never got a permanent job? These are things that we have data on. We have lived experience. And we really, really need to think about how ethically we sustain our talent. We've talked a lot, quite rightly so far, about that fusion of creative tech. Those skills needs are really, really key. And hopefully we'll come back to that in terms of the curriculum. But it's also really striking from the research that I've done that we are massively underinvesting in leadership skills.
Yes, sister.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, preach it.
Nobody's born able to do that.
Yes.
The first time anybody line manages people, it's a revelation, right? And how many of us actually got any support for that, got trained in doing any of that? We have a generation, I think, I can certainly see this in Wales in the film and TV sector, where there's a generational shift happening within indie companies. There isn't support for succession planning. People are doing their level best for sure, but we are not investing sufficiently in that. In the research that we did within Clwstwr during the pandemic, we found that only 5% of training providers were providing training around leadership and business skills. 0.1% of the companies we surveyed were investing in those skills specifically. So there's a huge deficit there that I think we really, really need to target.
Okay, that's fabulous. Now, I was going to go to Katia to sort of contrast a UK perspective with the international, but I have to go to Lou. Yeah,
Sorry. Yeah, I was feeling that.
I mean, I'm just really intrigued.
Spoken from the heart and definitely rings true. I think we've got a range of challenges, both within, I should do my introductions. I am a woman. I am a black woman. I have failing eyesight and I need glasses. I'm in my 40s. I think that's it. I've got a black top and it's quite interesting to do this, but yes, I've got a black top and some striped trousers. So there's problems in two areas. There's problems in training, and then there's problem in employment and retainment of skilled workers. The stuff in training is, there is lots of great schemes and initiatives that are happening, that are popping up. They're all over, great. However, how many of them end in something tangible, which ends in employment? The joined up kind of bridge between training and employment is still lacking. We need to be able to train people to actually get jobs. And when we're talking about underrepresented talent, there's lots of other things to navigate, not just the skill that they're training in, which is, how do you get off universal credit? How do you sustain a career and understand what a freelancer is? Because a freelancer is a business person. Yeah. We are not teaching them how to run a business. There is so many times that I have to go into drama schools and film schools and talk to the students after they're just about to graduate and ask them, do they understand what an accountant is, what their tax return is, and how to not just run a business, but interpersonal skills, which is, how do you navigate hard situations, difficult conversations, microaggressions sometimes. How do you train yourself to mentally sustain yourself through your career? And it's a whole minefield that actually not just ends in training, but also transcends to the employment space. There is lots of people that are employed in this industry that are suffering from mental health. Let's just be real. Okay, we love our industry. Our industry is beautiful. We make people happy. We can change the world, okay? However, we don't look inwards and we don't know how to appreciate and value the staff that we have. Firstly, I want to address EDI roles, just because I might represent some people, all right? This is a really challenging space to be in, to work in, especially in an EDI space in any of our industries. We have to carry the weight of representing so many different people, and also bridging the gap between the people on the outside and the people on the inside. And that's a heavy weight on our shoulders. Essentially, there is so few of us that we're all, especially in leadership positions, that they're all scattered around different industries, having their own personal mental breakdowns and having nobody to actually talk to them or understand what they're going through. So I speak to my colleagues in lots of great positions, and I'm very privileged to be where I am too. We're forming a little community of friends that know each other, but there is no official place that actually addresses bullying and harassment in the industry. And that doesn't just end with EDI. I'm talking about all of us in this room. We all need to know that there is a place where we can all go and address any issues that we're having in the workplace. That is leading to lots of holes and gaps in the industry and leaks because people can't sustain themselves mentally. Not even the financial part, which is the business side and the training, but we're talking about mental health. There is lots of people that are not, okay, in the higher echelons of the industry, there is a severe lack of representation, let's be real. Even within this room, we're still struggling, do you know? And I think that we are getting some people outside of the industry who have the professional skills to come into those roles and some of the lived experience, but they don't have the understanding of the mechanics of working within the industry, which is causing us to create policies and initiatives that are ineffective for the people that are actually on the ground, grassroots people working and trying to navigate themselves up to those positions. And that's a big problem, okay? There is another problem that people in these spaces, when we're talking about EDI, we have to stop thinking about it in a very group by group basis. The intersectionality is the key. We are not mastering the intersectionality. For instance, I am a black woman. I'm a woman. I'm black, I'm neurodiverse. That means I have a number of challenges that I have to navigate within my space in the industry. If you send me on a program just for the fact of my color, you're negating all the other challenges that I have to have. If we look at the intersectionality, we probably include a lot more of this room, meaning that we all move together. We're all responsible for looking after each other. We're all responsible for understanding the needs of somebody else that is different from you. So I think we need to just reshape the way that we're thinking about bringing people into the room. And I want to say that there has to be a culture change, because a lot of this, our industry culture is based on meetings that are in cafes and restaurants and bars, and just as human nature, you tend to socialize with the people that you identify with. That already leaves half of the people out of the room, especially maybe someone who speaks like me, like, yeah, you're right, love. Do you know what I mean? It's not the same thing. I might not feel comfortable, and the people that haven't come from my background also don't feel comfortable. That's a barrier. The second barrier is the fact that people are vulnerable to kind of accepting bad behavior because they are scared to speak out, because our industry is based on reputation. So we are bringing people into the industry and having to endure certain things and keep their mouth shut about it, and there is no central hub to hold the whole culture change of the industry and individual companies to a kind of national standard that we all appreciate that we need to be in. So I could talk about this for ages, so I'm going to shut up. But I want to say that lastly, we do need to have a culture where there is more people that are representing as many communities as possible. Simply because I know I used to have to code change to be in this industry. I used to have to say, hello, hi, how are you? Yes, okay. And honestly, I left all the most interesting bit of me outside of the door. I need to be able to call you babe in a meeting and you to know that I still know how to say my stuff. Yeah? I still know what I'm talking about. And the more I do it, the more we can all do it. I don't think it's about one group or another. It's about all of us feeling comfortable to be our authentic self in order to do our jobs the best way we can do. And if we are in the creative business, we're trying to represent the world. So that includes people that call you babe.
This is a hard act to follow, but, and I wouldn't tell you to shop up at all. But I did want to go to Katia and bring you in to, I mean, I think we're sort of starting to embellish that sort of framework, if you like, that I started to set out at the beginning. What's your take on this, coming from an international perspective and hearing some of the things that people are talking about in terms of, you know, the features of the workforce, creative workforce that are as important? And how does that compare to other countries and what needs to be done about it?
No, well, first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. And of course, for me, it's a real, very interesting opportunity, because when we started at the OECD to develop this work on creative industries, and this was a couple of years ago, of course, UK was a model for us. We looked a lot at these decades of policy and research and data and definitions, and what cities have been doing also, Glasgow's capital of culture, etc. So just a bit of a recognition of what's in this room and how important it is for other countries. Leslie, what you described as challenges and characteristics of the creative workforce here in the UK is, of course, very common across the OECD countries and beyond, I guess. Okay, beyond there are other issues like informality, etc. But it's a pretty typical situation. Well, highly skilled, maybe future-proof. Well, we have some estimates of that, but we've done that a couple of years ago before the AI. So let's see how ChatGPT transforms the jobs in the sector. Really growing at a very high pace before COVID, but in the same time, unstable income, all these hybrid forms of employment, little access to social protection. So all this is quite typical for other countries. But what I wanted to, what I thought, listening to the discussions from this morning as well, is that the understanding of the sector reached, is now outside of this room. What I mean is that there are a lot of policymakers, a lot of ministries beyond culture that finally understood the role, economic and social impact and importance of these sectors. Due to COVID, of course, because I mean, the crisis put all these issues in the limelight, and people started to realize how ill-adapted are the different policies, the social protection policies, the innovation support policies, the business support policies, how ill-adapted they are to the employment and business models typical for this sector, for these sectors. And that's a tremendous shift that is happening now across the OECD countries, that there are small fixes or large fixes now being done to all these mainstream policies. So there is more flexibility in self-employment schemes. There is a bit easier access to innovation support measures. Of course, there is this whole discussion on the definition of innovation that still needs to take place, etc. But it's a tremendous shift, and it's a tremendous improvement happening right now. And just to also try to confirm that there is this tightened attention to the creative economy, just a couple of examples. G20 now has a stream on culture and creative economy. G20 in economic development, sort of forum. Now they have also culture as one of their big themes. And across Europe, there are plenty of regions that include culture and creative sectors in their innovation and smart specialization strategies. So it's becoming a bit of a mainstream, right? It's from a niche to a mainstream sector. Maybe a couple of points closer to the skills and employment agenda that we're discussing now. One is about these jobs, well, creative jobs, creative occupations that are outside of creative sectors. Across OECD, there are around 40% of these creative jobs that are in non-creative sectors. And in Europe, between 2012 and 2021, these shares of jobs grew by 26% compared to a small decline of creative jobs in creative sectors. What I'm trying to say is that when we think about the importance of investment in arts and cultural education, let's not only think about the skills needs of neatly defined creative industries and sectors. Let's think about the whole of the economy and how this education supports economic development and productivity and innovation across the economy. So maybe that's a bit of a sort of argument that we are trying to make also in the OECD to justify more investment in this part of the education. Then a bit of another angle maybe. Of course, now that the sector has reopened, the people see, and different subsectors, they see skills shortages. Why is that? Because many people just moved out of the sector to make a living during the crisis. And I wanted to maybe focus on the non-creative jobs in creative sectors, which are as important. To put an artist on the stage, well, we say that there are maybe 9 or 10 people that work behind the stage. You said that, well, we need to be sort of focusing on the heart-lifting side of the creative jobs. But a good IP, intellectual property rights lawyer, can be also quite heart-lifting for some of the artists. And technicians as well, and light technicians, which are incredibly important for festivals, etc., etc. So when we think about skills provisions and education, we also need to think about this type of jobs, which are quite vital for the sector. And this also goes hand in hand with the fair work principles and with the decent working conditions that should be there for people to make at least a decent living out of the work that they do. And that's one of the, like, if we're talking about retention of good talent, I mean, decent work conditions is something, is one of the key criteria there. Voilà, so I have also quite a number of examples of how different countries approach this, but maybe I can...
we'll come back to that, because I'm conscious that Talia and Ruth have already started to sort of reference things that they've been involved in that work, and it'd be really good to start sort of sowing seeds about that. We're not going to have enough time to sort of cover it all, I'm sure, but at least if we can flush some of that out, that would be really helpful. And with that in mind, starting to think about action, I'm looking at Robert now and representing, I'm not expecting you to represent the whole of government and in terms of education or, UK government, looking across the different governments, of different parts of the UK on education. But what sorts of things would you emphasise that are important in terms of the DCMS agenda to really make sure that the system starts becoming responsive to industry needs, creative industry needs?
Thanks, Leslie, and good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you to the BFI for hosting us. I sponsor the BFI from DCMS. It's a great institution, and I hope you'll come back to this very room and watch things on the screen behind us. I'm a civil servant, so I don't know whether I bring joy to people's lives. I certainly get a lot of joy from being the director for media and creative industries, because it's a huge privilege to work on these sectors for what they can do economically, culturally, socially. And I've been a civil servant for over 20 years, and this is definitely the best gig that I've had in that time. And I and my team, many of whom are in this room with us today, work very hard to try to be the advocates for your sectors within government, but also to present the government's perspective to you as well. And I also am the government lead on the Eurovision Song Contest, which I think is a career high, and I can retire after this. I'm not going to start singing. There are 37 countries who will do that for you in 2 weeks' time. But actually, I hope through that I can bring some joy. And opening ceremony on the 7th of May in the great city of Liverpool, a former city of culture as well. I just wanted to make one point before I come on to the skills, and perhaps this is not intended to be completely flippant, but talking about sort of the corporate memory and speaking to Katerina's point about how creativity needs to be thought of in a broader sense. You know, we've had a lot of turnover in DCMS. I've been in the department for just over 4 years. I'm on my 6th Secretary of State. But what it does mean is that we have more people around the cabinet table who've passed through the department than would otherwise have been the case, who have an understanding for, an interest in, and a supportive of the creative industries. And, you know, there were some questions in the previous panel about the separation of digital and culture and creative industries. But, you know, the Science Secretary, who is going on maternity leave, obviously, and many congratulations to Michelle Donlan, used to be the Culture Secretary. And I don't think we should underestimate that talent pathway. So every cloud has a silver lining, as they say. And Leslie, coming back to your 4 principles, I wanted to just sort of play with them a little bit, because I see the lifelong talent pathway, the need to look from both early years right up through to adult education and lifelong learning as an absolutely central golden thread to how we should be approaching this issue. And I see your other principles around responsiveness to industry need, partnership working, and the crucial role of data as key cross-cutting enablers to that lifelong approach to education and skills that we need. And I also absolutely agree that we need to think about that golden thread, not just in terms of different stages in the life cycle, but also across the whole economy. Because, Katerina, your point about creative skills in creative sectors and in other sectors is of absolute importance, and I think we in the department are very keen to help you tell that story about the importance of creativity more generally to the economy as a whole, and how it can help find solutions for some of the big challenges that we are all facing. So in DCMS, we are the spokespeople for the creative industries, but we don't hold all of the levers. And so we are working as closely as possible with our colleagues in the Department for Education, in the Treasury, and other departments to try and address these challenges at every stage. We are working on a cultural education plan, for example, with DFE, to try and look at the school age needs, and we hope to be able to make some progress on that in this year. We are trying to enthuse more young people and get them thinking about some of the broad range of challenges that you spoke about, Tulu, through the Discover Creative Careers programme, where we're working with industry partners to get out into schools and tell people about how exciting creative careers can be. There's also a role, in fact, of educating their parents as well.
This is key. That is a big one.
To understand that there is a future that you can have in the creative industries, as long as all of those other factors that the other panellists have spoken about in terms of fair work and good work are also addressed. And the Policy and Evidence Centre have published the Good Work Review, and through the Creative Industries Council, which Baz chairs, we are hoping to work through its recommendations between government and industry in a structured way to try to address the very important issues that piece of work highlighted. Lots of you in the room will have priorities about reform in T-levels, in the way that the apprenticeship levy and apprentices more generally work. We in DCMS have been trying to test different approaches in that context. We've had various pilots around flexi jobs and portable apprenticeships, because we recognise that in the creative industries, a 12-month placement, that starts in the same place and ends in the same place doesn't really reflect the reality. And, we are doing our very best within government to try and make the case for more flexibility within that. Boot camps is another really important area, especially if you look at the upper end of the age spectrum, where we think we can bring more returners and older workers back into the workforce as well. And finally, because I know we're tight on time, to your point on data, the DfE are launching the unit for future skills, and we are engaging with them very actively to ensure that that does include information and labour market data on the creative industries as well. So I'm not at all suggesting that we are ticking every box and that we're where we need to be. But from the DCMS perspective, and certainly from my current Secretary of State's perspective, skills and education are right up there as top priorities for these sectors.
Well, I've totally failed in my role of chair and engaging the audience to ask all these questions because you've run out of time. So, one question. Well, I suppose in the context of where we ended up, if I summarised a lot of the questions, it's basically suggesting that there are good developments underway. But are they going sufficiently enough? So lots of people are seeking to improve them. And if one person was going to come forward and sort of volunteer a view on what's the sort of critical area that we need to pay more attention, in terms of the reforms, are we progressing things sufficiently in all of the areas, or are there areas that just require a bit more attention in terms of some of the future reforms? I don't know, Ruth, if some of the work you said about what works.
I think we all seem to agree education is important, but on a day when school teachers in England are on strike, and I'm a head of school, I line manage 60-odd people who are going to be taking strike action. Our education workforce are doing that for a reason. So if we want them to be the enablers of a new creative generation, we need to think about how we invest in them so that they understand and have hands-on experience and have time to breathe.
Yes.
For me, that would be key.
Yeah. Can I add one?
Yeah,
I think that's a very good point. Is the neurodiverse, that we are overrepresented with neurodiverse people in the industry because we're a skills-based industry. That's why we come and our brains work really well at creativity. But we are operating in an academic format, okay, which requires lots of people to do application funding, understand how to communicate in a certain way that keeps you out. And I just think that we need to broaden our mind about how we actually communicate and kind of bring people in and make sure that they can navigate the system in a way that makes sense to them and doesn't take away from any of the impact and contributions that they can do for all of us in the industry.
Okay. Well, I think I can already see that you agree with me that this has been an absolutely fabulous discussion. It's been really fantastic to hear from all of our speakers. It's an enormous agenda, but it's a really important agenda, and we are starting to sort of progress a little bit along the journey. So let's keep that momentum, build that momentum. Lots of questions in here, but lots of opportunities to meet the panel, mix with the panel, and continue the discussion in the margins of the conference. But let's just show appreciation for the speakers in the usual way. Thank you very much.
That was indeed a brilliant panel. I would love to catch up with some of you after this, well, all of you. But I have to say, I've currently gone back. I'm doing the lifelong learning because I've gone back into education to do a master's. in organisational psychology, which touches on so much of what you were talking about. And what's interesting is I'm doing it as a mature student at Birkbeck. There's over 100 of us on the course. We're all mature students. I'm pretty much the only one that's got a creative industries background.
Yeah.
All the other sectors and people are paying them to do it, and they're interested in
Yes.
this stuff, and I'm the only one, and I find that really interesting, so I'll pick up with you after that. Right, I didn't want this to finish, but we do have to have a comfort break because we've all been in the room for some time. So, and I just wanted to say, it is a bit chilly in here. I can attest to that. We have looked at adjusting the temperature. It's not possible. So if you did have something in the cloakroom, you might want to put on and go and get it in the break. We will start again at 12 noon sharp, and we're going to be doing a session on creative industries and the climate emergency. So have a great break. Thank you once again to our amazing panel. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I can see lots of fantastic networking and chat going on here, and I hate to break up the party, but we do have a lot more to come with you now after the break and before lunch. So I hope everyone enjoyed their coffee break, comfort break, screen time break for those of you watching online. And we're going to dive straight in now to our next session, which is on the creative industries and the climate emergency. We have an incredible panel joining us for this conversation today, so I'm going to welcome them to the stage now. We have Neil Cowling, the founder of Fresh Air Production, Bernard Hay, Head of Research and Design Practice at the Design Council, Love Sagar, musician, producer and performer, Alison Tickell, founder and CEO of Julie's Bicycle, and Caris Taylor, director of Albert, is going to chair the session today. So let's give them a very warm round of applause, please. And before I hand over, just a reminder, questions on Slido, please. Over to you, Caris, and enjoy your session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Caroline, for the introduction. It's a real privilege to be invited to this session. I'm glad that we're here to discuss climate change and how our industry is absolutely fundamental to it, and to be joined by some fantastic colleagues doing brilliant work across this rightly growing space. So we've got a lot to cover, so I want to jump into questions as soon as possible. But before we dive in, given that this could be a new subject to some people in the room, I'd just like to mention 3 key points. The first is climate change is everything change. There isn't an area of interest that will not be untouched by either climate change or the efforts to tackle it. Indeed, any subject that's been discussed today, I'm sure there will be themes within it that will touch on climate change, so I hope we're not the only panel to mention it. The second is, don't feel ashamed if you don't know that much about climate change yet or sustainability. There's a very good reason that it's sort of new to a lot of people. Actually, billions of pounds and dollars have been spent on distracting and delaying this subject for the last 30 or 40 years. So we're at a social tipping point at this point, and so ask all the questions, lean into it. It's okay to be new to it. The third, I'm hoping an image will come up behind me, although we have had some issues with it. Behind me is a creative piece launched by Professor Ed Hawkins at the University of Reading in 2018. There are no words, no numbers, no graphs needed to convey what this message is sending. It's vertical coloured bars to demonstrate the temperature of the average temperature on a single year, with blue being cool and red being warm. And the graph shows the rapid heating of our planet over recent decades. We know this heating is caused by human activity, predominantly the burning of fossil fuels. So the point of just conveying this is the power of our industry, a creative piece conveying the extremity of the situation that we're in. So all of that to sort of provide a bit of context before we jump in, but now let's go. So to kick off, why are the creative industries so fundamental to tackling climate change? Why this industry as opposed to perhaps, I don't know, steel making or cement creation? I mean, they're pretty carbon intensive. What role does this industry have? This is open to you all. Alison, do you want to go first?
I can kick off, and I hope I don't say the obvious, but of course, this industry has got pretty much, it is the pearl on the chain, because we have this extraordinary capacity for inventiveness, for ideas, for creativity. We also, through our creative industries, we also have the power of expressing meaning in very different ways. The climate, nature, justice crisis produces this huge emotional range that we all feel, and actually expressing that in either the language of politics or the language of economics or the language of science is very difficult. Ed's Climate Strike's a very good example of that, but of that much, much broader range of expressing what we feel. And of course, we have this extraordinary connection to communities, both small and large, to individuals, to gatherings, through all the content that we produce. And actually, Caris, in my view, I think one of the reasons why we are acting woefully slowly on the climate nature justice crisis, we have a huge amount of work to do. It's an incredible invitation, actually, to rethink the way that we are, is because we have not centred culture and creativity at the heart of this problem.
Bernard, what would you say is the kind of core to, I mean, can we talk a bit about emissions, actually, before we go on to storytelling? Are there areas of impact within design that you're aware?
Yeah, so I mean, I think, building on that point, I mean, design is a great example of where creative industries can and do have a huge impact on climate, on biodiversity. So to share a kind of couple stats, we estimate that around 80% of the environmental impact of a product is determined at the design stage. We also know that 40% of the UK's carbon emissions come from the built environment. So the things that are designed by our design industries, by our designers working in other parts of the economy, have huge knock-on impacts on the impact that we have on the planet. I think that there is, two things I think that, creative industries, including design, can bring. One, very much agree with Alison, that, it can help us to make sense of what kinds of climate solutions that we want to bring in, engaging citizens in that conversation. But I think also really important as well not to understate the importance that creative practice plays in technological and scientific innovation as well. So, if we're going to, for example, decarbonise transport in a town, we don't simply need electric vehicle charging points, public transport, active travel networks. We need to use design and other creative practices to engage communities to make sure that that meets the needs of that context and that place. So for me, again, I think creative industries have a huge role to play in how do we actually take some of these national climate strategies and actually deliver them on the grounds in ways that meet the needs and aspirations of people and the planet as well.
I think that's a really great point. We found that in TV as well, that the planning stage is so fundamental. If you're sort of baking in a load of carbon emissions at the start of the process, there's little you can do to undo that later, or it will cost you more. Really great point. So what are we seeing within the industry currently to organise around this and understand our impact? What current initiatives are there that perhaps people might not be aware of in the room? Either of you?
Loads. There's loads. I mean, one thing that we need to do is to surface what's happening, and I'm sure many of you here today are actively engaged in climate initiatives within your daily lives. Julie's Bicycle with the PEC, thank you, PEC. We did a report looking at creative industries readiness. Actually, very specifically, this report was around net zero in response to policy. And we found that there are at least 17 toolkits, resource banks for people. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. I think one of the things that we don't witness, we don't celebrate enough, is just how much people are doing, from the tiny, tiny actions, everyday actions, right through to really trying to break through some of these policy strictures that we work with, and to really raise our voice. So there is so much going on. There is not a single industry in the creative industries that is not actually taking action on climate, and we really need to witness that better.
There you go. So there's no excuse, basically. Get involved. Okay. So we were talking a bit about audiences and connecting with communities. We, as a sector, we reach such a massive variety of audiences. And I'm wondering, Sega, if I can pose this to you, do we have an obligation to raise these issues within the content of our creative work?
I think as a creative person, you've got an obligation to yourself to stay relevant. We're in a time where you've got streaming. So in terms of content, you can access anything. I can't just be the fake Scorsese, because someone can just go and see the real Scorsese with the same number of clicks. In terms of stories, if we're telling stories which have already been told before, if we're not that good at them, we can't just rinse and repeat. And I think as a creative, whether it's musician, whether you're a filmmaker, I think if we're going to add to all of this noise of streaming and content, which is everywhere, which is almost pollution in itself because we're just being bombarded. What stories are we telling of now? So even if we're not changing things with policy and everything, at least people can look back in 10 years, 20 years and say, well, at least they tried. Or are we the most placid, creative, like, epoch there is? Or are we talking about what's actually happening now? And I mean, when people say, it's really interesting. So I did Seasons for Change, which Julie's Bicycle and Arts Admin ran in the lead up to COP26 to try and get marginalized voices to use art and culture into the climate justice and saying, what way can you, and I hope I'm not getting you into trouble, but Alison wanted about 50 commissions but only came back with 4. Luckily, I was one of the 4. And I did something around black people, the South Circular, and talking about air pollution and how it affects us. And I think with art and culture, it goes 2 ways. One way is if you're trying to reach people, we shouldn't be surprised. People use music all the time. There's a thing called the Coronation coming up. And what are they focusing on? The band. You know, so if they know that, they're focusing on the band. Again, when it was COVID beforehand, guess what? You need the message to go out. Quick, let's have a little room which looks nice and let's have messages to catch people's attention. What's that? That's art and design. We know this stuff works. Governments know it works. Regimes know it works, whether it's good regimes or bad regimes. So how can we all be sitting here as the cultural sector and be like, oh, we're not sure because somebody over there said, I don't know about this. So that's why it's funny. And we should try and like be positive, bring the joy and bring the fun to it, because now what's happening in climate breakdown is happening in a way which wasn't happening in the 70s or the 60s, but they still had Woodstock. They still started Glastonbury saying, look, we want nuclear disarmament, all of these other different things. If any politician says, we don't know about this stuff, go and listen to Marvin Gaye's album from the 70s. If an R&B singer knew about that stuff and was writing about it in the 70s, then what are we doing now in 2020? So all this stuff, we should use that as a challenge and a positive challenge. And then the other thing, aside from reaching different audiences, is saying, what's the barrier for entry? So I'm doing Project Live and Breathe, which is, again, Lambeth and Southwark, which covers this sort of area. And then trying to get people of colour to express what they feel, how their societies change, how air pollution is affecting them. And it's a thing where you can say to them, oh, go and fill in this council form, go and do all of this other stuff, where actually it might be making a song, it might be making a TikTok, it might be using all these other creative things. And in terms of technology, in terms of storytelling, there's a panel on levelling up. Why, I'm from London, and I like London, but why are we not hearing from people in Wales? Why are we not hearing from people in Newcastle, in Salford, in Glasgow, in Outer Hebrides? Technology and design has made it cheaper to make some of these things, and if we go into podcasting as well, to get these stories out there. We don't just need to hear stories just from me because I happen to live quite close to where the power is. Design has pushed it out, and we need to hear these stories. So that's the challenge, is I don't know, we shouldn't necessarily sit on our hands. We should try and create these new stories, and globally as well.
Point very well made. I think that I think is the relevance also to younger audiences who are really concerned with this subject. There's some really good data out there suggesting that there's growing climate fatalism because the content that they're seeing, the creativity, the output from the sector I work in TV, is not resonating with them. It's just sort of doesn't seem to be meeting their demand in some cases. So, Neil, actually, I'm going to come to you on younger audiences. As podcasting has really boomed over the last couple of years, and I think it's probably fair to say it's kept you quite busy. Yep. That's a particularly effective medium to reach young audiences, isn't it? How's that going with?
Yeah, it was perfectly queued up, Sega. Thank you. The joy of audio for me. I'm a radio background and now podcasting focus. The joy of audio is depth and nuance, and I think so often with so many issues, obviously, but particularly with climate, things get very polarized. Even creative representations of arguments can be quite polarizing. And the beauty of what audio does is that you have half an hour of someone's 100% attention. People are listening on headphones, and they're listening for a committed amount of time. And what are the biggest podcasts around now are news and politics and tech societal discussions. And we make podcasts for lots of brands and organizations, and one of the phrases of the target audience that we've had expressed to us is energy engaged people. And the truth is we're all energy engaged to some degree or another. It's that's no longer niche. But what is niche is understanding those topics in depth, understanding the nuances involved from all parts of a climate conversation, whether that is we work for WWF, as you say, for a young audience, bringing in influencers and people who are on the cutting edge of climate change or are suffering from climate change already and getting their stories out there in a way that, again, for a young audience, there's an assumption very often that they want it all really snappy, they need it in a sort of slightly patronizing tone. That's not true. They need it to be accessible. They need to understand the arguments that are being made. But through creativity and through thinking about the types of content that those audiences already consume and how you wrap those conversations, you can use audio in particular as a route to then engaging them in the depth and the nuance so that they fully understand a topic, don't just see it at surface level. And so if we take the work that we do for WWF, for instance, it's hosted by Kel Spellman, who's this brilliant sort of Radio 1 presenter, Blue Peter ex-presenter, who that audience love, but you also bring in David Attenborough for a conversation, or you bring in someone living in the Amazon who, again, is seeing the destruction on their doorstep. And if you're then able to have a 20-minute conversation, rather than, as I say, just skimming the surface, then that is a contribution that we as creative people can help them to tell stories in a way that they've not told them before, and help audiences to understand them in a way that they've not understood it before. And sometimes that's just two people talking at length. Some of the best podcasts around are just, two people talking with the time that that's been made available to them. Or sometimes it is something much more creative. It could be a piece of audio art, sound design. It could be a full-length documentary. But lots of people are so used to talking about this topic in a polarized way that once you give them the space to explore it, it's really revelatory. And the results that we've seen with shows that we've done for WWF and the sorts of conversation it sparked are really exciting and I think unique in the range of conversations that are happening.
I've got to ask this because I'm a former National Grid employee.
Yes.
We hear a lot about the role, it's sort of like pitting against each other, behaviour change, it's all about behaviour change, everyone has to do their bit, versus systemic change, and we know it's probably a combination of the both. Systemic change can mean talking about the overhauling of the infrastructure, pipes and wires, which is what I was doing before this role. How are you making pipes and wires sexy?
Yeah, so National Grid, you mentioned that because National Grid's a client of ours as well, and we're now on to series 2 of a show. It's called The Clean Energy Revolution, and the brief is talk about the major infrastructure projects that are taking place under National Grid's watch, and make them accessible to a young audience, and that is talking about interconnectors for half an hour in an accessible way is a creative challenge. But it's doable, and it's talking about the future is by definition exciting. People within National Grid are already mentally living in 2050 because those infrastructure projects take that long to create. National Grid has the power to revolutionise the eastern coast of Britain because the North Sea is going to be a powerhouse, and all that power has to come in through the east side. It's not just changing the way that energy is generated. It can change the whole, deprived seaside towns on the east side of England. So all of that is fascinating. It's not fascinating if it's just two old white men in a studio talking about it in a very abstract way. As soon as you get out there and you explore those places, and we have a guy called Max Lamanna who's the presenter of that. He's a young, beautiful TikTok chef. So that's handy as well. And so, you use the tools that you have at your disposal to reach that audience. But, again, when you hook them in, and we look through the listen-through rates, yes, they're being attracted because, they like Max's recipes for shepherd's pie, but then they are being brought in to be told about cables under the sea and the revolutionisation of the North Sea. And we know that they're sticking with that for 27 minutes. That is not a conversation they would have chosen to engage in and chosen to explore. But it is interesting and it's powerful, and they understand why that's something that not just that they should know about, but they want to know about.
I think that's a great point, and you've touched on the point I think Sega was making about the intersectionality of some of this.
Completely.
But Bernard, we were thinking, I think we were talking a bit about sort of exposing these themes, exposing some of the information, but it's not about telling anyone how to think about it or how to live. It's about enlightening the audience, isn't it? It's sort of an enabling it.
So, I was going to add something on infrastructure, because I personally find infrastructure absolutely fascinating and quite weirdly. But, I think, again, this is an example of where we need creative industries policy around net zero to be adopted and to be very cross-cutting across departments, including to think about infrastructure. So, again, thinking about how designers are really working with waste streams, how they're taking things like coffee waste and turning that into products that they can then sell or packaging. Train stations as well, this is another bit that I'm geekily really obsessed with, how can train stations become community hubs or spaces of biodiversity or provide additional energy supplies? Again, I think for me this is where the creative industries play a key role, which is how do we harness some of these really significant assets that we have, some of these very significant assets that need huge overhaul and have huge carbon impact, but again do it in ways that involves communities in a discussion around what does this asset look and feel like, how does this intersect with our community needs, our social justice needs, what can we imagine as a kind of positive vision for this. And I think again as well, as a sector we need to be thinking about how we can tell those stories in ways that also connect with people that are managing our energy grids. How do we engage energy policymakers deciding where wind farms are going to be put, how investments are going to be put there, to then recognise that the work that we do can really help them to deliver that on the ground in effective ways.
Also, on that point, it becomes designers, you've got an issue, and then, well, I'm not telling you what design is, but anyway, design, you've got an issue, and then you've got a challenge. Because in creative industries, there's so much stupidity. So you've got a band, and then you're going and you're going to perform at a festival. 10 bands, they'll take 10 trucks of the same amplifiers. It's the same thing, and the music's not that good to justify, I need this Ampeg, this, or whatever it is. So in that sense, then you need to think and say, wait, hold on a minute, why are we lugging it from, let's say, from here to Sheffield? And then in terms of the justice societal thing, what if they had to hire the same backline thing, but then the backline is held in Sheffield? Then that means the community can then practice to become the big band with everything essential. So we decentralize these different things. So that's a design consideration. And then it's a challenge for creative people to say, look, I know you want to take your special thing you got from eBay, but you must play through this. And that's the challenge musically, to see what do we have? What do we have that's available? When you look at grime music, they didn't really have that much. It was computers, and then you can see how that flourish across the world. Sometimes creativity, you need the restrictions, and it's like, what do we then do off the back of that? And these are the challenge which we need to think about. And then in terms of creativity, again, it's if you're creative, I personally think as an artist, okay, you've got to be good at something, but it's about translating things which normal people don't have time, because they're doing their day-to-day to feed their family. So it's like, okay, here's a problem over here. How can I translate that in a way which will then pique their interest, and then realize there are a million other people who are feeling the same way? So Nesta and National Gallery and King's College, they commissioned me to do a thing talking about heat pumps the National Gallery's collection and to try and use some artistic response to get people interested. So again, when you're talking about interconnectors, that's a bit of a tricky one. But the point there is, I thought, well, I went up to them, and this is what, so if you have a production company or you go to a museum or you go to a gallery or something like that, challenge yourselves with the programming. So then I said to them, look, I'm not going to talk about, and to your point, I'm not going to talk about heat pumps, because that's a landlord-centric thing and a homeowner. If I'm going to speak to 18 to 35-year-old generation rent around this area, marginalized people, why don't we talk about sustainable social housing? Then you can bring them in and say, look, with social housing, then are people putting heat pumps into social housing? Yeah. Then that becomes a social justice thing. So then I had a workshop for different people where they were paid to turn up and then say, look, what you're talking about, where I took in someone talking about heat pumps, I took in B Corps architects, I took Lisa Sanza talking about black squatting, and then took these ideas, then had a performance where National Gallery gave me their 3 biggest halls, and it was all black performance with 2 poets and 2 dancers in there, and then talking about how we think of home as a human right, and then if you're going to talk about the green transition to home emissions, which I don't know, about 20% or something, how can we shape that for people, whether you're a landlord, a homeowner or not? So it's not to divide. So with all of these things, you can bring people together, but that's the challenge as an artist, for me to say, black squatters, quick, how do you want to be in from this Caravaggio or whatever it is? So, but then that's the artistic challenge of the artist. And so one final point is art and everything, fashion. What is fashion? Fashion is about, I'm wearing this, so you have to wear that. So even with heat pumps, I went around the National Gallery and I said, look at all these, you're to blame, National Gallery. Look, oh, they don't hate me. No, they don't. Look at all these fireplaces in your paintings. Not many, again, because it's fashion. People don't know what heat pump looks like, you know? People, and I made instruments out of old radiators. But anyway, but the point being is you then look at it and they said, oh, actually, I see what you're kind of saying. You know, curtains were there as a form to block the heat in. So then you then look at Insulate Britain, what they're talking about, insulate our houses. That's a design issue. Try and make it sexy. Try and make it fun. Challenge yourselves. I don't know why people feel nervous or scared.
It's a human story, ultimately, isn't it? It's our lived experience and how we need to move that on. Alison, I'm going to bring you in. You had something?
Well, so much to say. But, I mean, so a couple of points. One is when we talk about systems change, I think we have to start with our own. And our own is the creative and cultural system. And it is broken. We still need to, and Sega's, you've all described examples of that. And I've been in this for such a long time now, and the situation is not getting any easier. And any kind of, I'm a bit like Sega. I just think we've got to really, really focus on this as our top priority. The great thing about that, and again has been already described, is that it is totally multidimensional and it is totally intersectional. So wherever you start in this, whether it be through social justice, whether it be through design, whether it be through creative content, whether it be through light bulbs, really, you find your way here. And there are choices to be made at every single point in that. The third thing to say, in Sega, I think that there is loads happening everywhere I look. We've had a long, the oldest example of its kind, which is a policy with Arts Council England, who in 2012 made environmental reporting and action, they pegged it to funding. We now find that 75% of organisations in that portfolio, and it spills over into the commercial sector, are commissioning work on climate. 60% of organisations say this is intimately connected to their well-being. 40% are looking at climate change as a social justice issue. So, you know, you've got this incredible thing going on. We're in the middle of this massive change. We are terrible witnesses. There is stuff happening everywhere, all over the country. Wales has got some fantastic work going on. They've actually got a Future Generations Act in Wales. So what does that look like? The Hebrides, because it's so exposed to climate, has got artists in residence actually docketing what's happening on the coasts of the Hebrides. It's everywhere we look, and actually what we have to do, I think, so there's a job for ourselves, which is not just to commission the work, but on your podcast, have you really focused on what is happening in the creative and cultural community? And we are weather vanes. We've been slow on this, there's no question about it, and I don't think we've been supported with policy, either national, international, or local policy. It's been too hard to get people to understand that culture, creativity, climate, nature, justice are one, because it's about all our presents and our futures. And you deal with one, you deal with all. So we need to push on that one. But I also think that we have an obligation to surface what's happening under our noses, because we're in the middle of a massive, great transformation. And with all due respect to the national grid, which I have great respect for, there is these other power cables, and that is us. And we need to turn them on and really flow with them, because they're there, and we just need to bring them into our everyday language. We need to celebrate, we need to commission, we need to focus, we need to get rid of the silos that we exist in, the sectoral silos, the thematic silos, the greenhouse gas emissions scope silos, and start to think about really understanding what's going on under our noses and become part of that mobilisation.
Brilliant.
Really quickly, just
Yeah,
very, yeah, I think that's a clap. I think, yeah, I'm an artist, so I'm trying to be provocative. But as what Alison said is correct, and I think it is exciting, because all of these different places and institutions have given me opportunity, have given other people opportunity, and it's going in that direction. I just say in terms of funding, again, as a cultural sector, in France, isn't it about 2.4 billion a year? In Germany, it's about, I think, 2 billion a year. Our Arts Council England is 446 million. So let's think about it. If we're trying to do art heritage and everything else, and we want the stories to be out here, let's have that debate. We can't be global Britain, and we're that far behind.
That's led us to the sort of final question I wanted to pose before I go to audience questions, which was sort of like, from you all, feel all free to jump in. I'm sure you've all got some thoughts on this. We've got a room potentially of a few policymakers here, people influencing them. What do we need from government to help us, to enable us to do our part in this transition?
I'm happy to start with a few. I think also, just to kind of set this in a bigger picture context as well, before going into some specific policy things, it's worth noting that I think the last IPCC report said that based on current international policy, we're on track to reach around 3.2 degrees C warming by 2100. We're supposed to be aiming for 1.5 degrees C by 2050. So we're locking in major sea level rise, extreme weather events, massive stresses to our infrastructure and housing. So we really do need policy to catch up with this issue. So I think big picture, I'd say that we need to be doing a climate test on all policy that we're doing. Are we funding the right kinds of things? Are we investing in the right kinds of skills? Within the creative industries, and I think particularly thinking about design, I think two things that I would throw in that kind of relate to some of the things that have been said about before that I'd really like to see quickly. One is thinking about that R&D piece. So we've heard some great examples of how designers, practitioners are developing new innovations, new uses of technology. Currently, they are excluded from R&D tax relief, so I want to reverse that, so that arts and humanities and social sciences research are involved in that subsidy. I think you could also add on an extra green incentive, so if you're doing green transition work, you get extra subsidy. The second thing for me, crucially, is skills. I think Baz mentioned earlier that we've seen a 68% decline in design and technology education, 70% actually, I think, over the last decade. That is a huge risk to our skills pipeline, which we need to look at, not only to get those numbers up, but make sure that we're giving a sustainable design education in there. And then obviously workforce retraining as well. We think around 80% of the workforce of 2030 are currently in work. How do we reskill, but also upskill designers, creatives in those sectors so that we can decarbonise our work now? So
it's a great opportunity as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Do you want to jump in, Alison?
I'd include all of that, absolutely. It's worth knowing we did some work before COP26, which was the big climate talk before the last one, on national, international cultural policy. We found there was one cultural policy in the world that mapped its investment to a 1.5 degree temperature limit. One, we need to map all our cultural policy decisions to that really ultimate goal, and we're way off, and we're currently at 1.2 degrees warming, I know, and we've got to limit it at 5. We haven't a hope of doing that unless we really massively move fast. So that's one thing. The second thing is that I think we also need to do a mapping of policy architecture outside culture. And I think, Marcus, you said this. Or perhaps I misunderstood you. Bernard, sorry. Perhaps I misunderstood you. That actually there's lots of, that when we look at policy in silos, we're missing these huge opportunities to map ourselves across to benefit from, but also benefit other policy areas. And we haven't done that. So just looking at it in isolation means that what we can't do is this vision that we're all talking about, which is really spilling out this work that we do to a greater purpose. So we really, I think we really need to do that. And I think the last thing I'd say is I would map this against, when we talk about climate, whilst there's a huge target around emissions, it is, as you said right at the beginning, Karis, it's much bigger than that. We must look at nature and our loss of biodiversity. That's actually more extreme than climate, than carbon emissions. We really do need to look at the biodiversity crisis. And
they're very highly interlinked.
Very highly interlinked, yes. Yeah. And we also need to understand that this is the social justice lens.
Yeah, okay. Do either of you have anything to come in on that, or can I go to audience questions?
I was just going to talk very quickly, if you don't mind, about, again, my world is audio. And the storytelling element for us all the time is about trying to tell these, challenge the people who have these stories to tell them in ways that they are accessible and interesting to people who aren't already engaged in the topic. Very easy to talk about climate change and sustainability to those who are already there. If I take an example of Audio UK, which is the body that represents the audio industry, there was a project called the Audio Content Fund, which took government money and funded programming, audio programs to go on radio stations that otherwise wouldn't do that. Over 50% of radio listening in the UK is to commercial radio. And with all due respect, you can't reach a mass audience with a pointy-headed debate about climate change on Radio 4. You can reach a mass audience by finding ways of incentivizing those channels like Global Radio who have access to a young audience who are hungry for this information but won't find it through a kind of commercially viable route. So one of the brilliant things about the Audio Content Fund was that it enabled a station like Capital to run programming around complex topics that are presented in a commercial way, in an accessible way to a young audience. Those sorts of initiatives that allow people like us to tell stories about important things through the channels and fish where the fish are in terms of the people who are able to listen to this stuff and keen to listen to this stuff.
Just really quickly, I'd say, to echo Bernard's, education, music education, arts education has been cut. And if we're going to talk about climate anxiety, so I was in schools last week for Earth Day, getting Islington Reading for National Literacy Trust. We want young people not to feel like it's all doom and gloom and everything's bad. How can they express themselves? It might be through reading, it might be through art or something else. We need that education in there for them to express themselves, say this is the issue. And then to the point about funding as well, local radio, pirate radio, where's any of that? If as an industry you want audio people at these big things, if they can't do the training down here, then everything's decimated. How do we get these local stories of what's happening in, whether it's coastal erosion or something like that? So look at all of this and really fight for this stuff.
I think there's a lot of food for thought there, and hopefully that can sort of plant some seeds in whatever work or area, industry, sector you work in. I'm going to quickly, we've got, I think, 3 minutes, maybe less, just to try and squeeze in 1 or 2 questions. So this is going to be a bit quick fire, okay, guys? The one that I think we've also just sort of touched on slightly there, that's come in about dystopian and catastrophic storylines and narratives. How can we have more hopeful and positive narratives? I'm going to go, Alison, in a sentence.
they're there. They are there. So let's get out there and amplify them, because I've had more hope over particularly the last year, than I have in 15 years previously. They're there, and people know how to tell those stories.
Neil?
Yeah, exactly. The stories are, by definition, as I said earlier, exciting. The future is exciting. We just have to find a way of telling it that doesn't revert to the standard way of that the conversations have been had up to this point.
Bernard, positive narratives?
What Alison and Neil said, I completely agree. So many great examples there.
Sega, any?
Yeah, I think loads of
Specific
people.
examples,
I think lots of people are excited to do this. So I'm working with Philharmonia Orchestra next door as their artists in residence, and they want to do. I'm writing a piece on June the 8th. We're going to have a performance, and it's about a positive action of looking at climate migrants and refugees in a positive way. So lots of different big organisations, they want to do it, and in a fun, positive way.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Final one. Alison, I'm going to come to you with this, if this is okay. Given the methodology differences between different carbon calculators, both Alison and I work in the business of carbon calculators. Some are more accurate than others. How can we, the creative industries, measure impact in a robust and consistent way across us?
Okay, so I think this is work that's already happening, because there's been so much activity in this field. We are beginning to understand what holds us together and what we can differentiate ourselves. It's a really good point. The one thing I would say about carbon calculators is that measure, but don't over-measure. We think that the carbon calculator too often is going to be the answer. It's not. It's a starting point, and it's from that the whole thing can open out really beautifully. But good question, and I think it's beginning to happen.
Yeah, I get that sense too. Brilliant. Well, I will wrap up there. Thank you all so much for the great contributions. I hope that was helpful to you all as the audience. I'm sure people will be kicking about a bit at the end. And as I say, if this is the first time you're sort of engaging this subject and the intersectionality between climate change and our sector and the fundamental role it plays, then please lean in, please engage with all of us and have conversations. It's fine that this is the starting point. You have to somewhere, and it's not going anywhere. We've got to deal with this for the next 30 years or more. So thank you. Thanks very much.
Well done, Karen.
Thank you so much, Caris, Sega, Neil, Alison and Bernard. And I think just listening to that, and I suppose in a way it goes back, oh, you can leave, you can stay. I just, my own thoughts on that. There's so much here about actually lifting the lid on what is the impact of what we're doing here. What's the impact on the climate? What's the impact on social justice? How are things actually made? How are people being rewarded for their efforts, as we said? And, it just struck me as some of that work with young people that we were talking about in the skills and education to help them alleviate some of this catastrophizing they're naturally doing is helping understand about how sort of the supply chain stuff. Yeah. But anyway, thank you. Sorry. Thank you so much. Right. We are now going to move on to our next session, which is moving sort of internationally. I mean, we're talking about climate change, we're talking about big global issues, and we're going to continue talking about global issues in this next session. We're talking international trade, migration, soft power, and diplomacy. And chairing this session is John Newbegin, OBE, who is chair of the Global Creative Economy Council. And he will be joined by Eliza Easton, who, of course, is Deputy Director of the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre, Professor Giorgio Fazio, who is chair of Macroeconomics at Newcastle University, and someone I know very well, a very dear a former colleague of mine, Rahana Magal, who is Director of the Creative Economy Global Programme at the British Council. So don't forget to put your questions on Slido, and please welcome them all to the stage. Over to you, John.
Thank you, Caroline, and welcome to this session. I've got three absolutely brilliant panelists, as you're about to discover. But before we do that, I should say I'm John, I'm a white man. I look as if I should be able to have a free bus pass, and I do. I have a suit, which may be boring, but it's extremely well made. We're going to jump straight into this, and I'm going to turn first to the three panelists and ask them just to say briefly where they think we're at in a global context, and then we'll go on to talk about where we think we might try and get to. And Eliza, if I can start with you, you've been involved in the PEC since it began, so you've lived through the last 5 years of thinking about UK policy and how that fits in with things in the world. So where do you think we're at?
Thanks, John. I'm a white woman. I'm wearing a very, I'd say an extravagant purple cord dress, which I got for half off. Someone told me recently that British people can be told, can be recognised by always telling you if they had any of their clothes on sale. And I think that's right. And this was half off, so very pleased with that. So I'm pretty concerned about where we are when it comes to international policy and the creative industries. I'm not going to talk about how extraordinary our creative industries are, although if I was in a room of people who work on foreign policy, that's probably where I'd start. But I will say that we all know here that geopolitical context we exist within is becoming ever more complex. One of the reasons for that is very well highlighted by the last panel. So when we think about climate, actually so many of the climate impacts from the creative industries are bound up with the supply chains. So it's possible for a UK design company to basically be net zero, but actually designing stuff which is producing huge amounts of water pollution. But there are other reasons too. So for sure, things like changing dynamics with China. There's been a lot of news about that this week. There's also Brexit, of course, and the invasion of Ukraine. These things have all changed massively the context our creative industries exist within. However, policy has not changed, or where it has, there's often been a kind of withdrawing of policy supports for creative industries in terms of international working. So I'll just pick up on kind of 3 areas, and I'm sorry because these are my areas where if anyone gets me for a coffee, I kind of bore them on it. But the first one would be migration policy. So in the creative industries, between a quarter to a third of people are freelancers. In some areas like music, performing arts, that's around 70%. We don't have a freelance visa. That wasn't that noticeable when there was freedom of movement because, people from the EU at least could come in freely. But it's incredibly noticeable now because actually any of those sectors cannot get the people in because it doesn't matter if you're earning as much as any other sector. It doesn't matter if you're as talented, more talented. For the creative industries, for the arts, exceptional talent, or now it's called the Global Talent Visa, you basically have to have won a BAFTA. So we're talking totally different levels here just because of the way that our industries are naturally structured. So that pretty much needs sorting quickly. Bad state of play. Trade policy, I think when Lord Frost left his role as Brexit negotiator, I think he said something along the lines of I wish I could have done more on arts and culture. That's one area I regret. And I think we are often actually, in terms of our negotiations across the board, absolutely bottom of the pile. And that's because actually, as Giorgio may point out, lots of bits of the creative industries genuinely work differently to the rest of trade policy. So we're not always in free trade agreements. Culture is an exception, even in terms of the EU single market. And actually, it's just sort of forgotten about. But it shouldn't be. Of course it shouldn't be. It needs to be higher up the list. And then when it comes to diplomacy, I always quote Tom Fletcher, not the person who was in McFly, although I could quote him too, but the ambassador, the ex-ambassador to Lebanon, who was the international advisor to Blair and Brown and Cameron, and he says that basically it's whoever is in the role as ambassador, it's whether they're sort of interested in it or not. He says we leave our tools lying all over the ground. We have all these amazing things we can use to build international relationships, and we've just lost the ability to use them strategically. So yeah, not great in terms of my summary, but I think unlike some of the other areas, people were super pessimistic in the poll at the beginning of the day that we could improve this area. Actually, I think there's some pretty clear steps we could take in this area. Some of the others are really knotty problems. With this, I think if there was enough incentive, we could sort this out. So maybe some good points to work from.
Thanks, Eliza. Giorgio, can I come to you next? And Giorgio's been involved in the PEC for a long time, but is going to be very closely involved in the PEC going forward. So, and you also bring an academic perspective to it.
I mostly bring an academic perspective,
yeah.
Unfortunately. So, thank you. My name is Giorgio. I am a white male. I wear a blue jacket, and my accent is funny because I'm Italian. And although I spent a long time in Scotland and in the northeast of England, I haven't yet picked up the accent. I'm sorry. So I hope that you can still understand me when I'm talking. So I'm currently I'd like to start on a more positive note than Eliza, I think. So when we started working on the PEC, I've been leading the work strand on internationalization. We knew very little about international trade, migration, and investment in the creative industries and the UK positioning. So that's where we really started. And I guess we can all agree that it's a success story. It is historically a success story. And people have mentioned soft power. I think it's something that it's difficult to measure, but we all feel that the UK has strong soft power internationally, and the creative industries have a big role in terms of soft power. Now, I'd like to take a step back and first address you from more an academic perspective. The international trade economist in me will come out in a second. So when we look at international trade, and the title of this session is Trade, Migration, Investment, and Diplomacy, you're really looking at the four things that I will mention to my students in the first class of international trade. In economics, I'm an economist, we will call this general equilibrium. And I'm not trying to scare you, but it's simply the idea that you cannot look at each of these things separately, okay? So you cannot separate the exchange of goods and services from the exchange of people and the exchange of capital. And as much as we could think of the word trading and exchanging at terms that are decided by the market, diplomacy is clearly important, cultural proximity is really important, and decides a lot more the terms of trade than the market. So it's really important what kind of policies we decide and how we're going to trade with the rest of the world. Whether it's exchange of, as I said, of goods and services, but also capital, the policies that we have to attract international capital, or also to attract international capital, international talent, just like Eliza pointed out. Now, the UK is a success story because if you look at the trade of the creative industries trade, it is an increasing portion of the UK balance of payments. It is one of the leading countries across the globe, whether you're looking at services especially, but also goods. You have a lot of firms. By the way, I think Baz this morning mentioned that we may not have the full story because we are maybe not capturing everything in the official statistics. There's a lot of work to do with digitalization and trade in order to understand better how much we're actually missing. So it's not the entire story, but the UK is quite well positioned. Now, it is quite well positioned in a world that is, however, becoming increasingly competitive because, as probably will emerge later on, you have an emerging global south. And as Ekaterina mentioned earlier, you have increasing recognition of the UK, of the creative industries, creative and cultural industries in national industrial strategies, which means that we are competing against an emerging set of countries that have strong policy agendas, not just emerging countries, but of course also close neighbors. So I think that's important to recognize. Trade is also related to investment, and the UK has been attracting a lot of foreign investment projects. With my colleagues at Newcastle University, we've done research in this area, and again, it is interesting that although most of this investment goes into the south and London, relative to the size of the economy, actually there are lots of projects also going outside the usual places, which is important to recognize. It is mostly through the form of mergers and acquisitions. So this is positive on one side, but can also be potentially problematic in signaling, in a way, the chronic absence of funding for the creative industries. So again, it is very much related to policies and access to funding domestically. And finally, there is the issue of people. I don't want to take too much of your time. There'll be time for questions later in terms of attracting international talent. So we, of course, just like it's a success story, there are also challenges. We know that Brexit and renegotiation of trade agreements is clearly one of the challenges. We know that small, medium enterprises have been massively affected by the cost of hiring creatives. We know that it's not just a matter of bringing laborers in, it's about bringing creativity in, which is a slightly different perspective, I think, when you look at the creative industries. And also, we have to remember that very often, when we look at the creative industries, businesses are people, and people are businesses. You have a lot of sole traders, freelancers, and micro businesses. So what Eliza mentioned earlier is particularly relevant. But I would also like to point to the importance of higher education institutions. And when we talk about higher education institutions, they serve two roles. What we find, at least in preliminary evidence, is that, for example, the existence of universities, their relationships with the creative sector is quite important in terms of attracting FDI into a particular area, especially outside of London. And also because they are more dispersed and they offer creative education across the regions and across the nations, they're able to attract international students from all over the world, fostering creativity also across the nation. So they have an important role in terms of leveling up. Now, of course, there are challenges there because if we look at the impact of Brexit and tuition fees of students, that's one critical challenge. At the same time, it is fundamentally important to be able to boost the attraction of this talent internationally and keep going creative education, because it's a massive selling point for the UK in terms of soft power, but also in terms of experts, because these international students also represent experts in the balance of payments.
Giorgio, thank you. And finally, Rehana, who represents the British Council, which for me is the great unsung hero, certainly in the diplomacy and soft power department. And I can't resist saying, 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was an event at the British Council with delegations from Iraq, Egypt, and Hong Kong. And I heard Rehana say, shall I talk in English, Arabic, or Mandarin? And I thought, my God, here's a woman who knows what she's talking about internationally. So, Rehana.
Thank you, John. So if there's any visually impaired people watching, I have dark, long, black, curly hair. I have brown skin, and I'm dressed all in black. And unfortunately, I paid full price for all of my clothes, which I bought in China because prior to being in the UK, which was quite recently, I've been in China for 3 years, during a global pandemic. So that was quite an interesting experience. And I must say, it's quite good to see Love Sega here. Because the British Council took Love Sega to Guangxi in China, and he participated in a Musicians in Residence program there. So he spent 2 months there in 2019, so please do talk to him in the break if you get the chance. I just want to go a little bit a step back in terms of my, I guess if you say lived experience has come up earlier on a panel discussion. And I think it's important to think about that from the perspective that I'm having coming back into the UK after 9 years of being away. And what I'm seeing in terms of the UK now no longer in the EU. We're here today in the BFI, and what's really good is to see the amount of international content that we have access to here in the UK. What's also good about being in the UK is we've got over 300 languages spoken in this country. And on top of that, we have about 10 indigenous languages spoken in this country. So I would like us to celebrate that, because diversity really is the key to our creative edge in the United Kingdom. And as migration changes and as the movement of people changes, that diversity only gets richer. We've heard of lots of things around, for example, equal opportunities, with levelling up agenda has come up. So when we think about that and we think about the uniqueness of the UK's diversity and the ability that that gives us to have that intercultural fluency and openness to be able to operate in a sophisticated way with the rest of the world, that is unique to us. I believe that's unique to us, and that's something that we should celebrate, and that's something to be optimistic about. And I hope that over the coming years and months that this will only grow and get better, and that there will be more opportunities for that to happen. Linked to that, I think the opportunities around education, schools education, teachers education, higher education. When we think about our schools, when we think about our young people, how many of our young people have got an opportunity in the school curriculum to have access to international exchange, international knowledge? When I was at school, we did Romans, we did Egyptians. the world has changed. Young people are online. They are using digital technologies in ways that I could never have imagined when I was at school. So young people are connected, but how connected are they to parts of the world that they've never had anything to do with? And what lens do they connect through to those parts of the world? And I think that's where the creative industries can play a really key role. And what I think we need to do is to bring some of that creative edge that is very lively and vibrant in the global south and in developing nations, to bring some of that creative edge to the UK, to bring it into our schools, to give young people exposure to some of the talent that exists overseas. And that's what we do at the British Council. We navigate that complexity. We navigate that complexity, whether it's the development of policies to shape the future of the Iraqi creative economy, and hence they were in the UK recently. We're working very closely with Egyptian creative professionals to look at the creative economy there. We're also working, very recently, we're doing a piece of research on creative tech in Japan, in South Korea. We're also working for sector development, leadership and learning. So we're developing policy training. We've run policy training programs, and that policy training is evolving all the time based on the needs of the context of the country. That policy training is also in a variety of different languages. We've delivered that policy training in 13 countries, and just through the first cohort, we had 300 people registering for that policy training. It's through that sort of training that we can support the next generation of policymakers, of leaders, and of creative professionals to think about some of the issues that have already come up this morning on several panels. The panel before this one was very focused on climate, for example. So in our policy training, we have a whole section on climate and what that might mean in the context of the country where that training is being delivered. So those are some of the key points I wanted to mention. I want to also bring us back to the pandemic and during that time of closure. The British Council, which is a very large organisation that has been operating for over 80 years in over 100 countries, did the mammoth task of developing new funding schemes at pace. So we developed a digital collaboration fund, and this enabled people in the UK to be able to connect with people overseas digitally. We also delivered the International Collaboration Fund and a Digital Connections Through Culture Fund. Connections Through Culture is the fund that Love Sager was involved in when he went to China. And on top of that, we also delivered a Creative Commissions for Climate Action Scheme, which explored climate change through art, science and digital technology. Those are just some of the ones I can think of, but there were many more. And we did this because borders were closed, people could not travel. And we did this to ensure that that pathway to international connection remained open, because it's crucial that we in the UK have a connection to international creative professionals at a time when actually the whole world was vulnerable. And what the rest of the world was going through, we were going through. But it was just a different context that we were in. Our situation was just different. At that time, I was in China, where the borders were completely closed. It was a very different sort of lockdown. But during that time, creative professionals, filmmakers, artists, designers had the opportunity to develop a sense of understanding, but also empathy with people of another culture. And I think if we, as Britain, are going to move forward in the creative industries, this is our route. It's our diversity, our intercultural fluency. We are a creative nation, and I think we're a vibrant nation.
Rihanna, thank you. And look, just before we go on to talk about where we think things are going to go next, I'd just like to add a couple of things. One is, I think that we still tend to think, or we easily think of the creative economy as being Europe and North America. But what was happening before the pandemic was the growth in South-South trade in cultural goods and services was growing massively. That is absolutely accelerating now, particularly in Africa, where it's starting from a lower base, but it is exponential what's going on. I was really struck that The Economist had a couple of good pieces about the Nigerian election a few weeks ago. And one of them said, there are 3 sectors in Nigeria that are really doing well: film, fashion, and music. All of them totally informal, nothing to do with the government, nothing to do with official corruption, there's Nigeria, most populous country in Africa, the wealthiest country in Africa. The bits that are working are not the oil industry, but the creative industries. That's happening all over Africa. And I think it's to reference something that Ekaterina said, and Giorgio, you picked up, the G20 for the last 3 years, in its final statement, has emphasized that culture and creativity are crucial to generate a sustainable, inclusive, post-pandemic global economy. And in the global south, interestingly, I think it's climate change and inclusivity that are seen as the key drivers of the creative economy. Hassan, the first thing this morning, mentioned the 2 areas that the PEC's got to get stuck into because we're not paying enough attention to it, climate change and inclusivity. If you go to South Asia, East Asia, that's what they focus on. It's no accident that the UN Year of the Creative Economy's contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals came out of Indonesia. It was lobbied for by Indonesia and by African, Asian, and Latin American countries. It's hugely significant. And I think the danger is that if our creative economy begins to diverge from that, then we're all going to be losers. So bringing what we're doing in the North back in tune with what's happening in the global South, because that's where there's so much energy, I think is really important. And a couple of other things very briefly. One is that under autocratic regimes, which unfortunately seem to be on the rise around the world, creative economy provides a kind of cover to talk about culture, about women's rights, about women's employment, even about LGBT rights, in a way that culture is much too toxic and dangerous. We were at a conference in Istanbul in November for representatives all across Central Asia, the Balkans, Eastern Europe, and so on. And one of the senior functionaries from the Ukrainian Culture Ministry said, you cannot have a creative society if it's not an open society. All these people from Central Asia clapped. That would not have happened 5 years ago. And they see this as something which is contentious and potentially really significant. There's a soft power dimension to the creative economy, which I think we fail to recognize in this country. That is an incredibly powerful card to play, not just for the benefit of our country, but in terms of spreading values that I think most of us believe in all around the world. The creative economy is an incredibly powerful sort of Trojan horse. I see you want to get in already, Eliza.
I just on that, I don't know if people in the audience read, there was an article which I must have been sent by every person I've lobbied at Number 10 and lobbied, not allowed to lobby. I've influenced using our evidence over the last 5 years. And it basically said soft power's out, hard power's in. When you're thinking about the rise of these new hard powers, who cares about soft power? And it drove me absolutely mad because that's such a misunderstanding of the global dynamics we're talking about. And I think that our event, which we were all involved in different ways in Istanbul, really stood testament to that, which is when you look at Russia-Ukraine, of course the Ukrainians are talking about hard power, but they're talking about soft power as much. Those two things go hand in hand. And how can we find lasting peace without cultural understanding of one another? If you look at the difference between, it's a very blunt statistic to use, but BBC World Service, the people listening to the BBC World Service at the end of the USSR, I think it was over half of people had listened to the BBC World Service in the USSR in that last year. If you look at that in much more recent conflicts, almost no one was having those conversations. Actually, the understanding of the two sides with each other in many recent conflicts weren't there at all. And so, to me, lasting peace is going to be almost impossible to achieve. And I find it so frustrating that people think that you can have any effective hard power without soft power. And I think, if you spoke to the Ukrainians, and we did, someone from the Ukrainian government came and spoke, and as she was, making all of us cry with stories of bombs put in pianos, I think it's absolutely essential to say that people on the ground in war zones are also talking about the importance of culture, the importance of the arts.
Absolutely. I'm going to be a Stalinist chair because we were told to be Stalinist chairs because of time. I'm going to say one other thing very briefly. It seems to me the two real powers that we have in this country in terms of influencing policy in the creative economy around the world have been the British Council, I do think unsung hero, but the other thing, Nesta gave birth to the PEC, and I have to say, I think it is utterly scandalous and disgraceful that Nesta has decided to walk away from creative economy because, the clue is in the name, science, technology, and arts, where they come together. The great thing is the AHRC and UKRI, by picking up the PEC and giving it a forward-facing future, which is also going to be international, I think is incredibly important. And these two institutions, aside from what happens in the industry, so to speak, in terms of policy and influence, these two institutions, the British Council and the new look PEC, if I can put it like that, I think are going to be hugely influential. So let's go on to talk about where other people think things are going to get to in the next 5 years. Giorgio, I'm going to come to you first because you're going to be intimately involved in the PEC over the next 5 years.
Of course.
So tell us what's going to happen.
In the PEC, you want to, or in general in the global economy?
Well, in the global, the PEC's influence in the global
and the global economy.
What's the UK's? How is the future evolution of the creative economy going to impact on the UK, and how can we impact on it? That's my question.
So that's a great question. Do we have half an hour?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. So I think so that we have touched upon many issues. I think there are important developments happening globally and are worth having a look at. So first of all, we are coming out of a pandemic, and that's not something trivial. What has happened as a result of this is there's been partly movement in terms of international trade that we will call reshoring. And that has prompted a movement of deglobalization. So that's what at the moment people are talking a lot about in terms of international economics circles. Now, together with this, you've had the war in Ukraine. And deglobalization is also becoming political. You're starting to have, again, the emergence of blocs. Now, we mentioned the role of culture a lot. And I have to say that culture can clearly broker peace. It's extremely important in brokering peace. If you look at trade agreements, many trade agreements will start in the preamble mentioning cultural cooperation somewhere. There will be different strengths depending on the agreement about the importance of culture. So it's a bit of of something that we need to still understand how much it actually matters to have cultural cooperation mentioned in the agreement and in the preamble. And sometimes culture is actually exempted, or it is an exception in the trade agreement. So it's clearly something that is very politically charged, both when you want to broker peace, sometimes when you want to do the opposite, because we see now culture becoming, there's almost a call to war when there are the sanctions, right? Sometimes you go and you sanction the cultural economy. Sometimes you don't sanction the cultural economy. You don't want to directly sanction the cultural economy. And you end up having culture as collateral damage. So I think we live in a world where we are looking at deglobalization. We are looking, before the pandemic, we were looking at the emergence of the global south, so becoming increasingly global. We are seeing at culture becoming a political tool or a diplomatic tool, which can serve in both ways. I think there is a bit of a risk as well as being a tool to broker relationships. It can be also a bit of a risk when, just like you said earlier, when it becomes a monopoly of politicians, okay, or certain parts of society. I think there is also risk in that, and that's the context where we'll need to navigate. And I think if I look back, Rihanna mentioned something that's important, and also you did. Historically, the UK has been a very open society. Historically, I mean, like centuries, right? So you mentioned autocratic regimes, and for centuries, the UK has been the host of creatives and free thinkers from all over Europe. And I think there is still a scope for the UK to do that because it is an open society, and it is really what really matters in order to have creativity and foster creative clusters. In terms of what I think the PEC can do, I think Ekaterina mentioned it this morning. So the PEC is one of its kind internationally, and when around the globe people started thinking about policies for the creative industries, they looked at the UK, definitions, the work done by Nesta. So in a way, it's about continuing doing that in a context where you now have a lot more talk about the creative economy around the globe, creative cultural policies around the globe, in a far more controversial setting generated by deglobalization and blocks. But I think we have an opportunity here with the PEC and the PEC work, and with the help also of the Global Economic Council and the British Council, to still broker relationships, keep the conversation going, and influence the debate on the creative industries internationally. So that's what I'm looking forward to in the next 5 years.
Giorgio, thank you. I mean, according to this, we're out of time already, but I think I'm going to regard that as disinformation for a minute. Rihanna, you got 2 minutes. Are you optimistic or pessimistic?
Okay, I'm optimistic. I'm always optimistic. I think, well, what we're seeing is a real interest internationally in terms of the creative economy growing everywhere. If you look at the report from UNCTAD in 2020, in relation to what happened after the pandemic, 10 million jobs were lost and 750 billion in the creative and cultural goods and services. But what we are now seeing is a real appetite internationally to want to collaborate and connect with the UK, and I think that we should open our doors for that, obviously. Somebody mentioned earlier showcasing, the word came up, and I think it's important to think about our offer as the UK, and somebody also used the word humble Britain. For me, showcasing is actually, collaboration is a form of showcasing. Collaboration gives us the opportunity to have a dialogue. Collaboration gives us the opportunity to share our values and learn about the values of others in different contexts. So I hope, and I'm hopeful, that there will be more collaboration happening internationally, and that more of the UK, the whole of the UK, the Union, will have the opportunity to work equally in new territories and new parts of the world. I also think that there should be more opportunities for young people to be connected internationally. I think the UK needs to be connected nationally and internationally, particularly our young people, and there needs to be more opportunities in terms of skills.
Thank you. And Eliza, I'm going to come to you, but before I do that, I'm going to read it. We're going to have one question, super quick answers, but I think it's an important one. So just for you other two to bear in mind how you're going to answer the question before we come to Eliza. And the question is, how has the hostile environment for immigrants affected the desire of people to come and work in this sector in the UK, and how can that be changed? Eliza.
Yes, so we have seen that what could be described as a hostile environment has had an impact, and I think that the piece of research that I'm kind of thinking about the most is actually a piece which looks at it in the context of uncertainty. So especially when people didn't even know what would happen to them, that in itself is a kind of hostile environment, I'd say. So people being like, I don't know if there's going to be a policy in place that will allow me to move or to be able to live somewhere. To give one very sort of specific example that I find myself giving often to government, and again, this is the bit that I know the most about. I'm sure there are all kinds of other aspects of a hostile environment that I'm not touching on, but if you're thinking about, say, a designer, so designers, 1 in 2 people are freelance, who wants to come over, they are impacted by Brexit uncertainty, they're wondering what the actual atmosphere is like in the UK, how much has changed, but also very practically, even if they have a paid job in a creative design agency lined up, if they, at some point, which almost inevitably they will, want to work freelance for a bit, which is the norm, they have no certainty there. And that uncertainty might actually hold someone back, despite, in their case, there being a very clear route. And so, yeah, it's not quite the same as the kind of hostile environment that people are feeling across the board. But just to give a specific example of how uncertainty impacts people, I'd point to that.
And just before, you didn't get a chance to say what you think is going to happen over the next 5 years. Optimism, pessimism.
Okay, so
what do you think is the UK's role?
I think that the UK has a really significant role. I think that we need to, policymakers need to wake up a bit across all 3 of the areas of policy I spoke about. So I think that means thinking about foreign policy. I think that means absolutely prioritising an understanding of culture and creative industries in our diplomatic work. I think that means radically changing the migration system, dealing with things like hostile environments. I think it also means changing the trade legislation. But I'm optimistic. I think it's all possible.
So on the question, I think that it is a real problem. As a EU national going through Brexit, I think, of course, I've experienced this firsthand. But I also think that over time, this is something that will be resolved. So it has a lot to do with uncertainty, because the core values of British society are those that I was mentioning earlier: openness, inclusivity, a lot more than in other places. So in the long run, think these values will prevail also in terms of the way we are seen across the globe. And I think that's important. I would maybe, in terms of policy, look at higher education institutions, places of education. It could be schools, like Diana mentioned, and higher education institutions who are truly global, and they can really help in terms of conveying the message of openness. And we should be definitely more careful in terms of looking at credit degrees and programs and the way they're funded and the way they attract international students, because they are a path to also upskill locals. Definitely. There's a lot of complementarity.
Just very quickly, I think Eliza covered most of the points, but just this week I met a colleague at the British Council who was blind from birth and studied in the UK and is on a graduate track visa. And she's from Sudan, and you're following the news about Sudan at the moment. Her family is safe, but she's in our organisation, and she's working with us. So there is a graduate track visa that is able to bring people into the UK to study, but they can also stay on and contribute. At the British Council, we also run a global alumni programme, and that means that we connect with young people who studied in the UK and then went back to their country of origin. And when they are back in their country, we are able to then reconnect with them, because they have, obviously, memories of being in the UK, of the gigs that they went to, of the places they used to hang out. So we're offering opportunities to, through culture, for them to reconnect with the UK and to remain champions of their experience of the UK.
Thank you. Fantastic panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John, Eliza, Hannah, and Giorgio, for that wide-ranging session. It was very, very large amounts to cover in that session, but I thought you actually managed to do that very deftly and left us with lots to chew on there. Right, I'm absolutely delighted now to introduce our second keynote speaker of the day. Looking incredibly glamorous, I must say. You'll all see in a second. Tracy Brabin was previously an actor before she entered politics. She was Shadow Secretary of State for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, and Shadow Minister for the Cultural Industries. And of course, now she is the Mayor of West Yorkshire. If we have time for some audience questions after the keynote, I will try to put those through, so please do submit those via Slido. But in the meantime, please give a very warm welcome to Tracy.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience. I'm keeping you from your lunch. Just very quickly, I'll do an audio description of myself. I'm 5'4". I have shoulder-length fair hair. I'm wearing a cream jumpsuit. Hopefully that will be enough. I'm also about to wear glasses. So thank you so much for the invitation to speak to you all today. And it is official that that conferences with the creative people are where the beautiful people are, because you definitely understand the power of culture, and certainly you are some of the most exciting people I get to meet. So thank you all for coming. So it's really important that we all understand, and I know that you do, that culture is not just a nice to have, is it? It is the way we boost our economy, it's the way we create jobs and skills, regeneration, better well-being, and underscores our soft power in the world. And for me, it's really personal. I grew up on a council estate in Batley, free school meals kid. Always wanted to be an actor, and with no money and no contacts, I just didn't know where I'd get started. And I had a teacher at my school who told me about a free youth drama club where, and this will divide the audience about who knows who this person is, where Billy Whitelaw used to go. And I was hugely excited. My dad had a job at the time, and he had a car, so he could take me. And it was transformational. Sadly, my dad then lost his job, and I couldn't go anymore. But I'd really tasted the Kool-Aid, and it was fantastic, and there was no looking back. 3 decades later, having travelled the world as an actor and a writer, meeting and working with extraordinary people, I campaigned with Jo Cox, who was standing in Batley as the candidate. I campaigned during her election and again to save our local libraries. And then after her tragic murder, I understood what I had to do and I stepped up to serve. And it's been a huge privilege and an honour to be a politician representing my region and my community for the last 7 years. And I have taken that passion for culture and that understanding of the power of culture with me into everything that I've done. And as was said, I was able in 5 years to rise to the heady levels of Shadow Secretary of State for DCMS and also as the Shadow Minister for Culture. And then going into the Combined Authority, I realised that culture was nowhere to be seen. So I was able to establish a Heritage, Culture and Sport Committee made up of industry leaders and with a nice healthy budget of £11 million and started to put culture at the heart of everything that we did in West Yorkshire. Building a dedicated policy function from the ground up, supporting our year-long festivals, Leeds 2023, Kirklees Year of Music, Culturedale, Wakefield 2024, and then on to the mighty Bradford City of Culture. Whoop whoop for all those Bradfordians. Establishing the Mayor's Screen Diversity Programme, giving working class kids and diverse kids a chance to get in and get on in the creative industries. We've also established West Yorkshire's first ever Young Poet Laureate programme with the amazing, extraordinary Simon Armitage. And a month ago, it was World Poetry Day, and honestly, it was the best day of my job, listening to young people speaking about their poems and creativity. And it was delivered in partnership with the amazing National Literacy Trust and has reached 43,000 pupils in primary and secondary schools, giving them an opportunity to develop those skills, the oracy, the confidence, and the imagination. And soon we will be appointing West Yorkshire's first ever, 2 of them, primary and secondary, young poet laureates. And we will be commissioning them to write poems on moments of importance in the region. But what really struck me was that teachers were telling me that they were desperate for these sorts of initiatives with off-the-shelf resources that could help those pupils that need those all-important creative skills to speak confidently and express their innermost thoughts in a captivating and imaginative way, to look at the world differently and take leaps into the unknown, those valuable transferable skills, regardless of what job you end up doing. We all know if you're an aspiring engineer inventing the tech to enable us to battle climate emergency, you're going to need communication skills to get your ideas across. We all know it is STEAM, not STEM. And arts education complements so many other subjects like maths and like science. And I'm pleased to see that a Labour creative curriculum would take a holistic 360 view where art, music, poetry, dance, drama aren't only available to those at fee-paying schools, but available to everybody. Because whatever somebody says, it's not all about maths, is it? We know it's about a skills shortage in the creative industries, and the evidence is there. And we have talent that has been overlooked for far too long. Those who do want a career in the creative industries need those opportunities. And all too often, I speak to youngsters who say they have the passion, they have the ideas, but they just don't see themselves reflected in the sector. They don't know anyone with a job like that. And I absolutely get it. I know what it's like to have people sneer at your accent. And I know what it's like for people to think you're not very clever or creative because you're not RP or you haven't been to the right school. And I absolutely know how hard it is as a freelancer making ends meet and how tough it was when my own kids had to go on free school meals because life was so hard for me and my creative partner. And that's why representation really matters. If you can't see it, you can't be it. And just as an aside, as the only woman Metro Mayor in the country, if there's any women in this audience who want to step up into politics, I'll have a chat with you. Absolutely. We need more women in political life. Now, I mentioned the Mayor's Screen Diversity Programme earlier, but if we just drill down into the data, we can see the impact of this sort of intervention. 5 times oversubscribed, 62% women or non-binary, 43% identifying as disabled, 38% from a Black, Asian, minority ethnic background, and 50% of that cohort ending up with a job in screen industry or further training. I can, as the Mayor, set targets and working with Screen Yorkshire, deliver life-changing opportunities. But we all know one intervention is not going to solve the inequality and diversity challenges that face us. We need to do more. And in order for us to do more, we need further, deeper, wider devolution. And I've long called for devolution of the careers service, devolved to a local, regional level so we can be agile and we can deliver the tailored approach to help local people find opportunities that are right for them. And reading in the report that our very own queen of Bradford Literature Festival, Saima Aslam, really struggling to recruit venue managers, stage managers, this just reinforces exactly what we're saying. Now, I can do a lot through the adult education budget. It's been devolved with £65 million and our Skills Connect programme. But further reform would enable us to tackle opportunity gaps head on. So while we have a free apprenticeship levy scheme with unspent funds, ASDA, for example, going to upskill 10 early years workers, it's a brilliant scheme, but does it work for the creative industries? And I was pleased to see that the Labour Party were looking in their manifesto going forward to how they would be able to split it up, allowing creative businesses to spend half their levy on shorter courses, modular skills training, and have that flexibility needed in tough recruitment challenges and in the time that businesses are facing a really tough recruitment. So as an MP also, and an ex-freelancer, I knew how COVID would impact the creative industries, and co-chair of the all-party parliamentary group for the excluded, I campaigned to widen eligibility for more freelancers to get financial support from government. But we still see the impact from that close down 2 years later. So in West Yorkshire, we're making changes to launch tailored support for micro businesses and freelancers in the creative industries who too often fall out of existing schemes. And as more devolution deals are announced, we can work across borders, create a northern corridor of creative excellence. And I've been working closely with Andy Haldane and the Royal Society of the Arts to convene major players across the north to focus on the opportunity to create a northern creative corridor to enhance and amplify the brilliant work already underway, speaking with a collective voice representing areas like mine and the extraordinary cultural strengths and ambitions that have been undervalued for too long. A creative crucible, if you like. And as I said at the beginning, it isn't just because it's a nice to have, just because it's an interest of mine. It is because it's about the economy and the economy of the North. Now, the creative industries are worth over £2 billion of GVA to our regional economy. In West Yorkshire, we have the fastest growing creative sector outside of London. We have 50,000 people employed in the sector, more graduates in art subjects than any other city outside of London, 9,000 studying design and creative and performing arts, 2,300 studying media, journalism, creative writing and communications, all supported by a strong research ecosystem, bringing together the brightest minds at our 7 universities and creative businesses. Channel 4, Rolam, Duck Soup, True North, ITV, Sky, XR Games, Production Park in Wakefield, the largest cluster of live events businesses in Europe, home to the £7 million Explore facility, providing us with an industry-leading research and innovation centre for entertainment, tech and production. It's an ex-mining village that has the likes of Beyoncé and Lady Gaga coming to the local corner shop. Well, not quite, but the power of regeneration of that facility is off the scale. XR Stories, led by the University of York, working collaboratively with where we are now, the BFI, Screen Yorkshire, and a host of universities, supporting research, development, and innovation in immersive and interactive storytelling. And the world of fashion, we have the Future Fashion Factory Cluster, led by the University of Leeds, working with the likes of, I'd like to say, local company Burberry and British Fashion Council as the region's fashion and textile research and innovation cluster. An estimated 10,000 people are employed by our region's textile design and manufacturing. Investing in innovation, we can build on our rich history of textile excellence. And with our 3 years of cultural festivals rolling into the mighty Bradford, we are unstoppable. And the continuous flow of investment and ideas that will be the rocket fuel for creatives in our region. And just imagine, you're an intern in Leeds 2023, and then you are a producer going into Wakefield's 2024, and then you are a strand or a program developer at Bradford City of Culture, and then you get a job at Channel 4. I mean, who needs to move to London to have an amazing creative career that's well paid with lots and lots of interesting opportunities? But we're not just putting on a great show in West Yorkshire, we're also putting together a case backed by evidence to show that fundamentally and very clearly investment in culture works. Culture levels up. It drives growth. But of course you need proof, so we're establishing evaluation frameworks, working with the Centre for Cultural Value at the University of Leeds. We have the pioneering Born in Bradford that followed 30,000 babies, they're now teenagers, to investigate their lives, the impact on all sorts of things like COVID, tech, and we are working with them to evidence that culture levels up. That's why evidence-based policy advice provided by the likes of PEC is more important than ever as we navigate an uncertain world. And a world transformed by AI, and I'm sure you were as blown away as I was to see that extraordinary photograph that won all the prizes, and to hear music that sounds exactly like the musicians that it mimics. We have to get on the front foot to ensure that regulation and accountability is there to help our creatives control their copyright and also are able to make a living from the art that they create. And we have to lean in, though, as well to this disruption because we operate in a global economy of commerce, ideas, and innovation. Now, British creative industries are a global success story with exports all over the world, and we need to take the lead on this if we're going to retain that status. And no one can say exactly what a creative job is going to look like in the future. But if one thing that we can do is we can make that future be more equitable and not further disenfranchise communities who've been left out for far too long. So I'm really looking forward to working with the Creative PEC at their new home at Newcastle University to offer to be an early adopter, to be the sandbox where we can test ideas and pilot good schemes. And certainly in West Yorkshire, we are absolutely ready to blow away any assumption that the North doesn't have a creative life and creative businesses. And finally, an advert, because this weekend we've got an amazing event happening in West Yorkshire, and I'm assuming most of you will know the mighty Jude Kelly, who has run for many years Women of the World festivals here on the South Bank. Well, she's curating a project I'm supporting called The Wow Barn. And if anybody's seen the film Witness, you'll remember in the middle of the film, there is a barn raising. The Amish community raise a barn. We are raising a barn in 24 hours on Cinder Moor in Leeds. And 300 female and non-binary construction industry professionals and volunteers are coming together to raise that barn in a day. And it's going to be a venue for 2 weeks. And embedded into this was the comprehensive skills program in carpentry, in construction, events management, programming, which I really hope is going to create a new career path for all women and girls in West Yorkshire. So it's been absolute delight to come and speak to you today. It's been a long morning. I'm sure you're feeling ready for lunch. But thank you so much for the invitation to speak to you. And you will all be welcome to come to West Yorkshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Are these mics on? Yes, I think they are. Thank you. And we are lucky enough to have a couple of minutes before lunch, so we can ask a few more questions. But thank you very much for that keynote. I mean, one of the reasons for doing this conference now is looking back. And looking back, you know, we sort of had a bit of a joke earlier about the birth of the Cool Britannia era when you know, the term creative industries was coined. But it struck me listening to you and thinking about you as someone who was in the creative industries for the entirety of your career before you moved into politics. Coming out of that creative industries bubble and into that political world, what struck you about the level of understanding about the creative industries with politicians and policymakers?
Well, one of the things I noticed 5 years when I was a politician in Westminster is how the churn of ministers in DCMS. It was like people didn't want the job, or it was a stepping stone to something better. It's the best job in government. Why would people not be clamoring to get that job? Because, as I said, it's about regeneration, skills and jobs and well-being. And we're talking about the strain, for example, on the NHS with mental health challenges and ill health. Creative social prescribing, we're investing £500,000 in that in West Yorkshire. It not only helps communities, individuals, but it keeps creatives employed and on salary and earning money so that they can stay in the sector. I just never understood how it was seen as something that was just the fun department. It really isn't. It's one of the most substantial, exciting roles in government. And I'm disappointed that politicians saw that. However, I am heartened by the fact that the government have identified as the creative sector, creative industries, as a mission and as one of the pillars for deliverables. So when we're looking at investment zones, when we're looking at trailblazer deals, I'm heartened that the government are happy to have those conversations. And, you know, I would say that the ministers that I've spoken to all are very, you know, they speak with the right attitude. They want to make a difference. But I do feel that it's not seen in the same seniority as some of other ministerial posts. I absolutely loved doing it. It was such a short period of time, but it's a job where you can make a massive difference.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And I mean, devolution and how you decentralise power, and particularly in the creative industries, is something that you know about. And we've had a couple of questions that have come in about that. So what, in policy terms, does cultural devolution mean to you?
Well, it's always about power and money, isn't it? It's also about soft power, about the people that you can bring into the room. But the Arts Council, I think, have done a fantastic job. I think they've been under siege for many years. I think their representatives in West Yorkshire are very attuned to what is going on in our sectors, and they do a great job. However, I also think there is space for a greater devolution of resources to leaders who know their region and who can work together with Arts Council to understand, for example, the skills we need working on programmes together. And I know that the Trailblazer deals, whilst it's not explicit about taking the powers from Arts Council, I think there is a sense that local leaders could then have a greater voice in the choices about where money goes into which sectors and so on. And also understanding the creative industry business side of it, being able to merge investment in business with the creative industries and support for organisations and buildings. And we all know, don't we, that during COVID, the mayors, I wasn't a mayor at the time, but the mayors of Greater Manchester and Liverpool were able to immediately identify chunks of money for freelancers. And the Arts Council was protecting buildings and organisations and freelancers to some degree, but locally, directly elected mayors were able to understand what was needed on the ground. So whilst I'm not going to develop policy here and now, because we're having those conversations with government and the civil servants at the moment, but I think the Arts Council have done a really good job. However, we also know our communities, so we can be more helpful.
Final question, and I know you're very happy in your job, so I'm not implying that you want the prime ministerial job, but it's the question I asked my previous panellists, so I will ask you the same thing. If you were the prime minister tomorrow, what policy change would you immediately make to support the UK's creative industries?
Well, surely it's got to be about bringing the creative subjects back into school. Surely that's the one thing that a new Prime Minister would and should do.
I think that message has been ringing out loud and clear with this audience, so I'm not surprised you got a warm reception for that. Thank you so very much, Tracy. We're absolutely delighted that you could have joined us today. A round of applause, please.
Thank you all so much. Thanks, that was really good. Really good. Thank you.
Just before I formally break you for lunch, I have got one little piece of housekeeping, and this is just for the speakers and panellists in the room who may have left their things in the green room. It won't be accessible between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock, so if you could get your stuff out of there when we break for lunch before 2, that would be great. And for everybody else, whether you're here in the room or joining us online, it is now time for lunch, a chance to chat and just, percolate everything you've heard today. So we are going to start back here at 2:45 promptly with a discussion on the future of levelling up our creative nation.
Great.
So we'll see you back here online at 2:45. Thank you.
Thanks. That was really
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our afternoon session, everyone in the room and everyone joining online. If you weren't here with us this morning, my name's Caroline Meeby. I'm the host for the rest of the afternoon, as I was this morning, and I am a brown woman with glasses and curly hair, and I'm wearing a leopard print top today. So I hope over the break you had a chance to grab something to eat and perhaps connect with some of the speakers. For those of us who are here at the BFI, I noticed lots and lots of networking going on over lunch, which is fantastic, because there was so much food for thought in this morning's session, and it will be the same this afternoon, I guarantee you. So I'm going to welcome our next panel onto the stage now. This session will explore the future of the Levelling Up agenda across the UK. And to discuss this, we have a superb panel. We have Professor Paul Moore, who is Director of Future Screens NI and Co-Director of the Creative Industries Institute at Ulster University. We have Caroline Norbury, who is the CEO of Creative UK. We have Lara Ratnaraja, who is a cultural consultant. We have Dr. Josh Seipel, Senior Lecturer in Science, Policy and Research Unit at the University of Sussex Business School. And to chair our session, we have Professor Bruce Tether, who is Professor of Innovation Management and Strategy at Manchester Business School at the University of Manchester. You'll be able to submit questions on Slido as per before. And without further ado, may I welcome the panel onto the stage. Give them a round of applause, please. And over to you, Bruce. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if I can get the technology to work. Okay, thank you. Hope you all had a lovely lunch. And for those of you who are in the room, I hope you managed to speak to at least one person you hadn't previously spoken to. That, I think, is the point of networking. But okay, so this session is about levelling up. Before I start, I should describe myself. So I'm a middle-aged white guy, unfortunately, perhaps. I'm wearing glasses because I have them since I'm 16. Nice pink shirt here, underneath a nice cycling T-shirt because that's where my heart really is. But anyway, that's me, and on to discuss levelling up. So levelling up, what does it mean? I think there are some international people in the audience and also online. So I think it's a fantastic phrase, but it's also a phrase which created an awful lot of expectation about what our country could be like. And taken literally, it kind of means, I think it means two kind of quite different things, or maybe at least it means two quite different things to me, but maybe different things to others as well. But one is geographical inequalities in this country. We have extreme geographical inequalities for an advanced country. Recent paper by some academics and Ed Bowles lays this out really nicely. They are very, very profound, and they've been around for a long time. I was an undergraduate in geography in the late 80s, and we were very aware of levelling up or the inequalities. It was in Newcastle, and that kind of agenda was very much there. So in the creative industries are very uneven spatially, as we may know. So they're very heavily concentrated in the UK, in London and the South East. I did my own research a few years back looking at the extent of these inequalities. And if you think about levelling up as sort of two cars on the motorway, or cars on the motorway, then one car is going fast, right? But in order to level up, the second car has to catch up with the first car. And if you take that analogy, the distance between the car front, which is in London South East, is quite a long way ahead of the one behind, and it would take a long time to narrow these gaps. But nonetheless, it's a good ambition, I think, to reduce these inequalities. I think another aspect of this is really about opportunities, and it's about opportunities for different parts of our population. And sort of bringing this to mind, I did a study recently about Manchester and the inequalities in Manchester. And on one hand, Manchester is seen as a great success story for the northern creative industries. It's often seen as the hub, or maybe alongside West Yorkshire, because I heard about that just before the break. But it's also a place of enormous inequality. So if you look at large parts of Greater Manchester, there's very little creative industries in the east side of the city and around to the north. And this is also about the people who live there. Basically, there's a strong connection between prosperity and deprivation on the one hand, and access to the creative industries on the other. So for me, it's at least partially about this geographical divides, and it's also about social divides. So this is what hopefully we're going to discuss in the next 40 minutes or so. But I just wanted to start by asking my panel about looking back, what are we thinking of in the last 5 years as a successful levelling up initiatives that have been taking place in the UK over the last 5 years, and what have we learned about how to level up successfully? Maybe I could start here with Paul.
Thank you, Bruce. My name is Paul Moore. I'm a very old, white, in every sense of the word, male. I'm wearing a dark suit and a white shirt. I think you've touched on a crucial point where levelling up, as you might expect me to say, has got a geographical dimension. Northern Ireland would feel that it has missed out on levelling up initiatives to some extent, and there's quite a raging debate going on about that at the moment, particularly since the Minister is this very morning laying down the budget, which will see at least a 10% cut for all arts organisations in the region. Partly our own fault because we have not yet got the devolved government back. So it is a geographical issue. Having said that, I would defer a little bit from what Tracy was saying this morning, where she said that culture levels up. I don't think culture does level up, actually. I think strategizing culture through policy intervention may have the potential to level up, but that's an entirely different thing. And one example I would give is that the Minister for the Department for Communities in Northern Ireland created a task force during COVID to look at how we might address the arts and heritage and sport. And I was fortunate to be on that. And while it was about immediacy, I kept banging on about the long term, to which the Minister eventually quite rightly said, well, what are you talking about? Tell me what that looks like. Eventually that turned into a number of schemes, one called Artwork, which Future Screens NI manages and administers as the AHRC cluster for the region. And it created 72 three-year posts in arts organisations across the region. The second one is a scheme called Cine, which is run by Northern Ireland Screen, and it is creating apprenticeships within the creative industries, particularly in the screen industries, for the most disadvantaged young people in the region. Now, those would not have happened had we not taken the tactical opportunity which COVID offered to get into very direct relationships with government. I do realise for those in the audience that we can do that in Northern Ireland because it's a smaller region and we have more direct access. But that involves saying to government, what are the things that you need done and what do you need us to do? And in a pragmatic fashion thinking about that. Because levelling up is not about one-off schemes. Levelling up is about creating a capacity infrastructure for the future.
Okay, thank you. Caroline.
Couldn't agree more. So sorry for people who want to know, I am an ageless sex kitten.
I positioned myself in the right place.
I have olivey skin. I have an interesting background of Middle Eastern, Mediterranean, and Mancunian, actually, black background, and I am dressed in a black sparkly top, brown trousers, and green suede boots. So, levelling up. I mean, I completely agree with you in terms of it has to be systematic and systemic and patient in order to work. So I think sort of our electoral cycle means that we probably get maybe 18 months worth of work done to make change in each political cycle, because everybody's either getting used to a new job, hoping for a different job, or getting on the campaign trail to, get re-elected. So, if you want to make change, we have to sort of start by really taking seriously how we make policy and implement it. But going back to your question, rather than my soapbox, one of the things that we started before sort of our current incarnation is Creative UK have been investing in small creative businesses, largely outside of London and the South East, just in England, but largely outside of London and the South East for probably about 8 years. And the history to this is there was a pot of investment that the coalition government had, which was called the Regional Growth Fund. I don't know if people remember this, but it was big chunks of money that largely went to local authorities, and then some of it went to big businesses to build things like call centres or invest in car plants. And I had a conversation with Vince Cable when he was the Secretary of State for Business, and he wanted to invest in he wanted to invest in the creative sector. And I said to him, well, look, it's great that you've got, you're putting this money out in millions, but actually most small businesses can't deal with that. They need 25 grand, particularly creative businesses. So they need that sort of money to invest in scaling their team, developing their IP, et cetera, et cetera. Long story short, we came up with a way in which we could take some of that investment and parcel it out and put it into small businesses in lots of different parts of the country. And we did that patiently. We did that flexibly. So we didn't work like a grant organisation. We didn't work like a bank. We had a relationship with the business. We followed them. We were there when things were bad for them, and we provided more help for them. Long story short, the average length of time that an SME exists for is 5 years. Not 5 years, sorry, is 2 years. And our 70% of our businesses were still trading after 5 years. I'm not quite sure what the figures are now, but I'm pretty sure that we're still far above the average. They were all employing more people, they were generating more revenues, they were exporting, they were investing in innovation. They were doing all the things that you want businesses that are scaling to do. We did that really through a bit of chutzpah and being in the right place at the right time. It wasn't systemic, it wasn't planned. But as I said, 80% of those businesses are outside of the southeast. And what they've done is we've continued to work with many of them. Some of those businesses are now investing in other businesses that we've introduced to them. And within that sort of coterie, 50% of those businesses were in areas of high economic deprivation and low social inclusion. So, which is exactly the sort of, the definition really of the levelling up areas. And I think the key to it all was long term. It was very much a very straightforward, supportive relationship, which wasn't about doing lots and lots of reporting. And importantly, it wasn't based around a grant. So the end result of all of this was that we had a conversation about how do you pay that money back and how do we use that to then invest in other stuff. So I think that there are ways in which you can, you can do this sort of work, but it takes a long time. Unfortunately, we never got that money recapitalised. We've recapitalised it ourselves by we launched a £20 million fund with a private sector partner about 3 years ago, and we're going to. We're in the process of recapitalising that now, so we should have about another £30 million fund. But none of that really has been enabled through the sort of policy making that you've just outlined. It's all really been, as I say, sort of been a bit of chutzpah and been in the right place at the right time.
Okay, very good, thank you. Josh.
Right, yes, I'm Josh Seipel. Those looking at me, I'm a white male. I'm American, originally wearing a red tie and a navy jacket, it appears. So one of the things which I think is really interesting about the issues that we face around leveling up, and which I think Caroline and Paul have both sort of raised there, is this issue around sort of access to opportunity. And I think particularly the issues around access to finance are really, really crucial, so that businesses that want to grow, that have an interest in growing, are able to get access to the capital that they want. And some of the work that we had done as part of our Creative Radar project had found that companies in what we called microclusters outside of the largest, most established creative clusters in the UK, they wanted to grow more, but they also didn't have access to the capital that they need. And this is exactly the phenomenon that Caroline identified. Now, I think there's there's a lot of really interesting movement in this space. And one of the things which I thought has been a very interesting set of experiments that's recently been refunded was the Creative Scale-Up program, which was originally launched by DCMS and has now been refunded as the Create Growth program. And I think the thing which really made that interesting as a program was that in that case there was an emphasis on targeting areas, one, outside of London, which are typically less likely to get access to some private sector finance. But there's also a real interest in trying to build demand for capital. So not necessarily just making it about access to, so providing extra capital, which is really, really important, but also helping companies on their growth journey to be able to know what was needed to get them to be investment ready. And I think that's a really interesting step. And I think one of the other things which was quite interesting about Creative Scale-Up was there was a lot of interesting work around trying to get investors out to the places that they wouldn't normally be engaging with, talking to people who they might not normally see because they aren't necessarily in London or in the golden triangle of Oxford and Cambridge, to actually see there's lots of really good investment opportunities outside of this immediate area. And as we look to trying to level up the UK, I think it's a really important aspect of this, trying to make sure that where there is money, and I think the work that Creative UK and Creative England before has been really good in trying to channel this out more broadly across the whole of the UK.
Thanks, Josh. Lara?
My name's Lara Ratnaraja. I am a Sri Lankan woman with brown skin, neon yellow, it changes a lot, neon yellow hair and lime green hair, so God knows what you're going to make of that. And I have a lot of jewellery and tattoos, or too much jewellery, as my mum says. I just wanted to pick up something Paul said. I don't think it is levelling up either, because to have levelling up, you really need significant investment into equitable infrastructure to even get to be level. And secondly, is level the standard we want to have when that standard has proved itself to be kind of perpetuating systemic bias and promotes or catalyses marginalisation? So I'll just leave that there. But I think when we do talk about levelling up projects, where they've worked really well is when they are very unique to their place. And that's where they've really, I think they're not levelling up, but they are really making a shift, I suppose, in how those places occupy within cities or towns or within a kind of local landscape. So my example I was going to give actually was, and I'm biased because I live in Birmingham, is Moseley Road Baths and Borseley Library, which is a Grade 2 listed Edwardian building that was saved from closure by local community campaigning. And they have, and I love this phrase, I have actually got this on as a note, they have a coalition of the willing, which I thought was a really fabulous phrase. And that is it's a groundbreaking collaboration between Moseley Road Baths, the Friends of Moseley Road Baths, Birmingham City Council, Historic England, World Monuments Fund and the National Trust. And they've, from that local campaigning, they have now got around 15.5 million of levelling up funding, which is going to work towards a big £30 million master plan. And that will really transform what that the public baths and library can be. And what I love about it and why I think it's been successful is it's responding to the needs of the communities it's serving. It's not being done to them, which historically a lot of place-based projects have done. It listens to the community it's based in, it's working with them, and it really is about the uniqueness of place and people. So it's not levelling up in the sense that the whole of Birmingham hasn't suddenly all become really equitable, but it's actually giving people in those areas a voice and agency in their space, and I think that's really powerful and really important.
Okay, thank you. I'll give you a warning. I'm going to come back the other way. So my second question is about, I mean, we've all been through a big experiment in terms of the COVID pandemic and forced us all online in a way which we hadn't experienced before. But in a sense, it also changes the nature of relationships, right? So before, I mean, we come here and hopefully meet someone new, and that's the way people form relationships. And the creative industries are very relational, right? They are really dependent, much more than many other industries, in terms of who you know and access. And I was interested. We had a conversation with Lara before this meeting, but you made some really interesting observations about how going online changes the nature of access relative to the real world. I was wondering if you could, reflect on that in terms of what it means for levelling up and access to opportunities.
Yeah, and I think we accept there is a digital divide, so we have to kind of, it's not the standard that everyone has access to digital in the way that we mean, and not everyone's got smartphones, and the amount of Macs in this room is quite incredible. But also but if we understand that. The nature of what digital did during lockdown is it's not a binary thing. It's not like all of a sudden we came out of lockdown and everything went back live again, because I think we proved from the lack of, there are audiences, I think 34% of audiences have never come back. But in the meantime, people online were finding their own communities that they wanted to engage with. There was far more kind of engagement around culture from diverse communities that would not necessarily be seen in or feel comfortable in, again, mainstream public spaces. So I don't think it's binary. I don't think it's in real life versus digital, but I think it's that hybrid of experience, like today actually, but slightly more exciting events. But it's like looking at having a. Sorry, no. I mean, this panel is amazing, obviously. But it's the best one. But how you amplify, so I think it's about amplifying and augmenting experiences. And by doing so, what that does is absolutely democratises access. So you create multiple entry points, you create multiple voices, you have far greater representation than you can within a physical space. And I think, the thing that makes it really exciting, coming back to what the point of the question was, is that where you look at cross-sector working, and we talked about Create Tech this morning, and when you look at culture, creative industries and digital, I don't think we've got anywhere near as to what the potential of that could be. But actually, how do you harness all of this in a way that is inclusive, addresses diversity, it includes representation, and we make working differently. So instead of just going, let's make something live and then add a digital element to it, what does making work look like when you make it differently? And that's, I think, where that kind of experience can really change things.
Thank you. Josh?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as we saw, there was so much during the pandemic which changed in terms of the way that people were working. And I think one of the things which we found is we've sort of been looking at this through the past couple of years through our PEC research, and particularly through our Creative Radar work, where we've been documenting the effect of companies through the pandemic, both before, during, and then kind of after. One of the things which sort of come up from this, which I think is really interesting given this point about the shift to online, is a lot of the companies that we studied, and a majority of the companies that we studied, the bulk of their business is local. And it was local before the pandemic, and it's still local now. And so there's some really interesting things that we need to think about, that whilst everything went local, and even when we were talking to people who said they were actually talking to more people and looking more broadly for their ideas, those markets didn't really necessarily shift over the course of the pandemic. And I think that's really kind of interesting on two levels. I think on one level, there's a point about trying to find ways to drive that local demand. If most businesses are likely to be selling in the region in which they operate, or within their town, or within a local area, how can we boost that demand from a local perspective? But I think there's also an interesting question. I mean, there was conversation earlier today about kind of exporting and things like this, but there's also trying to provide opportunities for companies, again, that want to be able to sell their products more broadly and to target even more widely in the UK, rather than necessarily just in more of a local, within my town, within my region area, and trying to be able to find markets that are a bit more broad. But I think it's quite interesting that even despite all of these changes, in terms of at least the data that we've seen, the way that companies have sold hasn't actually really changed that much. The companies that were selling widely were doing it before, and they're still doing it now. But trying to find ways to help companies to boost that access as a way of helping them to grow and within that local area, I think is really important.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
I think Lara said most of the things that I would have sort of pointed out, really. I think just sort of some sort of anecdotal stuff that we picked up was one of the things that did change a lot during the pandemic was how some of the bigger buyers, if you like, interacted with smaller buyers. So previously, for example, if you're a television company, you're especially if you're a newish television company, you don't have established relationships, you're literally waiting for months to be able to get an appointment with a commissioning editor and get in the room. You travel all the way in to the various places, and you sit in the waiting room and hope that they're not going to keep you waiting for more than an hour, and sometimes they do, and sometimes they cancel just as you're getting into the building. But anyway, one of the good things around the pandemic was that commissioning editors had to be available and engaging in a different way, and they were able to do that online. And what we picked up from some of the small TV businesses that are our members was that they were able to get much better access than they'd ever got before, and so the who you know thing mattered less. I don't have any evidence, anecdotal or sort of or proper, to say whether or not that has changed. But I do think that that our commitment to doing things differently, which was we convened this thing called the Creative Coalition, where we had about 650 different businesses for about 18 months in a constant and consistent conversation about how we made change. And one of the things was, let's not go back to the way things were. Now, there are things that we can do to sort of to support that, but how some of those changes, like for example access, is embedded, I don't know that we've done any research on. I don't know whether or not there is any research that looks at, these are the things that we said we wanted to change. This is how we changed during the pandemic. Have we kept them going? I don't know, but I would suggest that might be quite an interesting research project for somebody to look at.
Thank you. Paul?
And picking up on what everyone else has said, I think the biggest danger in this is to overestimate the impact of the move to digital work. I'm not sure that's as prominent as we think it is. And Laura's absolutely right about notions of geography and access and deprivation, skills deficit around some of the technologies that we have that we're not addressing, certainly in Northern Ireland, in the way that we would like to. And even in terms of geography, and obviously I'm absolutely delighted to be here, but I still had to leave the house at 5 o'clock this morning in order to be here and to fly here with all the sustainability and green issues that brings up, to do this 40 minutes. So that, the idea that digital has had that impact, I think we can overestimate it. Where I think it has had an impact is around the way in which we think about the digital and the way in which we think about our work. Now, I've no proof of this. It's another piece of research that would need to be done. But I suspect that we've moved in our thinking away from the old notions of economy that we had in general. If the first industrial revolution was around, let's call it around manual labour and around physicality, and the second one was around brain power, I think we might be moving into what I call the economy of the heart. Now, that's not some hippie notion, although obviously you can see by me that as a Grateful Dead follower, you're either on the bus or you're not on the bus. It's a notion about how people now want to do work which gives them some kind of contentment as well as some kind of decent standard of living, which comes back to the levelling up piece. And I think in order to do that, and I'm stealing here from Jeff Mulgan and from a Croatian writer called Shervak Horvat, we need to stop thinking about concepts like imagination and hope as abstract concepts and start thinking about how we strategize those things and build them into this policy making, and not be ashamed of saying to policymakers, what are you doing to make imagination and hope for levelling up part of the policies that we're putting out there. And you can see that in action. It's not about giving people money. Caroline's absolutely right. When COVID came, we did a call which we call Rewriting the Narrative, and we gave people £5,000. Mm-hmm. And I have to give the HRC some praise here because they allowed us to go slightly out of scope to do that. We ended up funding a woman who does tapestry. Mm-hmm. Don't ask me why, but we did. That woman we then linked up with someone who does AI. Mm-hmm. And she has built a microcluster around doing that work. But it wasn't the money, it was the support mechanisms that were built around that. The money was irrelevant. It was the support she was getting from other experts and from the community and the network that were there. And this is not just about policy. This is really important because the more we get into technology that is not accessible to everybody, and AI is the prime example, the greater the distance between those of us who have access to that and those who don't. And those who don't will then be victims to superstition and conspiracy theories, which will drive the populist governments, which are the biggest danger to us creating levelling up. So this is not about just policy for the creative industries. This is about ensuring that you have a society which is equitable and where the distance between those who have technologically and creatively is too far and the distance of those who haven't. And that is a real danger to us all, as we see in Trump and numerous politicians in the UK.
Thank you. I just want to end by asking a question. I'm going to throw this question at you guys, which is from the audience, as the most popular question. It comes from Jane Ellison. She asks, public libraries reach more people and communities than other creative organizations. And I think that's a really interesting question. So I want to ask you, it's not just public libraries, but it's also about access, but what piece of local infrastructure which is unappreciated do you think is particularly important in galvanizing creative industries in different places? I'm throwing this at you, so you may need a bit of thought.
Well, you're right, absolutely right about public libraries, and actually the biggest single piece of I suppose investment we have at the moment, which we shouldn't need, is actually about warm spaces. So it's got nothing to do with creative industries. So public libraries have become even more popular because they are warm spaces for people. I run a warm space as well, so I know exactly how people are using those spaces. So it's not. There's something about how you create spaces that feel inclusive, and at the moment, the single most important thing in this country, with the cost of living crisis, is having spaces where people can actually be warm and stay before they even start thinking about how they're using electricity or Wi-Fi or broadband or anything like that.
It goes to this idea of the infrastructure you mentioned earlier, the background. Anyone else got an observation on that?
Well, I was going to say youth clubs, but I don't think they really exist anymore in terms of infrastructure. I'm a Scottish daughter, and so schooling wasn't great for me because I went to about 10 different schools. So there was no sort of real consistency. But youth club, there was always a youth club, and that's where I sort of had the idea that I might do something creative with my life. And I think that youth clubs provide that sort of safe space for kids to try out, to do stuff with their peer groups, etc., etc., etc. And it's just a travesty that they have been, that those budgets, and one can understand why with the pressure on local authorities, etc. But they've just been cut more and more and more and more. So what happens to those kids who don't really enjoy going to school, whose parents can't take them to various places, etc., etc. We used to have hundreds of these things, and for many people my age, I think, in the creative industries, that was how we sort of we got our first taste of what this could be for us, because we couldn't see it in our parents. So I would like to say youth clubs are a missed opportunity, but I worry that they probably don't exist anymore anyway. So
I would build on what Caroline is saying. I don't know whether they have the context in England, Scotland, Wales, but in Northern Ireland we still have a very strong network of community centres, local community centres, and it's that locality which is a crucial piece, because the two biggest problems in levelling up in Northern Ireland are rurality and peripherality and class inequalities, and those local community centres address those in a way that the rest of us don't, and that's where we need to be putting our attention and putting some of our funding in order to get at those issues of access and equality.
Okay, thank you. Josh, do you have a thought?
Yeah, no, I agree with what everyone else is saying. I think having spaces within communities where community can come together, I think there's a really interesting point that sort of feeds in, I think, to some of the points we've been talking about earlier about culture, where there's a lot of things around sort of community cohesion that we really need. We need to have spaces where communities can come together, where smaller communities can form and people can make those types of links, and that can then be a gateway to all sorts of the other types of benefits that come from culture and things like that. But having that sort of baseline sort of social infrastructure and having that be robust, I think, is a really important starting place that then can be used to build on all sorts of things, benefits to the creative industries, but also benefits across the board in terms of well-being and health and all sorts of other stuff as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad nobody mentioned universities, because universities are often seen as the universal solution to every problem, but not today, so that's good. I'm not sure how much time we've got left.
Just under 10 minutes.
Oh, we got loads of time. Okay, so that's cool. So I had another question, which was, what, you know, I think this country, one of the things that I noticed about this country, I've been here a long time, is we suffer from what I call initiative-itis, right? We always kind of create a new initiative, tends to be fairly small beer, and then we let it go for a while, and then we pull it up by the roots. We're usually pulling it up by the roots and seeing if it's growing most of the time, and then we kind of abandon it and start something new. So I wanted to think about what might be a successful venture which we could scale up. So what's something that, you know, looking to the future, if you could give a policy advice to a minister, you know, as a proposal which could be scaled up rather than a relatively small scale initiative that could be taken forward.
Want me to start?
Yes, please.
So I think there are two things that are already in play at the moment. So the first is obviously the Creative Clusters programme, which it's just speechless that that actually it didn't get the funding that in order for it to scale.
Yeah.
One hopes that maybe there can be something salvaged from it, but you know there is an example of I'm trying to think. Baz probably, I missed Baz's speech this morning, but I'm sure he gave you all the figures about how much money came out of it, etc., etc. So that's one thing. The other are these. It's a sort of a new thing, but a sort of an old thing with these new enterprise zones or investment zones. So which government recently announced, and as you will know, the government have also made creative industries one of its big 5 priority areas. You know, the mission, its mission. So I think that offers a blueprint for local organisations, local authorities, businesses, etc., to work together collectively and collaboratively to really scale what they've been doing in their areas using that sort of policy lever. So I think that you're quite right. There's lots and lots of things that are already out there. To be honest, most of them are things that have been existing for forever. For example, they're just moving the deck chairs around a little bit. It would be nice if we could have a more grown-up conversation that was exactly what was happening. It would save a lot of time.
Relabeling things.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to come on the back of Caroline because she stole my clusters piece. You know, as a director of the clusters, you'd expect me to say that. But clusters not necessarily in terms of funding, but in terms of what a cluster does in order to create an infrastructure for the region and to create the network. I can give you an example of that if I may be a little bit anecdotal. I have colleagues in the audience today who worked with Future Screens, whom I met on the plane on the way over. And they said, "Where are you going?" I told them I was going, "Right, we're going there. We're going there to support you." And they're here in the audience, coming out of the cluster, people I'd never met before in that way. And that's a really important development. If I had to give another one, it is to think about what the skills are that we need in 2030 and 2035. Not now. 65% of the jobs that our young people will do are not yet invented. We need to be thinking about what that skills base is for 2035 and 2040 and getting into that whole debate about how we get to that position. We're not very good at that in Northern Ireland. We're beginning to address it. We're beginning to look at that skills audit and what it might be. But for me, there's way too much what I call rear view mirror driving, trying to get somewhere by looking in the rear view mirror. That's not taking us anywhere. What is the future like? What are future skills like? And what are we doing about creating those skills? Because there will be a convergence of the industries. We're seeing it. And we need to know what skills we give our young people in order to ensure they can go into any aspect of this creative industry that we're creating.
It's interesting. Another question online was observes that in the national curriculum, creativity is only mentioned 3 times. So we might need a bit more than that. So either of you two want to chip in?
Yeah, I mean, I think first off, I completely agree on the point about clusters, investment, and skills. I mean, 110% on those. I mean, I think one of the things as well that we really need to be seeing is, I think at some point there has to be a climb back from the funding issues that our local authorities are facing. I mean, the work that the PEC has done, talking about the real terms funding cuts to arts funding in local areas. I think we need to be investing in capacity for local areas to be able to come up with these solutions, building on what we were just talking about before in terms of communities and community resources. We need to be providing the framework and the resources and sort of the space for local areas to be able to become empowered to try to use creativity and culture in all of these ways to be able to build themselves up and try to restore some of the things that have been lost over the past number of years in all number of ways. We need to try to get back to that, and I think that has to be a local solution.
Yeah, thank you.
Just for change, I'm going a bit contrary, because I don't think it's scaling up. I think it's widening the parameters of what we're talking about with levelling up, because it's not never one size fits all. And if you widen the parameters, then you start looking at things that are more considered and that are built with care and with care and authenticity at their heart. So that makes it much more relevant for when people talk about Northern Ireland, for example. Then it's the differences. Geopolitically, for example, that are there that don't happen in England, and the other issues that you have around the United Kingdom. And then you start looking at really embedded, inclusive levelling up, and that starts looking at that cities are really complex, and they have very complex and nuanced parameters, and they are made up of lots of different people with lots of different kind of intersectional lines of diversity. So when you start looking at levelling up, it has to understand what all those parameters look like. But the main thing for me with levelling up is that it absolutely gives agency back to the people who have been systemically marginalised and have had all of their power and agency revoked. And if levelling up for me is going to be successful, for want of a better word, all you're doing is you're giving back that power and agency to people that can then define whether, exactly what you were talking about, how can they define what's needed in their areas.
Okay, so I'm going to thank you for that. This kind of relates to this last question, which comes from Edward, who asks, how will we know when we've leveled up our creative nation? What does it look like? So, thanks for that, Edward. Answers to the Prime Minister, I think.
The answer is that none of us are in the room, and it's filled with young people who have come through the levelling up we created.
Okay, thank you. Any further observations?
I don't think it will just be young people. I think it will be all people. It's people that are socially isolated, they're vulnerable. It's so that I've heard a really weird saying this because people feel more included. People should be included. We're not giving them the power to feel included, but actually that people feel they can take part in anything they want to, in the way that they want to, and that would be what success looks like. So it's not necessarily we're earning lots of money economically or I'm working in this, but people have the choice of what they want to be and participate in.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. I think it's about also understanding the causes. I think we actually don't really understand the causes. Partly we don't understand what it means, right? There's a great, as I started by this conversation, the levelling up is a fantastic phrase. Possibly one of the things Boris Johnson was really good at was phrase making, but it's also very vague, right? So what does it actually mean? It means a lot of different things to different people. So I think we really don't understand totally the causes of why we are such an unequal nation, and therefore we don't really know how to fully address it. But thank you. I think it has been an interesting panel. Hopefully it was interesting to you there, and I would like to thank the panel for their contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruce, Paul, Caroline, Lara, and Josh, for a great conversation there. And on the subject of connectivity coming together and enablers, this is my slightly awkward segue into saying somebody has found a phone. So if you have lost your telephone and are not connected to who you need to be, I think it's there. I was going to say come to my colleague Katie in the front row and make yourself known, and you can get that connectivity device back to you. Right. That was a really great panel. I know the session after lunch is always a tricky one, but that was fantastic to bring us all back up to speed. And our next panel is going to be talking about the thorny challenge, I think it's a very thorny challenge, of how we measure the value of arts and culture. So to talk us through this, I'd like to invite our next panelists up. We have Ruth Claxton, the artist and founding director of East Side Projects, Rishi Coupland, who's the head of research and insight here at the BFI, Gerwin Evans, who's deputy director of Creative Wales, Harman Sagar, who is the head economist for arts, heritage and tourism at DCMS, and our chair will be Frans Anderson, who is director of arts programs and investments at Nesta. So you know the drill by now, questions to Slido, and I'm going to hand over to Fran and our panel. Please give them a warm welcome.
Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, lovely to be here. I'm Fran. I'm a white lady, probably look about as knackered as a single parent to 2 teenagers normally does. I'm wearing a blue dress from Peopletree, and I just looked up Peopletree, and they've been around for 31 years, and I think I bought it shortly after they launched. And I'm also wearing my running shoes, which is my usual state of affairs. I'll just quickly address as well, because we've had a couple of comments about Nesta in the room, and I just want to reassure that the impact funds that my team runs will be continuing. We're going to be launching an independent organisation which, together with the PEC in its new home, we hope will replicate all of the best of Nesta, except unfortunately the endowment. So there will be, watch this space for more news on that front. Really exciting panel to be chairing, because we're running the impact investment funds, and I've come from the investment universe. I think possibly other than the Treasury, there's no one like investors to focus on linear metrics in one number. And what we're trying to do as part of our work at Nesta and beyond is to make sure that the creative industries and arts and culture get access to this huge tidal wave of impact investment, this big movement that's happening now where investors are trying to get more for their money than just financial return. And obviously a key element of that is how you know what you're getting other than the financial return. I think compared to other areas of impact investment, one of the cases we always try and make is that arts and creativity in general, the impact is complex, it's intersectional, and it's diffuse, so it's spread across various areas. And that's actually a feature, not a bug, of our sector and the industry. But I'm gonna, that's enough. But anyway, just setting the scene, I want to talk to the much more interesting panelists. Ruth, I wonder if you could start by talking from your perspective as an artist and creator of many interesting initiatives. Alison earlier said, measure but don't over-measure. Mm-hmm. From your perspective, what are the pitfalls, the challenges of measuring and being able to articulate your impact and what you've, the impact of what you've done and created?
Yeah, sure. I'm Ruth. I'm a white person. I have grey hair and glasses. I'm wearing a khaki shirt, I suppose is the word, and black trousers. I may well be slightly blotchy because I'm nervous, but there you go. I've not done this one of these for ages, I've just realised. So I suppose really I would quite like to just do a little shout out for the power of the arts to be the thing that you don't really know what you're going to get. And that, like the magic of that, there's a nice little quote that we've been using recently at Eastside Projects from some people called Artist Placement Group, which is that artists watch the doings and listen to the noises. And I feel like that could be a really interesting thing for anyone involved in policy to think of and have as a kind of way of being as well, because that's what I feel like measuring, evaluating all those things should be. And I think there is a danger, particularly at the moment, just thinking about the data that we have to collect for the Arts Council, the way the MPO applications are put together, the way project grant applications are put together, that the measurement has the potential to limit the creative possibilities. And so I just think it's really important to kind of, collecting data is really, really useful. Being able to make a case is really useful, but I think there are some really interesting questions about who's framing those questions, how collaborative that framing is being, who is creating the structures that those questions get asked in, how accessible that is. I have audience finder surveys that are 1 million pages long that loads of people that only certain people will fill out in my gallery. And then with Steamhouse, which was an innovation centre that we developed over the last 7 years from an idea in a pub to a collaboration with Birmingham City University, there was an evaluation done about that, but I think the really interesting thing about it is it only asked the people who engaged what they thought of Steamhouse. So I suppose I think thinking about those. And then the other thing that I just wanted to say was about time scales. And so Steamhouse was open for 5 years, 2 of which it wasn't open because there was a pandemic, essentially, and there were and it's a makerspace, so there were lots of challenges there. But I think even with Eastside, we've been going for 15 years. A lot of what we do is talent development. We've never really had the skills or the money to put like proper longitudinal studies in place. I know there's massive things that have happened across 15 years. I know that people came into Steamhouse who perhaps have been community artists for the last 20 years, thought they were going to come and do some of their own practice and ended up playing with VR and 3D printing, which they didn't expect. I don't know what they're going to do in 8 years' time, but I think it's also really important to be thinking long-term, to be thinking about funding long-term, to be just thinking about different timelines.
Brilliant, thank you. That's interesting. I spoke to someone recently who said they filled in an application form and they got to the end and they're like, when are they going to ask me what the project is?
Well, they don't ask you what the project is. My advice to everyone is put it in the PDF, because they just don't ask you anymore.
Rishi, can you tell us a little bit about projects you've been involved with where you think that gathering data is not just sort of informative when you've got the data, but it's actually critical to the development and the execution of the project?
Yeah, sure. So just how I look, I'm a British South Asian man with glasses, a beard, wearing a brown top and grey trousers. So yeah, I think in my experience there are three reasons, and each of them are good in their own way for measuring the value of culture and creativity, and it can be an off-putting term because it feels reductive, just putting trying to put hard figures on value. One of the reasons, obviously, is to try and capture a value in a way that's just useful for things like bids, applying bids, making the case for public funding. So people will sometimes go down that route. A second reason is because you want to test an assumption or validate what you already know. And Ruth, you talked about knowing something about changes you'd seen over a period of time, and sometimes measuring can validate that. But the third reason is the one I'll build on, because I think it's in some ways the most interesting, which is to say sometimes in attempting to measure the value, you actually start to peel the onion effectively and really peel back the layers of value that people have in culture, and not just end up with a number or a set of numbers, but a better understanding that you didn't have before, because everything, even those of us who are very, very experienced in our fields, live our lives by heuristics and assumptions as well. But actually get a better understanding. Just briefly, you asked for a couple of examples. I guess one of the studies that happened at the BFI, and actually Harry was very involved in it, was a study of the making online access to the BFI Film Archive available for free. Britain on Film, a set of films available for free. So a really proper economic analysis was done. And yes, there was a clunking great figure number that's very juicy and helpful of people who got it for free would have been prepared to spend £3 a month if they were paying for it. Now that's useful. That will go into bid applications and will help strengthen our case. But beyond that, the study also identified that there are a group of people who never accessed this, but who valued it. And what an incredible concept to have that validated, that actually people support the concept of Britain's heritage being available on film, even if they themselves haven't accessed it. And that should be at the heart of our communications and the heart of our strategy and the heart of how we position ourselves. And that study also uncovered that there were elements of well-being inherent in the value that people put on online access to these films. And that was the study only started the ball rolling on there, but that's going to be a big part of what we uncover in future. So it really opened up worlds to us, worlds of value that we weren't aware of. There's I might give one more brief example, I guess. This one from a previous life. I used to work for the National Theatre, and we did a study of trying to understand what happens psychologically, what motivates people to watch theatre psychologically, and with the neuroscience department at Reading. And one of the things we found, we didn't intend to find this, but because we put out a national survey, we found that in the UK, the majority of people who attach a value to theatre don't go to theatre very often. They go less frequently than once a year. They might go once every 4 years. That's the majority of people who value theatre. Who do we survey all the time to discover about the arts? People who attend very regularly. And so in a way, we discovered that we're disenfranchising our own understanding of our own art forms by the methods we use. We can only discover that if we set out on this journey to measure value and culture. Yes, it can feel reductive. Yes, we're still finding out how well to do it. but it can actually take us to very, very interesting new places as well.
Thanks, Rishi. That echoes some of our experience with investees that we've worked with and going through a theory of change process, and they've actually given us really positive feedback about understanding how to measure and how to work out whether this stuff they're doing is working. Harry, you've spent, I think, a really long time working on establishing the Culture and Heritage Capital Framework. Can you tell us a little bit about it? And if you don't mind, could you tell us a bit about where it works and what its known limitations are?
Yeah, and so I'm Harry, or Harman Sagar is my official name, but please don't call me Harry. I'm South Asian as well, and wearing a tie, which I don't normally wear, by the way, so very uncomfortable. So the question is, I think today actually everyone's talked, and I feel like every creative industries leader has probably the GVA number tattooed to them, and they talk about it in every presentation. But one of the things probably misunderstood as an economist is people think economists are only interested in GDP. And the big movement in the space has been a movement beyond GDP and actually looking at what actually should be valued and what matters to people. And so that's a big piece of work the ONS are doing. And actually, Manu Hassan just published a paper with the ONS on looking at capital accounting. And we've going to take a lot of inspiration from the natural capital world. So hence why we've kind of landed on this kind of term, cultural heritage capital. But actually, for many of you, you probably know it just as valuing culture. And so what we're really trying to move away from, and I think actually few people have talked about this days, but we're trying to move away from is creating a balanced argument that economic, social, environmental and cultural benefits are all on the same plane, on the same level, and actually talked about at the same level. Obviously, as an economist, what we will then do is we try to put a value on that in monetary terms. So that's our kind of broad concept of the Cultural Heritage Capital Project. Now, just to kind of talk about that in a more or less kind of abstract way, I think today we talked about skills and cultural education. We've talked about that in many of the cases. We talk about wage remuneration, and we talk about that GVA impact. But actually, if you just look at wage, we're not really telling the full story. If we make decisions on cultural education and skills on wage, we aren't taking into account of what we as economists call the full welfare effect on society. So while we don't have a way of doing it yet, there is a way, hopefully in the future, that we can say it's not just about the remuneration, it's not about the GVA impact of organisation. You've got to add the social impact into that when making considerations. So that's kind of more of a, kind of another concept. But the other point of this is that, as Rishi was saying, what we then need to unpack is who's benefiting. Just having big numbers doesn't really mean anything. You then have to actually apply it to go, well, who's benefiting and who isn't? And then also, it's not just the economics, it's multidisciplinary. So that's one of the challenges actually we've had, is trying to bring economists, arts, humanities, social researchers, and heritage experts, like heritage scientists together. And I'm about to publish a paper soon, which is trying to bridge the link between heritage scientists and economists. And I think that actually is the most exciting piece, that we actually all start talking to each other. And I think obviously the work we've done with the PEC in the last few years is very much about bringing those disciplines together and working with the Centre for Cultural Value as well. So one big caveat I would say is we also need to be careful, right? So use the evidence that works for the decision you're making. Stuff that we're doing on social cost benefit analysis may not be useful for every decision. Also, it's very expensive as well. And also, what we need to be is proportionate to that decision making. Just creating evidence for evidence sake is not that useful. You need to fixate on who you're trying to convince and what will convince them. What we're trying to do is actually fill a gap where a lot of decisions which need social cost benefit analysis don't actually currently have any way of doing it. And we're hoping going to fill that gap. When people need it, they can use it. If they don't need it, they will use other evidence, whether it's narrative, qualitative, or other decision process. So we're really kind of adding to the armoury here. But that's the real challenge here, is first of all, probably getting people to understand that economists aren't just interested in GVA. We are interested in lots of things. And I would draw you to a paper actually Hassan wrote probably about 15, 12 years ago on economists are here to help you. So that's our challenge. And I think the final thing, which I'll talk about at the end, is probably around skills, but I'll come back to that a bit later.
Brilliant, thank you so much. That leads us on nicely actually to Gerwin, because I was going to ask about the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, which was referred to earlier, and whether actually that does encapsulate some of Paul's point about hope and imagination.
Yeah.
But you obviously are looking at financial measures, and if you want to talk a bit about what you're doing and the measures that you're using to kind of prove the success and value and get reinvestment in the programmes that you're running.
Great. Prynawn da, good afternoon everyone. Gerwin Evans, white middle-aged male, brown hair, pretty untidy beard. jeans and a grey jacket. So yeah, I work in Creative Wales, which is a government department. We're answerable to Welsh ministers, so slightly different to some of the structures around the rest of the UK. So we only set up in 2020, so what we've done, while we use the DCMS definition of the value of creative industries, we don't look after all those creative industries in terms of what our remit is. We focus down in Wales on the screen sector, the digital sector, gaming, animation, special effects, commercial music sector and publishing. So we spend a lot of time understanding the evidence base of those 4 sectors so that we can see the growth in the GVA. I've got that number tattooed on my shoulder. The jobs, the business growth, death, etc. So then we can write to Welsh ministers and have the evidence base to ask for more budget, because we can see whether those sectors are being impacted positively by our intervention. So as an example, if we invest in screen production, so the screen sector in Wales is booming at the moment, lots of productions happening, and when we invest, we ask for a minimum of 10-to-1 return. And that has to be demonstrated by a full accountant's report in terms of the spend in the local economy, the hospitality, the electricians, the riggers, the hair and makeup, etc., etc. So for a 10-to-1 return, if we're investing $1 million, we want 10 million evidence in that local economy. But more and more, to Harry's point, is we're moving into the well-being space. Fair Work, which is brought out in the PEC report, is a big focus for the Welsh Government. There's issues in the screen sector around well-being at the moment, which I know many colleagues in the room will know. So we're starting to understand how our interventions can help in that space. So we have the Wellbeing of Future Generations in Wales, which is a law. It's an act in law. Everything we do, every policy intervention we do has to be seen, to the gentleman's point on the last panel, in the eyes of future generations, as the name says. So we can't do anything that damages those opportunities and that hope and growth that we're all looking for through our intervention. So it's a really interesting piece of legislation and law that's looked at quite positively around the world in terms of what we do in there. So yeah, but our interventions from a government perspective have to be evidence-based, and we're drilling down to our interventions that we can stand up in conferences like this and say our interventions have led to these numbers or they haven't. So slightly different to a lot of the other panel members. But one example I was going to use to highlight a lack of information within government as well is we were asked to design and deliver the Culture Recovery Fund for Wales through COVID. And as part of that in Wales, we delivered a freelancer fund as well, which I don't think all parts of the UK did that, but we did over £18 million to 3,500 freelancers through that fund. But when I first sat down and was asked by ministers to do it, I said, right, where's the evidence based on freelancers? And we had none. So I had to base the criteria and the scheme design on self-employed, which meant when we opened the scheme, Cardiff closed within 5 minutes because the numbers were so wrong that we had to redesign the scheme based on the actual numbers of freelancers that were out in Wales, in different parts of Wales. So, but what that's led to is a clear need for Welsh Government to understand the freelance community better. We've done a lot of work with freelancers over the past 18 months, and which has resulted in a freelancer pledge where the public sector in Wales and freelance community aim to work better together, because it was quite clear we spoke different languages and all these different things. So, but it was an eye-opener to me when trying to design that scheme on day one, that when I went to look for the evidence, it just wasn't there. So it's interesting that there's lots of evidence in some spaces, but then there's a lack of evidence in other spaces which are really important to the creative industries because it's driven by freelancers, isn't it? So
that actually brings me on to, I was thinking about the whether there's a question implicit in the title of the panel, and is making the case for creativity always about measuring the value. Trevor's actually put it more succinctly than me. Trevor McFarlane, thank you. How can we raise up the status of high quality, qualitative data amongst policymakers, including in the Treasury? So, you know, this is a storytelling sector. How do we tell our stories better? Ruth, do you have any thoughts about that?
Oh, I'd love to know.
I'd love to have space to tell your story on the forum.
I mean, I'd love to have time, actually. You know, our organisation has received the same amount of money from the Arts Council for the last 15 years. So effectively, that's a lot less now. You know, so, and all the small organisations that I know at the moment are really struggling. Loads of the freelancers that I know through Steamhouse and EOP are really struggling because less galleries are doing less shows, therefore there's less work for technicians, therefore there's less work for artists, therefore there's less work for, you know, it's just like this kind of ricochet scenario that's happening at the moment that's coming out of the fact that the that everyone's just had standstill funding for the last, I don't even know how long now. So one of the big things, I think, is capacity in relation to that. And I think there is, like in Birmingham, I'm talking about clusters before, in Digbeth where we are, across the last 15 years, a whole load of visual arts organisations have grown and developed that now are nationally recognised as being super interesting small-scale organisations, doing really great work. They're all about incubation, and they're all about kind of supporting people, at not necessarily emerging artists at the very beginning of their career either, but people with opportunities to take risks. And pretty much everyone is currently under threat because the media people have now recognised that part of the city as a really great creative place to be, and of course they have more money. So I feel like for the publicly funded arts, there's a real kind of crisis coming actually in terms of the capacity to tell, the smaller scale organisations' capacity to tell their story. So like about every 2 years, someone will come round and interview us all about creative clusters, and we say the same things, and and it never seems to really make a difference. So yeah, I mean, it sounds quite depressing, but it is quite depressing, really, you know. But I think there are amazing stories to be told, and if maybe it's that researchers should focus on those small-scale organisations differently, you know, that might be a bit more difficult and might have to have a different kind of structure for them to be able to support that research. But it feels like that maybe that knowledge isn't quite there, or the case isn't being quite made. Like we can't go, yeah, we get, you know, 7,000 people are going to brush past this public artwork, because that's not necessarily how we're working, you know. But we do really great work. That's really important.
That's a really good point, right? That the value is obviously seen by the people who are moving in, and then that value is crystallised by private capital that is investing and crowding out artists who can't afford. So that's a kind of implicit measure of value, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's not working to the benefit of the artists who are creating it. No. Did anyone else have thoughts, Harry, thinking about qualitative data? And obviously you're in the position who's having to make these cases, and you're an economist. But how can we strengthen the case for financially focused, and I include investors in that, financially focused parties, that there is huge value here?
Yeah, so I think the question around qualitative, I think it's never either or, right? You do both. You use the evidence that you have and that you can produce. So there's no case I've ever seen that just is numbers, right? I've never seen a case like that. And one of the great things about our sector is when you read these business cases, and let's be honest, if you've read a business case and you're not in the cultural sector, they can be a bit bland. But when you read a cultural one, it's so much more interesting, because they sell a vision, an idea, and you need that qualitative information, how it affects people. Then you get into the hard numbers, but you can't do it without the narrative and the qualitative information first. One of the things actually we're trying to think about with the CHC project, because I think people often think that the Green Book is an immovable object. The Green Book is the kind of way that we look at public investment. But if there is a way of connecting the kind of qualitative information to effectively driving the understanding of value in the approach we're taking the Green Book, that it's open to that. You know, we've done a lot of work in the last decade of getting well-being in. While it ends up with a metric, it did start off with the qualitative information. So I think we're open to that. But I would say, you know, we're in a massively privileged sector in the sense that we can tell amazing stories and inspire that person like me who, you know, all about numbers, to go, actually, this is quite exciting. And by page 3, I'm usually like, let's fund the whole thing. But obviously then you have to actually read all the numbers and make it stack up. But it's amazing when you read things like, this is the greatest thing ever. So and actually the other thing I would say, and that's why it's important to have those in the cases, because sometimes when I talk to, and I'm being at the BFI for a few years and talking to Ben Roberts, who's now the CEO, you talk to him and he's really excited you about the project. But I'm like, well, Ben, you're not in the room all the time. So we need to get it on paper as well, and I think that's quite important. So I think we should be doing both, and that's why we should be using every avenue we've got and every lever and evidence approach we've got, and use the one that works. But obviously we're coming as an economist from a very specific approach, where we're trying to fill a big gap, which is a gap really important when you start talking to other departments who use that approach.
I think Wales is obviously the land of storytellers. That's a given, I think. So what we have tried to do is align the creative industries and the growth of creative industries to other sectors. Welsh language is obviously important, education. So I know there's been a lot of chat today about curriculum. Well, creativity is on the curriculum in Wales. There's a new curriculum starting next year where creativity starts from the age of 3. And that's really, really important for us. And hopefully in the next generation we'll see the fruits of that policy change around curriculum. But it's really important to sell that narrative to the decision makers. So the Deputy Minister for Culture, Arts and Sport in Welsh Government is based in a constituency called Merthyr Tydfil, which is a Valleys town, old industrial heritage, so the social deprivation issues that go with that, based mainly on coal. So the message I get the Deputy Minister to talk when she's out in giving presentations is content is our new coal, because it can be generational like the coal industry was, because content is everything. And I think someone mentioned all jobs coming out, they're going to have some form of creativity in them. So it's that narrative and getting decision makers and everyone involved in selling and growing the creative industries, driving forward behind that one narrative of why it is so important to grow it. So there's a number of factors, the wellbeing of future generations, as you said as well. We try and tie in as many agendas as we can with the real ambition of growing the creative industries, because we believe it's the right thing to do for the economy and for the social landscape in Wales as well.
I've got a question here.
I just sort of thought about a way we did tell the story really well, which is that we produce manuals which are kind of guides to how you might use these side projects, and we produced one that was called The Artist and the Engineer, which is the coat of arms of Birmingham has an engineer. It's like industry and creativity, and one of our founding directors noticed that when he was on the bus, and it's a children's story. And we gave it to lots of people. And one of the really great things for me about Steamhouse is that I hear people in the university now using the phrase the artist and the engineer, and I know we made that up. So, so I think you can, and we did that really intentionally. And we took it into the city, and we talked to the planning people about it, and we're now part of the design team on the Smithfield markets, which is going to be the new markets of Birmingham. And when we were applying for that and making the pictures for that, the artist and the engineer were in the centre of that as well, because of the collaboration with the architects. So maybe so you can do it creatively.
That's brilliant, thank you. I've got a question here, if I can make the thing work again, from Valentina Oru, thank you. Reflecting on the contradiction between the emphasis on economic value of the sector and the low pay for artists, how can we shift the narrative here? How can individuals be valued for the work they're doing whilst we're in this situation that Ruth just talked eloquently about, where we've got a finite pot of funding, which is essentially a sort of compound contraction, and that's reducing capacity in a sort of accelerating way. So how can we shift the narrative when the arts are so underpaid structurally for individuals? Again, might be one that everyone would like to know the answer to.
It's back to the Fair Work agenda, isn't it? So within Wales, if we're going to give finance to a business, they have to sign up to something called an economic contract, and that sets out what their sustainability plans are, what their Fair Work plans are, and different things. So we're very proactive in that space in terms of only working with organisations that pay fairly, etc. So it's important that we do that at that early stage. But in Wales, as I mentioned, the screen sector is doing very well. The arts sector coming out of COVID is still struggling. The theatre sector, we're losing lots of people from the theatre sector to the screen sector because the wages are better and there's more opportunities. So it's that fine balance, isn't it, to having a sustainable year-round ecosystem with people with the skill sets that can move around those different sectors. But Fair Work is definitely something that we're trying to resolve through our contracts to make sure that people are being paid appropriately for their work.
Yeah, I think I'll add to that, and actually I think there is an interesting question I'm not sure that PEC will probably take up in the next few years, is as I just said, we talk about 103 billion in GVA. Right, if you work that out per worker, that's an incredible GVA per worker. So why isn't that reflected in wage? So I think that's an interesting question, is where's that value going, given we're a very labour-intensive set of sectors? So I don't have the answer to that, but I think that is an interesting question of why is there low pay?
Yeah, and the implications on productivity and nationally, and how much productivity is sitting within this sector as well.
I just think that organisations have to do less until the situation changes, though, as well. Like, we are doing less projects, but we're paying artists a £10,000 fee. And we're a very small arts organisation. And we can do 7 of them across 3 years.
So I think that goes back, where is that, who is that GVA benefiting is the question.
Yeah. But I also think that it should have been part of, I don't really understand why there isn't a line for artist fees in everyone's MPO application. Because there should be. It should be completely clear. And I'm an artist as well. I know the reality of the fees that people are being offered, and it's rubbish in the visual arts. It's immoral often by big institutions. There's a really interesting, it hasn't got loads and loads of data, but it's got some really interesting kind of quotes in it by an organisation called We Industria, published with AN, I think, published a report recently about the kind of structural inequities within the visual arts in particular, and I think, you know, the sector needs to take a good look at itself, really, because the marketing people aren't being paid that. So.
And is there potentially something there about, Tom, I think, was talking about enterprise allowance scheme and thinking about how you can empower organisations to pay properly at their nascent stages?
I mean, we have artist curator traineeships. They do 18 months. It's a super holistic training programme. They leave and they go, and one of our recent ones just got a job at Unlimited. You know, they go into good jobs in interesting places where all this value comes out of it. You know, we pay real living wage. That's what we can afford to pay, but we pay the real living wage. And we give them money to make their own project as part of it. You know, if we can do it, everyone can. You know, you don't just have to sit young people on a desk. They can be much more than that, I think.
Yeah, it is about leading by example, isn't it? So Annie's asked a question which has got lots of thumbs up. This discussion begs the question of whose value. So who is defining value and on what terms? And I think that's kind of, I was going to ask that we get a lot of questions because I think it's very important. There's a lot of voices in this conversation, not just ours. So has anyone got any thoughts on that?
I mean, I think it's a really good question, and I think that can be, if you structure these kinds of studies and this kind of inquiry correctly, you basically almost tackle that as an intrinsic part of the study. I think that there's sometimes a fear in asking, for example, if I go beyond people who I know already highly value what we do, they'll come back with a smaller answer, or I won't feel very valued. But actually, as we've tried to be, and there's an amount of bravery needed here, as we've tried to expand it further, I think the results are encouraging. There is, you know, people have always done culture before there was an arts council or a BFI or anything like that. It isn't, you know, there's a reason why human beings gravitate towards it, and so there is a value there. And so asking and discovering, oh, some people value it less than others, we shouldn't be afraid of doing that. So I think that, and I'm hoping I've now interpreted the question right, but I think being broad as possible and trying to just look across the piece will uncover things you hadn't expected. I mean, I remember, and it's about being brave. I remember when I was working with an exec director of a cultural institution, and we were thinking about whether to partner with Nesta, actually, on a research project that might have revealed that our work was of less value than we thought. And I said, oh, how do you feel about this? And he just said, I think I'd rather know. And I think that's exactly the attitude you have to take. You should try and know and not be afraid of finding out areas where there are differing views of your work, because we have to believe we're sectors that can change in response to that.
Yeah, and it's really only rigorous if you don't know the answer someone's going to give you. So, Goin, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think it has to be the value of the individual, isn't it? And kind of, as a government, that's what we have to drive for, is growth that's inclusive and diverse as possible as well. So making sure that we provide those opportunities. So we run a lot of entry-level schemes, but the difficulty we find is some of those communities we target in, they don't drive, they can't get to the opportunities, so it's putting on that extra support level to get people transported into those opportunities. So there's different value sets within different communities as well, which I think you need to take into consideration. So yeah, it has to be about the individual, and them collectively growing together then grows the economy, doesn't it? So.
And Ruth, can I just turn that question to you, because you've obviously had kind of expanding audience as your work has expanded. How has that felt in terms of, you know, whose value are you looking at?
I mean, I think that's been really interesting over the last few years as we've really thought about how we diversify our programme, how we look for artists differently. We made EOP free for people with global majority heritage or who identified as disabled during COVID when Black Lives Matter happened, because that felt like a thing. And so actually the demographic in various parts of the organisation has really changed, and we've also set up lots more. We have a cultural citizens panel, we have a EOP thinkers panel that helps us to understand the value, you know, so we have honest conversations with people that are receiving our work super directly. So, I mean, I think the question for policy people is what value you're looking for gets decided in the first place, and where the people on the kind of coalface, so to speak, where they are in that process. You know, so that, yeah, obviously you might need particular pieces of evidence in order to convince particular people, but actually you could also be getting something else at the same time that might be useful. It might be something you've not thought of in terms of what could be interesting because you're an economist and I'm a sculptor. You know, so I think that, you know, I would also advocate for the artist placement group put artists in placements in government departments. Yep. You know, and I think that's something that would be a really super interesting thing to think about, because there's some amazing brains certainly in the arts world that could really just kind of come in sideways, do that little slither through the gap that artists do, and you know, that would be an amazing way to spend, you know, 10 grand, for example. It's not a bad fee rate, ideally more, but you know, to get a little bit of as a kind of researcher, as a sort of provocateur, as a little grist in the mill.
I would like to just put in there that we did put artists in the Leicester strategy process, so I don't know why the artists didn't come out in the strategy. Going, thinking about the value to the nation, and talking about the kind of, if we link back to the soft power panel earlier, did you have anything to say on that?
Obviously, creativity and the creative industries are huge for nation brand building, and we work with UK government and other partners to do that at appropriate levels, but where we see opportunities to do it on a Wales-specific level, we will do that. So as a recent example, we took 18 businesses out to the GDC, the big Games Development Conference in San Francisco. So Little Old Wales was in between a stand between Unity and UEBox, two of the biggest gaming companies in the world. And that was all about brand building and nation building. People who come up saying, Wales, is that spelled with a H? So we had a lot of informing Americans that no, it's not spelled with a H. It's spelled like that. So that's important for us. The music scene is important for us. We've obviously a great tradition in Wales around music, and that's an important part of our nation building. So yeah, we work with partners around the UK to do that international, global brand building, but where we see a real benefit for when it's for Wales, we take the opportunity to do that.
Thank you. We were going to try and give a bit of a colour of all of our work at the end, but I'm sure everyone's around if people want to come and talk to them and hear more about what everyone's doing. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much to that panel, Fran, Rishi, Ruth, Gerwin and Harry, and big up to all the arts organisations paying at least living wage. It's fantastic and absolutely should be there. Thank you so much to our panel. Please thank them again. Right, we have actually, I have to say, the bad news is that was the last of our panels. You can sort of do a pantomime or, if you like. Thank you. But I have some good news. And the good news is that we've now come into our lightning talks section. And we have 3 incredible experts joining us to talk about a specific issue in their field. So you will come away from these next lightning talks buzzing with ideas and wanting to learn more. Our topics are going to be broadcast, immersive and AI. So we've touched upon these, but you know, we're going to have a really sort of in-depth lightning talk from 3 fantastic experts coming up now. So first up, delighted to say we have Baroness Jane Bonham-Carter, who is the Liberal Democrat spokesperson for DCMS, and she is going to talk about the future of public service broadcasting. Please give her a warm welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Big subject, and I'm glad I've learned how to spell Wales. Hello, it's nice to see so many of you. I am white, with fair hair, I wear glasses, and I fear I have to say I'm late middle age. The origin of the word broadcast is to sow seed widely. And that is what our PSBs have done, beginning with the BBC and its mission to educate, inform, entertain. They've made culture, news, other people's experiences and lives available to all. Its critics like to deride PSBs as an outdated legacy of a bygone age, an anachronism with little relevance to the digital, online and social media world, and they're wrong. First, I want to remind everyone what PSB is not. It's not the old Reithian paternalism providing material that we think people ought to be watching or listening, nor is it a shorthand for the market gap theory so beloved of free market economists. Those who dismiss PSB as elitist or an analogue philosophy for a digital age are usually, in my view, driven by ideology or increasingly by commercial self-interest. How often do we see arguments for privatisation, deregulation, and a smaller BBC appear in the editorial columns of national newspapers, whose enthusiasm for a smaller public sector may not be unrelated to the profitability of their own publishing operations? And it's not just the BBC. Only last year there was the attempt to privatise Channel 4. PSB matters to the UK and remains pivotal in helping to sustain our economy, our culture, and our democracy. And I want to explain how, with reference to 6 principles which define the core contributions that PSB make to our public life and will continue to do going forward. Investment. We know the creative industries are vital to UK PLC. In terms of contribution to GDP and to employment, investment in original British content provides the funding for our writers, producers, actors, technicians, journalists, and the creative talent which in turn contributes to our exports, as well as Britain's soft power abroad, and I would say also inspires them. It sustains our thriving independent production sector, which alone contributes over $3 billion to the UK economy. And of course, Netflix, Amazon, Disney, and the new generation of streamers invested huge amounts in British talent and made some great shows. But they themselves say that a big benefit of the co-production model is we have partnerships with PSBs. They have great creative instincts. We defer to them creatively. And their investment is unpredictable and hugely dependent on their owners or their bankers staying the course. And the material is produced for a worldwide audience, not British programmes for British audiences. And of course, the range is limited. Netflix does not provide learning material for children stuck at home during a pandemic, nor do they send journalists to war zones and cover what is happening there. And who other than a PSB would have committed to broadcasting the Paralympics, which has been transformational, as has the BBC coverage of women's football. Of course, our viewing habits have changed, but PSB is not just about how you listen and watch, but what you listen and watch. And this is particularly true for young people. It is content, not loyalty to any PSB brand, that tends to matter to the young. There is low awareness that some of what they watch through a streaming service was originally produced by PSB, such as Peaky Blinders. But Ofcom, in a recently published report, found people of all ages feel that there is an important role for PSB in the future and that linear is far from dead. Second, integrity. 2 years ago, an authoritative report on the global state of democracy began, "Democracy is at risk," and charted the increasing number of authoritarian leaders and their systemic use of disinformation to sow the seeds of popular discontent. We only have to look across the Atlantic, where an astonishing 70% of Republicans still do not believe that Joe Biden was legitimately elected, to understand the potential impact of a culture of lying on democracy. YouTube, Facebook algorithms and Twitter trolls feed the conspiracy theorists, and in the words of a Facebook whistleblower, amplify division, extremism and polarization. not just in the US and the West, but throughout the world. And let's not forget Fox News, whose coverage of the last US election, disseminating claims that it was stolen and the votes were rigged, has now been officially and legally recorded as outright lies. And this has been accepted by Fox itself, to have that their words had no basis in fact. I was a member of a House of Lords Select Committee when we had Rupert Murdoch as a witness, this is some years ago, but he told us that he wished that Sky was more like Fox News. Well, it isn't. Thank goodness. And that's because of our PSBs. A fact, I might say, he acknowledged at the time with some exasperation, but I have to say resignation. Never before has there been a more profound need for values of integrity, accuracy, fairness and impartiality, values embodied by the PSBs, partly because of our long-standing rules on impartiality and partly because of the culture instilled in these organisations over several decades. In this post-truth world, faced with the barrage of unreliable information sources, the need for institutions steeped in truth-telling has never been more urgent. And then there's inclusiveness. Universality has been at the heart of PSB from the moment TV transmitters were built in remote valleys of Wales, WALES, and further reaches of Scotland, making a range of material available across all platforms for no more than the cost of an annual licence fee. And it's so much more significant today when so much is available only on subscription channels. Inclusiveness covers a range of material as well as geography. Content freely available to every single UK citizen, which fuels the national conversation, as in the words of Alan Bennett, and in the words of Alan Bennett, introduces the nation to itself. But with this, a more inclusive and diverse representation within the workforce to reflect British society is crucial. This is a must for any PSB going forward. And they are all investing in training schemes to this effect. However, focus is needed on retention as well as entry. Then there is independence. Central to the BBC's mission and culture is genuine independence from commercial and government influence. Not something Elon Musk seemed to understand, but then he regards success as launching a rocket and it blowing up. So, how many of us still worry about the scope for political interference that is permitted through the government appointment of the BBC chair and the Ofcom chair? We urgently need a framework which will insulate both from perceived and actual political influence, and, in my view, an independent BBC licence fee commission. I welcome the media bill, so needed to bridge the gap between existing legislation and the new media landscape, in particular the commitment to reform on prominence, which will ensure PSB content is easily discoverable on smart TVs. Also, that listed sporting events will have to be broadcast on PSB service and on a PSB service and free to air. And also, let's not forget radio. Prominence and fair carriage will also cover smart speaker platforms, which will be required by law to ensure access to all licensed UK radio stations. All good for PSB going forward. Internationalism. The BBC World Service brings trusted information to nearly 1 billion people around the world. Our PSB creative exports are second only to the USA, taking UK formats and talent around the world while benefiting our own economy. That soft power, as well as the economic boost, is a direct result of the public investment and the regulatory regime that sustains our PSB framework. Finally, innovation. I believe Sir Peter Bazalgette started today's conference with R&D. I'm going to end my speech with R&D. The likes of iPlayer and BBC Sounds not just established new technologies, but also set standards for the whole media industry. The BBC led on rolling out digital switchover and created YouView 17 and Freeview Play, which made PSB TV available to all UK audiences. And every £1 of BBC R&D spend contributes 5 to 9 in value to the UK creative industries and beyond. The streamers love the UK because of this trailblazing R&D, as well as the skills and infrastructure, the skills that PSBs provide. So, PSBs going forward, is it needed in the 21st century? Emphatically, yes. In our internet age, more than ever. I fear I may not have got your brains buzzing, as Eliza asked me to do. So I'm going to call upon the words of one of public service broadcast greats, Armando Iannucci, to do so. If public service broadcasting was a car industry, our ministers would be out championing it overseas, trying to win contracts, boasting of the British jobs that would bring. And if the BBC were a weapons system, half the cabinet would be on a plane to Saudi Arabia to tell them how brilliant it was. Thank you.
Thank you for that passionate and robust defence of public service broadcasting, Baroness Belden-Carter. Thank you very much. Next up, it is Chris Michaels, who is an advisor and consultant to the cultural and creative industries. He's going to be talking to us about what needs to be done to build a robust ecosystem around the growing area of immersive experiences. Chris, where are you? There you are. Fantastic. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Michaels, tall, white skinhead, middle-aged, sadly, scruffy, looked like a 90s rock band reject. Sorry?
And you're not Jane Bonham.
And I'm not Jane Bonham. That is me, yes. Good. I haven't seen any slides by anybody since I came here this afternoon, so I'm going to be the first one to do it for a couple of hours. So bear with me. My slide design, I realise, is like a bad 90s kind of rave parody of the Nesta style. So we're going to see how this runs. What I'm going to talk about in the next 10 minutes is more an observation than anything, because I think a new creative ecosystem is emerging before our eyes, and I'm not quite sure we know it's happening. So this is my attempt to kind of describe it to you, and then think about some questions I think we should ask about something that's happening. So, mapping a new, like I said, 90s rave poster, pink, yellow, and green. Next generation art technology institutions. There is a whole series of things happening right now, creating what I think look like a type of art institution for the 21st century. And they haven't been captured, as far as I can see, in all this brilliant work that's happened in the creative industries in the last 10 to 15 years. So it's happening. It's happening in London. Most of it's happening within a couple of miles of here. It's happening really fast. The 6 places I'm going to describe today have all emerged in the last 2 years. There has, as far as I can see, 3 defining features. And I'm just going to try and draw a kind of map and tell a story about it for you today. So, 3 features of this new creative ecosystem. 1, it's happening between new interactions between the visual arts and other creative industry subsectors. There's this kind of coming together between different bits that's happening and doing some really interesting stuff. I think it's happening partly because of technology. As we reach a kind of maturation and standardization of advanced screen and audio technologies, it's allowing a kind of platform for institutions to be built, to flourish, and to grow, which happens because screens have reached a certain moment in time where they go big, they go very impactful, and they go cheap. And what's happening as a result is we're seeing new business models happen at a kind of interesting intersection between the commercial sector and some of the hints of public purpose. And these are some of the interesting questions I'll come back to at the end. So let's take a tour. Bit of a map of central London. We're going to go to the Light Room, the Outernet, W1 Curates, Frameless, and Circa on the Piccadilly lights. There are more, and I'll come back to what I think is a slightly wider group than this at the end. Let's take a little tour around central London today. creative ecosystem. One, the Light Room in King's Cross. This just opened a few months ago. To much acclaim, to horrible reviews in The Spectator and The Guardian, but that's to be expected. Jonathan Jones will hate this kind of stuff. But it's David Hockney. But it's not just David Hockney. Actually, what's happening is the visual arts sector, the creative industries, and art is meeting performance in a new way. So David Hockney, greatest living artist, the one artist probably everyone's heard of who's still alive, except for Banksy, who we still don't quite know who he is. 59 Productions, one of our great success stories in the kind of exhibitions and creative space, and the London Theatre Company, Nick Heitner's group, have come together to create a new thing. It's happening, again, partly because technology is being standardized. You've got this amazing 4-story projection space in which this is happening. At the bottom, interestingly, of Meta's new building in London, so technology and art coming together very physically in a new way. It's being driven by the virtual production industry, so Holoplots are the production group behind it, and spatialized audio by a company guy Disguised. And this starts to become a framework and a model. The business and institutional model underneath it is also new. Joint venture between 59, a company that's continued to grow in really interesting ways over the last decade. A London theatre, as Nick Heitler's pulled out of the public sector into commercial theatre. Said cited on the site of London's new Metabit and funded by Access Media. So Len Blavatnik not acting in the public philanthropic space, but in the commercial space to fund a new arts institution. And that, for someone who funded Tate just down the road, is an interesting pivot from public purpose to commercial purpose. It's a new kind of framework coming together. And I think this starts to look a little bit like what might seem a model for 21st century creativity for good and ill. 2, the Outernet on Charing Cross Road. It's a very strange building, for those of you who've seen it. Can't quite describe it. It's like a kind of that box in Hellraiser that seems to have all the kind of Pandora's stuff inside it. And it's exploding with screens all on the outside. And it's bringing together art, performance, and advertising. And the advertising sector is really kind of starting to work with the visual arts sector in some of these places in new ways. On it, they built a public art program. It's built for brand launches and events, and it's got concert venues and a hotel. It's 23,000 square foot, so what they describe as 26K LED screens. Now, I know screens relatively. I don't think LED screens exist at 26K, but they're existing. It's very high resolution and very powerful. And what's really interesting is they are bringing into the visual arts space institutional investors at a scale that we've never seen before. This is Blackstone going big to build a new global franchise at the intersection between visual arts and advertising. They want to start here and take it around the world. And that's a question in itself. This might be another new great British success story starting in London, going out to the world. And again, do we know it really exists? But it's very much the top of the food chain. It's quite unpleasant sometimes, quite overwhelming. But this is new kind of immersive creativity plus major financial institutions acting together. Number 3, W1 Curates, just down the road. We're basically on the same street now for most of this journey. So right at the very centre of London, a new model. So people like Beeple and David LaChapelle coming together, art, fashion and advertising, splashed on the front of Flannels, this kind of new chain store, large kind of scale chain store coming around the country. Wraparound screens all around the building. What's interesting is it's a kind of vertically integrated model coming through it. Not just the screens on the outside, but an immersive event space inside. And then a content production studio down the road where you can do all of this stuff as big artists, as big celebrities, all in one model. So kind of vertically integrated group. And then Frameless. Right, we get to the other end of Oxford Street now. So 3 places all on the same road. Again, dead artists and special effects creativities. This is special effects industry beginning to build new visual arts institutions. 4 rooms, a 2-story projection. I'm afraid I got fed up and left after 15 minutes. I feel like we've been there before, but this is effectively an attempt to copy what's been a very successful French model into the English model. So again, new pots, partnerships with Panasonic, partnerships with CineSite. And then Circuit particularly likes my favourite of all this new group. Joseph O'Connor, brilliant curator, sent a tweet to the guys from Ocean Outdoor and Landsec and said, please can we put some art on these goddamn big screens rather than just this? And they let him. And from this is built this astonishing kind of new economy about public art and public digital art that's spread around the world. He gets the best artists in the world. Laurie Anderson's there at the moment to create work that spreads not just on our big screen here, but is in Tokyo and Seoul and New York and beyond. And this is great. And so this is, to me, a new point of digital era free culture at epic global scale. So there's 3 questions I want to ask before I wrap up. Is this what the 21st century visual arts institution looks like? Is it emerging before our eyes all around us? Is the wider landscape ready to respond to this? Artists, academia to understand and promote the skills, the technology to help it grow, and the finance to do more than this? And what's the role of the public space in this? This is happening as the rest of the arts sector is in many ways on its knees. Last generations, like seeing Jane in the audience of the brilliant Riverside Studios, who were doing this kind of a different combination of arts and creative industries before, but needed public support to do it, finding incredibly hard times. These guys are all acting without public support. Is this really what's happening here? A new generation of visual arts institution acting to huge publics that doesn't want, need, or care about public money, and where does the public end up in its relationship to that over time? So something interesting is happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris, for the questions, the tour, and for bringing back that genre of 90s rave flyers. It's fantastic. We had a comment from the audience about mentioning what the Serpentine's doing in this area as well, so thank you for whoever passed that comment on. Our final lightning speaker has taken on the task of telling us everything we need to know about generative AI and the impact on IP and regulation. And he's going to do that in 10 minutes, so that is amazing. But I can't wait to hear it. So please welcome Professor Martin Kreshner, who's Professor of Intellectual Property Law and Director of Create at the University of Glasgow. Thank you.
Okay, so let's see how lightning I can be. With this title, you probably expected some entertainment, a prompt to ChatGPT or Midjourney, something like what would a lightning talk by a tall German IP professor from Glasgow, what would that produce? And it probably would be better than what I do now. So what I do now is actually quite sober. It will be a legal roadmap how you might want to understand that field. And the field is for a fast emerging general purpose technology. It will be everywhere. But as already in the morning, I think it was said several times, lawyers don't bring joy. So we tend to look at risks rather than opportunities. And if I look at the questions I get asked relating to generative AI, and I have questions brought to me every day, they tend to come, on the pessimistic side. Is that possible? Is that dangerous? So nobody talks to me really about the opportunities for your sectors. Mostly it's like that. And what you see here are, I assume, 3 groups of potential risks and 6 different kind of prompts which I grouped there. And I will only speak to one, which is intellectual property rights. And you may think it's probably not the most important one of those. You may be more concerned about safety or misinformation than you are concerned about infringement. But of the 6 issues, it's probably the one which has the most potential for stirring the technology in a particular direction. And I wouldn't say it can bring it to a halt, but it certainly will affect dramatically what you can do and what you won't be able to do. So the intellectual property issues relating to generative AI, I broadly structure under inputs and outputs. And I start perhaps perversely with the outputs because it's the easier issue, okay? So the easier issue is actually the content being produced, what's the status of the the horse on the moon, which I've prompted on DAL-E. Okay, so I prompted a piece of art, an image, using one of those interactive AI systems. So something is being produced. So what happened here? So under copyright law, the easiest analysis is really just to treat it as another tool. It's a piece of software that enables you to do things you couldn't do before. And the Copyright Act even has a word for that, computer-generated works. So in some ways, this could be quite a straightforward way to approach that. But there are complications. They may arise of the nature of the creative input, the choices being made. It may derive from the terms and conditions you click on when you use a service. So that may determine where the ownership of the product lies. And there are also kind of complex issues. For example, there's now a prompt industry. So there's a skill, how do you generate those pieces of artifacts? So what's the status of the prompt? If it's 11 words, it attracts copyright protection in itself. So they're interesting questions, but they're, for a copyright lawyer, comparatively straightforward. On the ownership side. On the content side, again, I think we can operate with fairly established concepts. Many in our community, have expressed worries about replacement of living artists, whether it's musicians or whether it's visual artists, illustrators, musicians. A range of creators are concerned that AI may threaten their livelihood by being able to produce something cheaper and on the spot for which they were paid before. So that may well be the case. But it's important to be aware that there's no copyright in style. So there's, in principle, nothing wrong with replicating a style. You can ask Dali to do something in the style of Dali. There's nothing wrong with it, and it's also at the heart of basically a lot of the infringement proceedings you see around. If Ed Sheeran, then the estate of Marvin Gaye, it's all about, is there a sequence of chords which are common, which are part of the vocabulary of making music, or is it something which is a substantial taking? So these are kind of common copyright questions. How close can you get to another work? Then there are also some issues which are not copyright related, and they may relate to misrepresentations or what under a branch of trademark related norms is called passing off, or under unfair commercial practices. So if you ask somebody to do something in the style of or represent it as coming from somewhere else, there may be other areas of law touched. But in principle, keep in mind, style is not a subject matter of copyright law, and you don't want it to be. If you go down that route, we are all doomed. Okay, so that was the easy stuff. Now we come to the complicated stuff. So the complicated stuff about AI is the input side. How do we understand what is the material on which the algorithms are being trained? And there's no doubt that most of them are copyright materials. So the most common training process is basically you scrape the OpenNet, Common Crawl, 12 billion web pages. That's a kind of US non-profit. That's one common source. Another common source is Wikipedia, because again, it's also available under Creative Commons licenses. So there's no question that the material which is being used to train is copyright material, and much of it will still be not available under a Creative Commons license. So how do we see that activity. So is the activity which happening here 12 billion times already, 12 billion copyright infringements, which then each of them would end up in some damages, and then the whole industry can shut down immediately. So one approach is conceptually think about this as similar to at the start of the search engines, where the question was whether indexing the web to enable search engines to point to sites, whether that process itself was a copyright infringement, and the view was taken that that would be not a good idea. And similarly, in the case of model training, there's one view that it is basically a different form of indexing. You turn what are copyright works, extract information, turn them into numbers. The numbers are parceled, and essentially, once it arrives into the process of training, it's no longer a copyright word, it's information extracted from it. So one legal view is, it's not a copyright question. The second view, which is the more common view, is, there is a copy being made. If there's a copy being made, you need a license, okay? So if you need a license, means nobody can train. Stop, okay? It's not possible. So we wouldn't have any AI industry now. It just wouldn't exist. Okay, so that was kind of the situation already kind of 10 years ago. And therefore, many countries decided that we need what they called a text and data mining exception. So extracting information from copyright works would be explicitly permitted. In the UK, it was a result of the Hargreaves review. In the US, we've got a more open norm, the so-called fair use exception. But we also see it in other countries. And specifically in the EU, in the 2019 Digital Single Market Directives, we've got two exceptions which enable text and data mining. Article 3, which privileges universities, essentially research institutions and heritage institutions. And Article 4, which permits it for everybody, but with a opt-out. So by appropriate means, you can opt out. For example, if you've got, like say, a robot text file in your website, that is an appropriate means to say, don't train. Okay. So if you've got don't train in your website, then it would be an infringement to use the material for training. Okay. So the UK government doesn't quite know, how the UK becomes a AI superpower. There are a few options here. The Chinese also have. I've got no time to explain that to you, but there's a variety of global approaches: an open approach, a narrow approach, an opt-out approach, and then this UK, which doesn't quite know what to do. So the Hargreaves exception, was limited to non-commercial research, and that clearly will not work. Last slide, last prompt. So there's a case being filed in the US by Getty, the image library, against Stability AI, a British company. And there's evidence that 12 million Getty images were used. And that case, which is running in Delaware in the US, will determine, it probably goes to appeal and so on, will determine whether the fair use exception in the US will apply to training. And that is going to set the global standard. The UK may take different views, but if you allow a model to be trained in the US, the model exists, and there's no way the AI industry can operate without that. The other cases I can only signal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin. That was very comprehensive. I have learned a lot, lots to digest there. And very fitting that you were talking about artificial intelligence and art. Very fitting for us to come to the final part of our day now, because we've been talking about art and creativity. What we haven't had so far is a real-life artist here. And would we like that to finish off the day, everyone? Well, that is the right answer, because I am absolutely delighted that we have got an artist here with us who's going to give us a performance to close off. It's Max Mackenzie. Max is 21, and he's an early career music creator from my own neck of the woods, Newham in East London. I'm a Forest Gate girl.
Forest Gate where?
I did have a little Google, and I thought you might be. So I'm super excited about this. Max is, I mean, you can read about Max. I don't want to take up too much time describing him before you see him, but he's incredibly creative. He does poetry, he does comedy, he does music, he writes scripts, and he uses all of these art forms. And he's inspired by rap from his days of emceeing at squat raves. And he has taken that ability to tell stories to other music genres, such as jazz. Max has got support from UD Music, which is a London-based music organisation bringing communities together around black music and black music culture. And without further ado, let's hear from Max. Please give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Well, thank you for listening to everyone. I feel like we've got some poignant things across. I've learned a lot about art, a lot of worry in my heart, but, you know, I think it's good for me to know that, be aware of stuff. But, yeah, at first I would like to start and talk about the impact that art has on young people's lives. Like, it is very, very important that we have access to it. There's places for us to go to express it, because one moment of seeing something can really change everything for you. Like, like 2 weeks ago, I saw For Black Boys in the West End. If you haven't seen it, please go see it. It's life-changing. That's what art does. I have a friend that's currently in psych ward, and the only way we can communicate is through poetry. Otherwise, he breaks down in tears. And it's stuff like that that helps. Do you know what I mean? Art is therapy for a lot of people. And if we restrict it, then a lot of people lose their therapy because not a lot of people can afford it. So I just thought I'd say that before I read you a poem. Cool. Pain and eyes, as common as the crane in skies. We shield our hearts in lies such as we don't care. We always care. We ponder why the world ain't fair. We're taught young to share and care, but greed seems to take over here. Same pain in eyes from adults who are scared to cry, unleash what they've bottled inside. Erratic breathing makes their chest tight. But emotions like waves, best when you let them wash over. Tears were probably overdue. Be different. Don't be as common as the cranes in skies. Yeah, it's a short piece. Yeah, that was a short and sweet one. I also do stand-up comedy, like I said, write scripts. And the reason why I feel like it's important that I say that is, don't pigeonhole your artist. Let them do whatever they like. Just like you in the morning, some days you feel one way, some days you feel the other. Make sure that your artist isn't a persona. Make sure they're a person. And that's the best way you get the most out of everything. If you want more bang for your buck, let them try stuff. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, thank you. I've been Max Mackenzie. Oh yeah, what's a big boy question right there?
Thank you so much, Max. That was brilliant. I'm going to ask you a question I've asked other people I've been interviewing.
Sweet.
If you were Prime Minister tomorrow, what one policy change would you do to help boost up the creative industries?
Okay. First of all, I'm going to ignore the fact that I'd probably be a scandalous Prime Minister. Do you know what I mean? I think the first thing I would do was, first and foremost, our education system needs to change. Something's going wrong there. there's something that's happening within my community, just like public schools, we are all ignoring it. Something's going on. There's a consistent rollout of kids that are literally just disappearing. We're losing like thousands. A lot of kids are telling the same old stories. So I feel like my first focus would be public schools. What I would personally do with public schools, honestly, change how we address children. Like, we address them in the same way that they're all the same sort of creature. Well, we're all humans, but we all have different backgrounds, different feelings, different emotions. Let's try to get to know them personally. We need to stop learning from like PowerPoint slides and this and that. We need one-to-one moments with the kids, and then maybe we can actually see who they want to mold into instead of molding them into what we think's the best for society. Because otherwise, we're just going to have the same sort of depressive cycle of kids not knowing who they want to be, what they are, and then they get lost again. And someone else grooms them into something they don't want to be. So that's what I would do.
Thank you so much.
Come on, that's the first thing.
That's right. Catch up, I know. Thank you. So, well, Max gets my vote. Does he get your vote? Yeah. Wonderful. What a great way to end a great day. I'm not even going to try and wrap up what we've done today because there's been so much, but you have all got the report. There's lots more detail in that. There's lots more information, provocations, food for thought. Those of you who are sticking around, I'm sure these conversations will continue. Those of you who've joined us online, I hope that you'll be taking those conversations forward online and in real life. I'm just going to revisit that poll we had at the start of the morning when we asked everyone which areas you expected the creative industries to make the most progress on over the next 5 years. I believe we had emerging tech was top then, but can we just run this again? Is that possible? And can we ask people just to vote on that poll again, and we'll see if anything's changed over the course of the day. I love this. I feel a little bit like sort of, election time, this sort of vote roll here. Okay, so we've still got emerging technologies, but I think it was around 50% or so, wasn't it, this morning? So it's sort of slightly gone down in popularity, and diversifying the workforce has gone up, because that was sort of down there. But okay, and now it's going up. So so a little bit has changed, and that actually, I hope that means that people have started thinking about different things as a result of what they have seen today. We'll keep that up there. You can carry on voting, but I just wanted to say it's been my absolute pleasure being your host for the day. Thanks to all the speakers and all the panelists, and I'd like to please get everyone to have a big round of applause for the team at PEC that put us together: Hassan, Eliza, Katie. They have done such a superb job. It's been absolutely brilliant. Thanks to you, all of you who are here, all of you who have joined us online. And for those of you who are here at the BFI, please stick around and join us over at the bar when we can chat through everything and continue the day's discussions. We do have to get out of this room by 5 o'clock because I believe the BFI might have a film screening. Who knew? That's what happens here. But thank you, everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you and goodbye.